Chapter 3669. Destroy your entire sect. The hall suddenly became silent. Just from what the young man had just shown, it could be inferred that the mountain sect behind him was extremely powerful. They also had a great emperor and might not be any weaker than the ancient Star Pavilion. However, whether it was in the absolute beginning or the absolutely sect, there are very few sections. If they said that they would destroy your entire sect, there was really no room for negotiation. Could it be that it's not uncommon for cultivators in the ancient land to destroy sects? Otherwise, how could she say it so casually? Everyone suddenly gained a trace of understanding towards the primeval lands. The conflict between sects in that place was probably more terrifying than they had imagined. Destroy my entire sect? Ningqi smiled and revealed a hint of pride. He glanced at the female cultivator. Do you think I, Jiang Tianshu, would be afraid of you? There was a flash of shock in Wei Yu's eyes. Chun Haiyang and the others all looked at Ningqi with complicated expressions. He really was Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu? You're from the human race, and your surname is Jiang. So you should be disciples of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great emperor clans, right? I remember there's a sect in the absolutely sect called the Ancient Star Pavilion. It's a bit weaker than my mountain sect, but there's a chief disciple there who's at the 5th step, the Undying Realm. He's also called Jiang Tianshu. The young man looked at Ningqi with a slightly surprised look, and a trace of suspicion flashed in the depths of his eyes. The person standing in front of him, was he an undead cultivator? Undying Realm? The female cultivator who said that she wanted to destroy the entire sect was slightly shocked. Her eyes became more serious. The cultivators around her all looked at Ningqi and were ready to act at any time. Chun Haiyang and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Were all the cultivators of the ancient land this bold? Instead of admitting defeat when they encountered a cultivator who was suspected to be at the Undying Realm, they were planning to fight? I once killed a few cultivators from the primordial land. Their talent was much better than yours, and they entered the rebirth state before reaching 100 years of age. But so what? Didn't they still die by my hands? You cultivators of the ancient land are just SOSO. That's all. Ningqi smiled. A rebirth state cultivator with less than 100 years of lifespan? Ningqi's words caused Chun Haiyang and the others to gasp. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Samsara of 100 years? They would never believe it. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve rebirth so quickly. However, after the young man and the others heard Ningqi's words, a trace of shock appeared on their faces. They seemed to have thought of something and looked at each other in bewilderment. You killed a reserve member of the sacred mountain, the young man said thoughtfully. Although they are young, their cultivation is extremely high. However, they are still lacking in terms of combat. Even if I encountered them, it would not be difficult for me to kill them. However, the young man paused for a moment, then looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. They were cultivators specially cultivated by the big shots of some sects to enter the holy mountain and obtain spirit items for those big shots. Their identities were extraordinary. You killed them. If you ruin the plans of these big shots, I'm afraid you won't live for long. My Jiang family also has a great emperor. Why would we be afraid of those big shots you mentioned? Ningqi sneered, then looked at the female cultivator. Trouble comes from the mouth. Just now, you wanted to destroy my entire sect. Don't leave today. Without waiting for the other party to react, Ningqi directly took out the 8th grade demon refining gourd. The terrifying aura instantly caused the young man and the others to change their expressions. Black mist swept out, and the female cultivator did not have time to react before she was sucked into the demon refining gourd. Then, the black mist seemed to have the intention to stop and swept towards the others again. Go! The young man yelled, turned around and fled. The black mist that was originally sweeping towards him seemed to be stopped by some kind of power and did not catch him. However, The group of cultivators that he had brought with him were all swept into the demon purification gourd. It's a pity that one of them escaped, Ning Chi said with a slight pity. So what if he escaped? He entered the mist, and it will be difficult to find him again. Wei Yu looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. At this time, Chen Haiyang and the others looked at each other and suddenly knelt on the ground. They looked at Ning Chi and said, Jiang Tianjiao, we will never tell anyone about what happened today. Please, Jiang Tianjiao, show mercy and be merciful. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Make a heavenly blood oath. Ning Chi said lightly. Seeing this, Chen Haiyang and the others hurriedly made a heavenly blood oath and then breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ning Chi did not drive them away, they stood up shamelessly and looked at the cultivator with white eyes. He seemed to have reached the last moment. His white pupils gradually became clear, and he glanced at the crowd blankly. Then, suddenly, a stone bridge appeared out of thin air above his head. Boom! Suddenly, a vast and mighty aura came from the stone bridge. Chen Haiyang and the others couldn't dodge in time and were directly blown away by the aura. Wei Yu also retreated more than 10 steps, and only then was she able to counteract the sudden and powerful aura. Only Ning Chi stood there unscathed. His body did not move at all. He allowed the aura to surge on his body, but it could not shake him at all. Chen Haiyang was completely sure that the person before him was the head disciple of the ancient star pavilion's Alcade Star Palace. Jiang Tianshu, rebirth state. The cultivator looked up in surprise. Then he hurriedly put away his reincarnation bridge and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He looked at the crowd in a reserved manner. Envy flashed in the depths of everyone's eyes. So many people had come here, but only he had advanced to the rebirth realm, and the process was rather bizarre. If it wasn't for that cultivator from the primeval realm, he would have died before he could even reach the rebirth realm. It was in the hands of the evil spirit. It could only be said that his luck was extraordinarily good. I feel that my body is filled with reincarnation power. I wonder if I can fight against your 8th grade devil refining gourd? Just as everyone was looking at the cultivator enviously, the cultivator suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Ning Chi with a slightly arrogant expression. Everyone's expression became very strange. Could it be that this fellow's consciousness was completely sealed just now? Did he not know anything about what had just happened? Otherwise, how could a cultivator who had just entered the rebirth realm dare to provoke an undead realm cultivator? Cultivator Lin, this is Senior Brother Jiang, the head disciple of the ancient star pavilion's Alcade Star Palace. Jiang Tianshu. Chen Haiyang said slowly. What? Didn't he say he wasn't Jiang Tianshu? Cultivator Lin was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. Fool, who would tell you his true identity? If the cultivator from the primeval realm hadn't appeared, I'm afraid he wouldn't have revealed his true identity. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Cultivator Lin finally believed it. His face turned slightly pale as he looked at Ning Chi. Senior Brother Jiang, I just come. Ning Chi smiled. Come for what? Cultivator Lin looked at Ning Chi in a daze. Chapter 3670. Lin Longqiang felt like an idiot. He looked at Ning Chi, who was smiling at him, and was in a dilemma. Logically speaking, now that he had broken through to the rebirth state, his strength had increased tremendously, and he could easily suppress fate state cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked if he could fight against the grade 8 demon refining gourd. This was the result of his inflated confidence. Indeed, however, the person in front of him was most likely the chief senior brother of the Alcade Star Palace of the ancient star pavilion, Jiang Tianshu, an undead state expert. If it was true, Lin Longqiang definitely couldn't defeat him. But for Lin Longqiang, who had just broken through to the rebirth state, to admit defeat, he really couldn't let go of his pride. Senior Brother Jiang, you must be joking. My blood rushed to my head just now, and I was muddle-headed for a moment. That's why I said those words. Please don't take it to heart, Senior Brother Jiang. After I leave the ruins of reincarnation, I'll definitely find a chance to apologize to you. Lin Longqiang hesitated for a moment and decided to show weakness. He was now a rebirth state expert. There was no reason for Jiang Tianshu to attack him just because of a few words, right? How can a cultivator take back their words? It's not good for their state of mind, and they will easily go berserk in the future. It's fine. Let's just learn from each other. Ning Qi smiled. Lin Longqiang was slightly startled and doubtfully asked, Senior Brother Jiang, is it really just a spar? Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. All right, I also want to see the difference between the strength of an early stage rebirth state and a fate state. Lin Longqiang cupped his hands and smiled. Please show mercy, Senior Brother Jiang. Don't let me lose too badly. Okay. Ning Qi responded non-committally and then took out the demon refining gourd. The cultivators that were sucked in earlier were too weak, only at the fate state, and had already been refined into elixirs. When Ning Qi took out the demon refining gourd, a black mist rushed towards Lin Longqiang. Lin Longqiang's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Longqiang's heart slightly palpitated, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Before he could react, he was drawn into the demon purification pot by the black fog. Chen Haiyang and the others stared at the scene, dumbfounded. Didn't they say it was just a practice? There was no way he could survive after entering the 8th grade demon purification gourd. Moreover, in the reincarnation of 10,000 realms, death was death. The immortal palace would not be of any help. In other words, this guy who had just broken through to the rebirth state for less than 15 minutes was completely dead. What is there to be surprised about? Ning Qi glanced at Chen Haiyang and the others. Isn't it normal to have casualties in a spar? It's normal, it's normal. Chen Haiyang and the others hurriedly agreed. Wei Yu looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Suddenly, she transmitted her voice to him. Junior Marshal Brother Ning, do you have a grudge against Senior Marshal Brother Jiang? Yeah, you're pretty close to Jiang Tianshu. Ning Qi nodded calmly and looked at Wei Yu with a faint smile. Wei Yu felt that Ning Qi's gaze was extremely frightening. All the pores on her body tightened and her hair stood on end. I don't have any dealings with Jiang Tianshu. Even if I go out, I won't speak about what happened today. Junior Apprentice Brother Ning, please rest assured. Wei Yu hurriedly sent a sound transmission. That's good. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he said, Let's go and see if there are any traces of your previous life here. However, the chances are not high. Don't hold too much hope. A few hours later, Ning Qi and the others left the Black Palace one after another. Except for the first hall, which had the mark of his previous life, the rest of the places were gloomy and strange, but there was nothing special. There was no danger, no chance, and no mark of his previous life. Everyone was very disappointed. When they left, they looked at the images on the walls of the first hall with a trace of envy in their eyes. They didn't know who was so lucky to have the imprint of their previous life displayed here so openly, as long as they were lucky enough to have it. Good, just like Lin Longqiang, he would be able to advance to the rebirth state effortlessly. Central capital. I'll find a place to stay first. Ning Qi looked at Wei Yu. Okay, I'll find a place too. Wei Yu nodded. After Ning Qi left, Wei Yu suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was in the past, she would definitely have suggested that Ning Qi stay closer to her. But just now, she couldn't say such words. Perhaps she also wanted to live further away from Ning Qi. She didn't want to be too close to Ning Qi. In short, the feeling that Ning Qi gave her was too dangerous. Fortunately, I am not his enemy. Wei Yu suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. Not long after the two of them arrived at Central Capital, Chen Haiyang and the others also returned. Many cultivators who were related to them began to ask about what had happened in the Black Palace. However, Chun Hyang and the others all kept their mouths shut about what had happened in the Black Palace. If any rumors were to spread, they believed that they would be the first people Ning Chi would look for. Unless they found the 9 reincarnation bridges in the future and did not need to stay in the ruins of reincarnation, this matter would instead become an interesting topic of conversation in the outside world. In a small house, Ning Chi spent 100 origin stones to rent it, but the rental period was very short. It was only for a month. After renting this place, Ning Chi specially set up layers of restrictive spells. The core of the restrictive spells was the demon purification gourd. If someone trespassed here and triggered the restrictive spells, what awaited them would be a nightmare. Ning Chi sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard, holding a light blue flower in his hand. The patterns of this flower were like blood vessels covering every petal. Looking closely, one could see that there seemed to be blood flowing in the patterns. Should I eat it or not? Ning Chi looked at the life-changing flower, feeling somewhat hesitant. Simply remembering his past life would not make Ning Chi so afraid. Ning Chi was afraid that if the memories of his past life invaded this life, would he still be considered his original self? Many cultivators would always leave behind some tricks when they cultivated the cultivation method of reincarnation. Ning Chi was afraid that there would be similar tricks hidden in his body. At that time, it would not be good for him to put the cart before the horse, and his experiences in this life would instead become memories in his mind. For you, this is the easiest way to break through to the reincarnation state, unless you want to spend hundreds or even tens of thousands of years in the ruins of reincarnation to find the imprint of your past life. The silver dragon's voice sounded in Ning Chi's ear. The life-changing flower is a heaven-earth spirit object above the profound sage level. Its effects are not bad, and it is different from the phoenix reincarnation fruit. Its medicinal effects are mild and gentle, and it will not cause you too much harm. Senior Silver Dragon, are you suggesting that I eat this life-changing flower? Ning Chi frowned. Yes. Chapter 3671. After a few hours of silence, neither Ning Chi nor the Silver Dragon spoke. He didn't know if the Silver Dragon had its own reasons for wanting him to take the fate-changing flower. But in the end, Ning Chi made up his mind. He opened his mouth and threw the fate-changing flower into the fate-changing flower, melted in his mouth, and turned into a stream of cold air that flowed into his stomach. Ning Chi sat calmly on the rattan chair and checked his setup. After making sure that all the intruders would be refined by the devil purification pot, the air in front of him finally fluctuated. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. The green smoke that blew past him twisted, and the next moment, the scene in front of him changed completely. This is... Ning Chi felt as if he had appeared in midair, and from a bird's-eye view, he saw a vast expanse of whiteness. It was snowing lightly, and the snowflakes covered the ground, probably less than half a foot deep. In the snow there was a stone table with 2 people sitting on each side. There was a figure. One of them was dressed in white, and his long black hair was tied up with a simple rope. When the snowflakes fell on him, they would automatically slide to the ground without touching him. For some reason, Ning Chi couldn't see what he looked like. After trying for a while, Ning Chi focused on the other figure. This figure happened to be dressed in black and was very eye-catching in the snow-white world. But Ning Chi couldn't see what this person looked like either. I took the fate-changing flower and saw this scene. This means that one of them might be my previous life. Then which one is the North Mystic Emperor? Ning Chi's heart was filled with doubts. When the North Mystic Emperor was killed, he was probably only at the rebirth state. But the 2 figures in front of him gave him the feeling that they were far beyond the 4th step. Even Shen Gongbao, who was at the 5th step of the eternal state, gave him the feeling that he was far weaker than either of these 2 figures. Time passed by unknowingly. Ning Chi vaguely felt that the 2 seemed to be having some kind of conversation, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. because he couldn't see their faces. He couldn't guess what they were talking about from their lips. What a scam! Didn't they say that the fate-changing flower can help me remember my previous life? Why do I feel like I'm watching a silent black and white movie? And the resolution is extremely blurry. Ning Qi felt that since the fate-changing flower was a heaven and earth spiritual treasure ranked above the profound sage realm, it shouldn't only have such an effect. After an unknown period of time, the white figure seemed to raise his head to look at the sky. At this moment, Ning Qi finally saw the other party's face clearly. It was as if all the haze had been swept away from his face, and he could see it clearly. That is me? The face of the white figure was exactly the same as Ning Qi's original appearance. Apart from that, after seeing the face of the white figure, Ning Qi felt as if the world had instantly opened up for him. The scenery around him was revealed inch by inch. At the same time, it was as if he had been freed from the world of a black and white silent movie. The sense of familiarity in Ning Qi's heart grew stronger and stronger. Soon he saw a building. Star Pavilion. This is the peak of the main sect of the ancient star system pavilion. In order to confirm this, Ning Qi looked around. After a few breaths, he was sure that he was looking at the main branch of the ancient star system pavilion. Your Tao is wrong. A voice entered Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi subconsciously looked over and saw the man in black sitting on the stone bench with his hands on his knees. He was calmly looking at the man in white who had the same face as Ning Qi. The man in black looked very ordinary, so ordinary that if he entered a crowd, he would immediately be lost. However, Ning Qi knew that this might have been done deliberately by the other party. The man in white, Ning Qi, smiled and said, "My Tao is wrong. What you say doesn't count, and what they say doesn't count. Your Tao is really wrong." The man in black sighed softly. "It's not too late to change now. Otherwise, they won't just watch as you continue on like this. If they interfere, I'll have one less powerful enemy in this world. I'm afraid I'll be a little lonely in the future. Is this the start of the threat?" The man in white, Ning Qi, smiled. "Sort of," the man in black said. Ning Qi suddenly felt that this scene was very familiar. Two people discussing Tao at the top of the main sect in the archaic star pavilion. Based on his understanding of the North mystic divine emperor, he was definitely not qualified to sit at the top of the main sect in the archaic star pavilion and discuss Tao with others. But why did the man in black suddenly threaten them? Who were they referring to? As soon as this question appeared in his mind, Ning Qi saw a figure walk out of thin air and stand in front of the two. It was a man wearing a purple gold crown and a purple gold robe. He exuded an overbearing aura that made people feel like they couldn't look directly at him. Dragon race? Ning Qi saw that there were 2 dragon horns on the man's head. "You came pretty fast." The white-clothed Ning Qi glanced at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. "Greetings, White Dragon Counselor." The man in black stood up and bowed. White Dragon Counselor. Ning Qi heard this title, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He guessed who the man was, and suddenly felt a sense of shock. He saw a counselor of the Supreme Saint Assembly in the memory of his previous life? Someone at the 7th step? Who was he in his previous life? Pavilion Master Ning, I shouldn't have interfered with the cultivation method of the archaic star pavilion, but you communicated with the forbidden star and touched a realm that you are not qualified to touch. Many people are dissatisfied with this, so I want to send you into the reincarnation cycle. As for the archaic star pavilion, you don't have to worry about it. It will operate as usual, and I will help you arrange for a genius to take over your position as the Great Star Emperor. The person known as White Dragon Counselor looked at Ning Qi and said, "There is no need to trouble you. There's no need for you to take action. I've seen everything that happened today with my own eyes." The white-robed Ning Qi smiled and suddenly sang loudly, "Holding the sun and moon in my hand and plucking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. After that, Ning Qi seemed to see him raise his head to look at him, a trace of an unruly smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, the scene in front of him instantly turned pitch black. By the time Ning Qi reacted, he had already returned to the rattan chair. "It's over?" Ning Qi didn't realize that he was sweating profusely. He probably already knew what he had seen. Pavilion Elder Duan once said that a long time ago, there was a pavilion master of the archaic star pavilion who was extremely talented and communicated with the forbidden star. His strength was close to the seventh step, but he was killed by the Supreme Saint Assembly when he was discussing Tao with a friend. Ning Qi didn't expect that the imprint he saw this time wasn't from the North Mystic Divine Emperor, but from a certain star emperor who was killed by the Holy Assembly in the ancient Star Pavilion. Chapter 3672. When the Reincarnation Bridge appeared, the restrictive spell that Ning Qi had set up was instantly destroyed by the aura that surged out from the Reincarnation Bridge. At the same time, all the cultivators in the central capital were affected by the aura. They rose into the air and looked at Ning Qi's house in shock. In their eyes, an enormous Reincarnation Bridge was standing in the air. What's going on? Is that the Reincarnation Bridge? Someone actually found the mark of his past life in the central capital. I know the owner of that house. He's from a small sect in the Tyli land. Who would have thought that he would find the Reincarnation Bridge in less than 100 years? The cultivators in the central capital were both envious and jealous. However, many cultivators' eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. These cultivators had stayed in the central capital for at least 1,000 years, but had not found the Reincarnation Bridge. Now, someone was planning to ascend to the rebirth state. How could it be so easy to ascend to the rebirth state? These cultivators flew out from various places and headed straight for Ning Qi's house. "Sai, I've seen 2 people find the Reincarnation Bridge in a short period of time, although Lin Longqiang was unlucky and was killed as soon as he ascended." A few cultivators spoke as they looked at Chen Haiying. Qin Haiying frowned. No one has ever found the Reincarnation Bridge in the central capital before. What happened to this person? Why would the mark of his past life be left in the central capital? Perhaps it's some kind of spiritual object that can recall one's past life. Someone came to a realization. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously swallowed and looked at each other. Then, without a word, they flew towards Ning Qi's house in tacit understanding. Wei Yu, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also walked out of her house. She looked at the enormous Reincarnation Bridge in the distant sky in astonishment. This Reincarnation Bridge seemed to be made entirely of white jade. The carvings on its surface were incomparably exquisite. Every step was at least 3 meters tall, and there were also incomparably profound carvings on the steps. However, standing too far away, one could not see them clearly. Wei Yu could sense a very special aura. She had not even sensed this aura from the rebirth state cultivators of the Wei clan. Compared to Lin Longqiang's cycle bridge, the one before him was not only larger, but it was also extremely luxurious. He could sense a trace of Emperor's qi from it. This person was at least a 5th step cultivator in his previous life, right? Wei Yu mumbled to herself. Then, her eyes flickered as if she had thought of something. She immediately soared into the sky and flew toward the Reincarnation Bridge. By the time she arrived, the nearby heavenly regions had been completely surrounded. Almost all the Fate State cultivators in Zhongdu City had gathered around the courtyard and were staring at the Reincarnation Bridge. Greed, envy, jealousy, hatred, and all sorts of other emotions landed on the Reincarnation Bridge at the same time. Some people also looked towards the small courtyard. When they discovered the existence of the Reincarnation Bridge, they discovered that it was a completely new face. They had never seen it before. At that time, those cultivators who had stayed in the central capital for many years without being able to break through to the samsara realm instantly collapsed. "It's actually him. When Chen Haiyang and the others saw Ning Qi's face, a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. Wasn't Jiang Tianshu an undead cultivator? How could he break through to the samsara realm again? Their astonishment didn't last long. They quickly reacted and their faces turned red. They knew that they had been fooled by Ning Qi. He wasn't Jiang Tianshu at all. A trace of anger rose in their hearts, but it was quickly suppressed. They thought of the most crucial point. If Ning Qi wasn't Jiang Tianshu, then the battle strength he had displayed was too terrifying. Not only had a heavenly mandate realm cultivator suppressed a group of geniuses from the primordial realm, but even Lin Longqiang, who had just broken through to the rebirth realm and was on a completely different level from a heavenly mandate realm cultivator, had been easily killed by Ning Qi. This might be a genius who was even more abnormal than Jiang Tianshu. At least, they had never heard of Jiang Tianshu having such a terrifying battle record when he was still at the Fate State. In addition to Chen Haiyang and the other cultivators who recognized Ning Qi, another group of cultivators from the archaic Star Pavilion also recognized Ning Qi at the same time. He found the reincarnation bridge so quickly. No wonder I heard that he was only at the peak of the karma realm when he entered the sect. In just a few hundred years, he has reached the peak of the Fate State. This kid's talent is really terrifying. Reaching the samsara realm has nothing to do with talent. I'm curious how he found the mark of his previous life in the central capital city. I'm also curious, but right now he might not be able to successfully advance to the samsara realm. I heard that when you find the reincarnation bridge, you'll fall into a state of reminiscence and be unable to move. You must wait for the reincarnation bridge to completely materialize before you can escape that state. In this state, you won't be able to resist attacks from the outside world. After he spoke, a lot of the cultivators from the ancient star system pavilion revealed a hint of hesitation. One of them whispered, "Since we're from the same sect, should we help?" Although we're from the same sect, he's a human. Normally, it wouldn't matter if we helped him, but now, did you notice? There are not just one or two cultivators who want to stop him from advancing to the samsara realm. There are at least 50 of them. Can we stop them? These cultivators have been in the central capital city for at least 1,000 years. Some of them might be old fellows that have lived for tens of thousands of years, although they haven't reached the samsara realm. Their strength is definitely not weaker than ours. When you and I reach the samsara realm, it will be the same situation. Everything will depend on luck. Everyone pray for your luck. The cultivators from the archaic star pavilion were relieved. Since they weren't going to help, they could only watch from the sidelines. Junior Brother Ning, even if you advance outside the city, it will be much safer than in the central capital. After Wei Yu arrived and saw that it was indeed Ning Qi who was advancing, she revealed a bitter smile. In the small courtyard, Ning Qi stood motionless as he looked up at the reincarnation bridge. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. In the eyes of others, he was clearly lost in his memories, but in reality, Ning Qi wasn't like Lin Longqiang. This was because this reincarnation bridge didn't seem to be the end. Chapter 3673. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. When the second reincarnation bridge appeared, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Out of the 9 reincarnation bridges, the first 3 represented the initial stage of the rebirth state. When advancing to the rebirth state, the more reincarnation bridges that appeared, the greater the benefits. There were prodigies who directly manifested 9 reincarnation bridges and entered the rebirth realm. How long has this boy been in the central capital? Not only did you find the reincarnation bridge, but you also found more than one. The envious and jealous cultivators now felt that the heavenly Tao was unfair. Do any of you recognize this cultivator? Advancing in Zhongdu City and not even letting us know, is this not putting my wild dragon guild in your eyes? A deep voice rang out. The one who spoke was dressed in a black robe, and behind him were dozens of people dressed similarly. Obviously, like Bai Qilong, he was the leader of a force in the central capital. Quan Long is right. It's fine if it's outside, but if you want to advance to the rebirth state in the central capital, you should at least pay us some protection fees, right? Others have to take great risks to advance to the rebirth state. Why can he do it so easily? After the Raging Dragon Society spoke, the leaders of the other forces also chimed in. In the small courtyard, Ning Qi's gaze landed on the second bridge of reincarnation. As for what the leader of the Raging Dragon Society had said, he didn't take it to heart for the time being. To him, a heavenly fate realm cultivator was an existence that could be completely ignored. Ning Qi was not afraid of inferior connate numinous treasures. When other people advance to the reincarnation realm, they can obtain enough memories of their previous lives. However, I only saw a scene of my previous life dying. What special meaning does this scene have? The one who told me the enemy was the white dragon of the Holy Council, Senator, or that ordinary-looking man in black. And the last sentence, grasping the sun and the moon and plucking the stars, there is no one like me in the world? Could this be some kind of mnemonic chant? Many questions rose in Ning Qi's heart. He did not even take the power in his body, which was gradually transforming into a higher level of reincarnation power. Instead, he activated the body-strengthening star technique. The next moment, Ning Qi appeared in the void. In the distance, there was an astral giant that was constantly emitting a faint white light. Ning Qi arrived in front of the star giant and absorbed the power of the stars that kept surging towards him. When the time limit was up, the feeling of rejection attacked him again. Grasp the sun, moon, and stars. There is no one like me in the world. Ning Qi subconsciously recited the mnemonic. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously lifeless astral giant seemed to come to life. Its head slowly turned as it looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he was still a long distance away from the star giant. The star giant's head was actually nothing more than countless interconnected stars. If the head really moved, then wouldn't it mean that in this instant these countless stars celeste changed at the same time? The energy required to move a star was extremely terrifying. Back in the immortal world, Ning Qi had the strength to destroy a star. However, it was basically impossible for him to move a star. Even if he returned to the immortal world with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to do so. Although Ning Qi was confident that he could easily move 1 or 2 stars, he probably wouldn't be able to move hundreds or thousands of them. No matter which world it was, there were existences similar to the heavenly Tao. Whether they were alive or dead, whether they had intelligence or not, their existence was to maintain the order of the world. Every planet was under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when Ning Qi saw the scene in front of him, he was suddenly taken aback. He seemed to have somewhat understood the meaning of the phrase, holding the sun and moon in one's hand and plucking the stars. The star giant's transformation did not stop there. When it looked at Ning Qi, the feeling of being repelled had already disappeared. In the next moment, the power of the stars that was thousands of times stronger than before poured towards Ning Qi's body like a flood, because in a split second, Ning Qi had a feeling of fullness. Outside, Ning Qi's body was constantly being tempered by the star power. This tempering was different from before. The aura of the star power seemed to carry a different kind of special power. Therefore, it ignored the limit of Ning Qi's ancient star body and allowed Ning Qi's body to be strengthened like crazy. At the same time, the third reincarnation bridge rolled out from the void. The aura and the strange phenomenon made the heavens' mandate realm cultivators in the central capital look shocked. 3 bridges, 3 reincarnation bridges meant that as long as Ning Qi completed his breakthrough, he would be a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the rebirth realm. He would only be half a step away from the mid-stage of the rebirth realm. This was usually the goal of many heavens' mandate realm cultivators. They didn't expect to find 7 or 8 reincarnation bridges at once. As long as they could find 3, it would be of great help to their future cultivation. For example, if a fellow disciple of the same cultivation level could only find 1 reincarnation bridge, and the other could find 3, then when the former reached the peak of the initial stage of the rebirth state, the latter might have already reached the intermediate stage of the rebirth state, and there would be a huge gap between them. We can't let him continue. The expression of the Wild Dragon Union's leader became more serious. His words just now would inevitably reach Ning Chi's ears. If he allowed Ning Chi to continue breaking through, he would be the first one to deal with him once Ning Chi reached the rebirth realm. Since no one admits which sect this kid belongs to, then we won't hold back. The Wild Dragon Union's leader coldly looked at everyone. The other major forces were also prepared to join forces to attack the reincarnation bridge in the sky. Before a true breakthrough, both the reincarnation bridge and the original body would be at a disadvantage. For example, as long as one stayed in the ruins of reincarnation long enough, destroying the reincarnation bridge and interrupting the other party's advancement would more or less happen once or twice. However, most of them were enemies fighting each other or sects that had enmity with each other in the outside world. There weren't many cases of people attacking out of jealousy. Wait, he's a core disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. Wei Yu hesitated for a moment before sighing in her heart and stepping forward. A core disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion. The leaders of the major forces looked at each other. A few of them had strange expressions because they were from the ancient Star Pavilion. However, Ning Chi's face was very unfamiliar and they had never seen him before. They determined that Ning Chi was a new disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion after they entered the ruins of reincarnation. As a result, the jealousy in their hearts burned even more. When the new waves of the Yangtze River surpassed the old, it was actually a very frightening and embarrassing thing for him to do. The Wild Dragon Union's leader suddenly said with a gloomy expression, "Even a disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion can't mess around in the ruins of reincarnation. He doesn't follow the rules, so don't blame us for not giving him face. Everyone, let's first join forces and destroy one of his reincarnation bridges." Chapter 3674. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Are you sure you want to do this? Wei Yu said with a strange expression. She did not believe that Ning Chi would openly advance to the reincarnation stage in the central capital without making any arrangements. This group of fellows would very likely be asking for trouble. You plan to use the ancient Star Pavilion to threaten us? The leader of the Raging Dragon Society glanced at Wei Yu. I know that the ancient Star Pavilion isn't something you need to be afraid of in the reincarnation ruins, but one more friend means one more path. Why must you be so ruthless? Wei Yu sighed. The leader of the Raging Dragon Gang did not plan to argue with Wei Yu any longer. He directly glanced at the leaders of the other forces. Everyone broke through the air with great tacit understanding and unleashed their strongest techniques, bombarding the third bridge that had just appeared. These people's eyes were filled with madness, but at the same time, they also had a trace of smirk on their faces. Did he want to advance to the reincarnation realm in front of them? They were thinking too simply. If they couldn't advance, no one else could. Boom! The joint attack of 100 cultivators at the peak of the Fate State exploded on Ning Chi's third reincarnation bridge. The terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivators to retreat several hundred meters, even though they were not able to withstand it. They were all at the peak of the Fate State, but the combined attack of over 100 of them was almost as powerful as a rebirth state cultivator. They would suffer minor injuries if they were accidentally brushed by the shock waves. It should be broken, right? Everyone thought silently in their hearts. When the dust dispersed, they found that the reincarnation bridge was still standing in the void. It seemed that the attack just now had not caused any damage to it. This is just a newly formed reincarnation bridge. How can it be so durable? A trace of shock flashed across the eyes of the leader of the Raging Dragon Association. Continue until it shatters, someone shouted. Then everyone joined forces again and kept attacking the reincarnation bridge. Since they had already acted once, there was no turning back. If they couldn't stop Ning Qi from advancing to the rebirth state, they would have to escape from the central capital. Outside the city, danger was everywhere. If he didn't want to leave the ruins of reincarnation just like that, he could only stop Ning Qi from advancing. 10 minutes later, when everyone was attacking the third reincarnation bridge with all their might, another reincarnation bridge rolled out of the void. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously withdrew their hands. What was his identity in his previous life? For reincarnation bridges suddenly appeared? If he succeeds, he will become a rebirth intermediate cultivator? What kind of existence have we provoked? Some of the cultivators were already feeling remorseful. What about now, Mad Dragon? Which one? It's the new one. It has just appeared, so its foundation is still unstable. The leader of the Raging Dragon Association was silent for a while, then pointed at the fourth bridge of reincarnation and said, the third bridge had been bombarded for a long time, but not even a single brick had been knocked down, so continuing to bombard it was useless. Only the fourth bridge of reincarnation had just appeared, so perhaps they could take advantage of this opportunity. Destroy! As long as one of them was destroyed, the person who was in the process of advancing would definitely be heavily injured. At that time, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. All right, then the fourth one. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Just as everyone was attacking the fourth reincarnation bridge in full swing, another loud sound came from the void, followed by another reincarnation bridge rolling out. Wei Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Even in the Wei clan, there were very few prodigies who had completed 5 reincarnation bridges. Each reincarnation bridge represented a different level of talent. When the disciples of the 4 great emperor clans advanced to the rebirth realm, it was more common for them to have 2 reincarnation bridges. There were also some who had 3 reincarnation bridges, but for reincarnation bridges belonged to geniuses like Jiang Tianshu. The probability of having 5 reincarnation bridges was extremely low. After so many years, there was only 1 reincarnation bridge every few thousand years. From the looks of it, the advancement process hasn't stopped. Could there be another reincarnation bridge? Wei Yu's expression became extremely solemn. The other core cultivators from the ancient star pavilion looked at each other, then looked at Ning Qi in the courtyard with complicated expressions. They hadn't expected Ning Qi to be able to awaken so many reincarnation bridges at once. If they had known earlier, the Wild Dragon Society would have been waiting for someone to act recklessly. When Ning Qi acted recklessly, they would most likely lend a hand. In this way, they would be able to build a closer relationship with Ning Qi. Unfortunately, it was too late now. How stupid. If you can't destroy the reincarnation bridges, you can attack people. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked around but couldn't find the person who had spoken. However, the leader of the Wild Dragon Society and the others immediately reacted and attacked Ning Qi in the courtyard with extremely ferocious expressions. They had entered a dead end just now and had only wanted to destroy the reincarnation bridges. They hadn't thought that they could directly attack Ning Qi's body. A mere Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of over 100 cultivators at the peak of the Heaven's Mandate realm, even if he were to advance. Attack him together? Hit him! Along with a furious roar, the attacks that were originally aimed at the reincarnation bridge all changed targets. Colorful spell techniques exploded one after another on Ning Qi's body like dazzling fireworks. Someone controlled a huge mountain to press down on Ning Qi. Someone took out a flying sword and slashed at Ning Qi. Whether it was spells or spirit treasures, when these attacks landed on Ning Qi's body, there was a loud sound of metal clashing. Not long after, the small courtyard was smashed into ruins. Even the surrounding buildings were affected. With Ning Chi at the center, there was only a huge pit in a radius of several hundred feet. Isn't this guy's body too terrifying? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Ning Chi, who was completely unharmed. They all gasped in their hearts. When Ning Chi was besieged by everyone, he didn't use any defensive methods and let the spells and spirit treasures hit his body. However, aside from some damage to his clothes, they couldn't see any blood on Ning Chi's body. He wasn't injured at all. There were no signs of it. It's him. I recognize him. He's the cultivator from the ancient star pavilion who killed Bai Qilong. I heard that his ancient star body has been tempered to rank 9 and is comparable to a rebirth realm cultivator. Someone finally recognized Ning Chi. This was because Ning Chi had only appeared for a short period of time that day. After killing Bai Qilong, he left the central capital. Many people knew about this, but very few had actually seen Ning Chi. I see. When Chen Haiyang and the others heard this shout, their eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. They finally knew why Ning Chi was so powerful. Rank 9 ancient star body. This was equivalent to a rebirth realm body refinement cultivator. Compared to a heavens mandate realm cultivator, there was an entire realm difference. Boom! With a loud bang, the 6th reincarnation bridge rolled out from the void. When the members of the Wild Dragon Gang saw this, they immediately wanted to retreat. A member of the Wild Dragon Gang hesitated for a moment before saying, "President, let's leave the central capital." Chapter 3675. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign /say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. No. The leader of the Raging Dragon Gang said coldly, "There is no turning back once the bow is shot. If we don't stop him from advancing to the rebirth realm, do you plan on not returning to the central capital in the future?" "If there's really no other way, I'll leave the ruins of reincarnation." Someone whispered, "Leave the ruins of reincarnation? How could you even think of this? How much effort did we put in to get here? If he doesn't advance to the rebirth state, then leave this place. Even if you don't want your face, I do. No one is allowed to hold back. Use all your trump cards and stop him from advancing." The leader of the Raging Dragon Association said angrily. When everyone heard this, they could only brace themselves and continue bombarding Ning Chi. However, they discovered that Ning Chi's skin seemed to be enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. "I feel like my body is going to explode." In the void, Ning Chi looked at the star giant in the distance, with a bitter smile on his face. Since he recited the words that seemed to be an incantation, the body-strengthening star skill had taken another path. The star giant in front of him seemed to intend to make him explode, and the power of the stars kept pouring into Ning Chi's body. Body-strengthening star spell and immemorial star body are definitely not ordinary spells. They will become basic spells that can be easily obtained and cultivated. It's probably just that the chant hasn't been passed down. It seems like I broke through. Ning Chi's expression changed slightly. Then he felt that the feeling of fullness instantly disappeared and was replaced by hunger. At the same time, his body shone with a golden light. A beam of golden light moved under Ning Chi's skin like a swimming dragon. Eventually, it entered Ning Chi's glabella. Although Ning Chi's divine will was still confronting the star giant in the void, his ancient star body had directly broken through the limit of the 9th rank and reached the 10th rank. His physical strength instantly increased by at least 10 times. The phenomenon on Ning Chi's body immediately attracted everyone's attention. His body refining technique seems to have made a breakthrough again. A trace of doubt appeared in everyone's eyes. At the same time, another reincarnation bridge appeared in the sky. 7. Mad Dragon, let's stop. This guy can't be moved no matter how I hit him. His reincarnation bridge is also frighteningly hard. Now that he has 7 reincarnation bridges, he will directly become a late-stage rebirth state cultivator when he completes his breakthrough. He can crush us with just one hand. The madness in the eyes of the leader of the Raging Dragon Society gradually weakened, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. The current situation was already difficult for him to advance or retreat. If they continued to fight, it would be a waste of energy and they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. But if they didn't fight, could they really escape from the central capital? Even the nearest big city to the central capital would take several years to reach. If there was any danger along the way, what if there was danger? It was very likely that he would die along the way. Just when everyone was in a dilemma, a carriage suddenly flew out of the fog and into the central capital. This carriage was pulled by 2 red dragons that were more than 100 feet long. Their entire bodies were covered in scales that exuded a gem-like luster. When this carriage appeared, everyone in the central capital was stunned. Everyone was attracted by the aura emanating from the 2 crimson dragons. These 2 crimson dragons were at least at the rebirth state, intermediate stage. It was obvious that the person inside the carriage was definitely not at the fate state. A senior has come to our central capital city. A trace of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. In the ruins of reincarnation, there were not only Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators, but Rebirth Realm and even 5th Step cultivators were also very common. After all, the 10,000 realms of reincarnation was too mysterious. Many people wanted to find their own opportunities in it, and there were cultivators who enjoyed it every day. Every day, there would be cultivators who would use various methods to enter the 10,000 realms of reincarnation. There were even some cultivators who had made too many enemies in the outside world and directly hid in the 10,000 realms of reincarnation to cultivate. In the 10,000 realms of reincarnation, as long as you weren't afraid of being killed by the evil demons in the fog, it was indeed a holy land to hide from your enemies. 2 rebirth state dragons are willing to pull the carriage. The identity of the visitor is extraordinary. The leader of the Raging Dragon Society and the others looked at each other, and their expressions became somewhat solemn. Too many things had happened today. On one side was Ning Qi, who was advancing, and on the other side was an unknown cultivator. Oh, someone is advancing to the rebirth state in the city, and there are 7 reincarnation bridges. The existence in the carriage seemed to be attracted by Ning Qi's advancement. It stopped not far away from the reincarnation bridges, and a slightly gloomy voice came from the carriage. Interesting, I didn't expect a remote place like Tai Li to produce such a genius. Could he have reincarnated from the primordial land in his previous life? Everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard that. The tone of the person in the chariot clearly showed a trace of contempt towards the land of Tai Li and Tai Chu. Therefore, it was very likely that the other party's origin was related to the primordial land. The few huge cities in the primordial land are more than 108,000 miles away from our central capital city. How did this senior come here? It might have something to do with the carriage. I vaguely feel that the 2 red dragons are not living creatures. Not living creatures. Could it be that the carriage is a spiritual treasure? Very likely. Many cultivators with extremely sharp eyesight secretly sensed that the carriage was not ordinary. Using a dragon to pull a carriage was seen in some small worlds, but in the Shenluo realm, the dragon clan was a first-class race. They could be killed and suppressed, but they could not be humiliated. If someone really used the dragon race to pull a chariot, it was possible that they were tired of living. 7 reincarnation bridges. Maybe if there are 8, I can take him as a disciple. Another voice came from the carriage. When the members of the Raging Dragon Guild heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Many of them looked at Raging Dragon with resentment. They still had time to leave, but because of Raging Dragon's persistence, they were unable to escape the central capital city before the carriage appeared. Now there was only one way for them to go: leave the ruins of reincarnation and perhaps they could save their lives. By the way, where is Jiang Tianshu of the ancient Star Pavilion? He killed so many geniuses of the mountain sect. Could he have escaped the ruins of reincarnation just like that? If anyone knows where he is, I can give him a mysterious spirit herb. The gloomy voice came from the carriage again. Ancient Star Pavilions, Jiang Tianshu? Everyone's expressions became extremely strange. The core disciples from the various star palaces looked at each other. Senior brother Jiang was also here? Why didn't they know? Only Chen Haiyang and company panicked. They knew who the other party was looking for. If Jiang Tianshu doesn't come out, then I will destroy your central capital city. Don't say that my mountain sect is merciless. A blood-red figure walked out of the carriage. His gloomy gaze gave off a suffocating pressure. A cultivator of the ancient Star Pavilion bravely asked, Senior brother Jiang didn't come to the ruins of reincarnation. Is there some misunderstanding? Chapter 3676. Jiang Tianshu didn't come to the ruins of reincarnation. The blood-red figure's gloomy eyes immediately locked onto the person who spoke. He gently reached out, and the cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion flew involuntarily toward him. It was as if he was being controlled by an invisible force and was imprisoned in the void. The cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion revealed a trace of fear in his eyes. He regretted speaking. The other party was so aggressive and definitely wasn't here to make friends. If he accidentally angered the other party, he might not even have a corpse left. Aside from one, all the geniuses of my mountain sect were suppressed by the demon refining gourd. As far as I know, there is only one demon refining gourd in the Tai Li land, and it's in the hands of the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace, Jiang Tianshu. You said that Jiang Tianshu didn't come? Do you think I, Devil Lord Lansheng, am a fool? The blood-red figure looked at him coldly. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. If Senior Brother Jiang came, I would definitely know. However, I've never seen Senior Brother Jiang. Once I destroy your central capital, I believe Jiang Tianshu won't hide anymore, right? Demon Venerable Nanji still did not believe the other party's words. The corners of his lips curled into a hideous smile, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body. In an instant, it covered the entire city. It was as if he could destroy the entire central capital with a single thought. When everyone saw this, their faces instantly revealed astonished expressions. They instantly felt somewhat innocent in their hearts. Are we going to be killed for no reason? Were they going to leave the ruins of reincarnation just like that? They suddenly felt that they were in a dilemma. Chen Haiyang, why don't you tell Senior who used the demon refining gourd to kill the cultivator from the mountain sect? A voice suddenly rang out. Wei Yu was originally hesitating on how to deal with the situation. When she heard the voice, her expression suddenly changed, and she had a bad feeling. Chen Haiyang and the others were certain that Ning Qi was the one who killed the cultivator from the mountain faction. Ning Qi was currently in the midst of breaking through to the next level. Ning Qi seemed to have obtained some kind of extremely powerful fortuitous encounter that not even 100 Fate State cultivators could defeat. However, there was a high chance that the one who came was a sempiternal realm cultivator. Moreover, the mountain sect seemed to be stronger than the ancient Star Pavilion. An undead realm cultivator with such a background was likely stronger than the deputy palace masters of the ancient Star Pavilion. As a descendant of a great emperor family, Wei Yu had long heard the elders in her family talk about the strength of the fifth step cultivators in the ancient star system pavilion. Ordinary undead realm elders were fine, but once they reached the level of the vice palace master, they could look down on everyone in the same realm as them. They wouldn't be any weaker than her Wei family's undying realm cultivators. They could already be considered giants. No matter how powerful he is, surely he won't be able to deal with a sempiternal realm expert? I wonder if he can still sense the outside world. If he can, he'll have to leave the reincarnation ruins, even if he has to stop breaking through to save his life. Thinking about this, Wei Yu immediately sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. Junior brother Ning, you've already manifested 7 reincarnation bridges. Why don't you stop breaking through and return to the ancient star system pavilion first? The enemy is right before us. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave. For an ordinary cultivator, manifesting 3 reincarnation bridges was already extremely lucky. Anyone would be satisfied with 7, right? There was no need to be greedy for 8 or 9 bridges. She believed that Ning Qi would make the right choice. Who's Qin Haiyang? Devil Master Lan Shang's attention shifted away from the cultivator from the ancient star system pavilion and looked at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze. Then his gaze locked onto Qin Haiyang, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. It wasn't that Qin Haiyang didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. It was just that there were many people watching him, so it was basically impossible for him to hide. You're Qin Haiyang? Do you know where Jiang Tianshu is? Tell me, and I'll let the cultivators of the central capital go. Devil Master Lan Shang said calmly. This, Qin Haiyang revealed a hint of hesitation. Brother Qin, if you know, then hurry up and tell the senior. Don't let all the cultivators of the central capital die with the ancient star system pavilion. What are you hesitating for? We'll all die together if you don't tell me. Hurry up and tell me. If you don't, even if I don't die today, I'll beat you to death. Many people tried to persuade him. Jiang Tianshu is indeed not in the ruins of reincarnation. Qin Haiyang revealed a wry smile and spoke slowly. Devil Master Lan Shang's aura instantly became extremely sharp. Some peak heavens mandate realm cultivators with unstable foundations were directly suppressed by this aura and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Their expressions became extremely dispirited. Qin Haiyang quickly said, Senior, please wait. Although Jiang Tianshu isn't in the ruins of reincarnation, I know who killed the cultivator from the mountain sect. Devil Master Lan Shang frowned slightly. He could tell that Qin Haiyang was not lying. Could it be that the person who killed the cultivator from the mountain sect was not Jiang Tianshu? However, the only disciple with the surname Qin who managed to escape did not say that. He swore that the person who killed the cultivator from the mountain sect was Jiang Tianshu, the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace of the ancient star system pavilion. Actually, he's the one who killed the cultivator. Qin Haiyang sighed and pointed at Ning Qi, who was in the middle of a breakthrough. It's him? How is that possible? Everyone's faces revealed a trace of astonishment. So the Jiang Tianshu that Devil Master Lan Shang mentioned was actually Ning Qi, the leader of the Raging Dragon Gang, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to see the light at the end of the tunnel. If the person Devil Master Lan Shang was looking for was Ning Qi, then there was no way Ning Qi could escape from a cultivator who was suspected to be at the sempiternal realm. It would be too late for him to leave the ruins of reincarnation and return to the outside world. That way, they would no longer have to worry about attacking Ning Qi. After dying in the hands of Devil Master Lan Shang, Ning Qi would no longer have the chance to attack them. It's this kid? Devil Master Lan Shang's gaze fell on Ning Qi. He looked thoughtfully at the 7 reincarnation bridges in the void. He was still a little doubtful. This kid is only at the peak of the Destiny realm. He's far from the Undying realm. It's impossible for him to be Jiang Tianshu. Could it be that the ancient star system pavilion has 2 8th-grade demon refining gourds? Thinking of this, Devil Master Lan Shang's eyes became extremely serious. Ning Qi had manifested 7 reincarnation bridges and had not stopped advancing. It was obvious that he was planning to manifest the 8th one. With such talent, if he broke through to the rebirth realm and took out the 8th-grade demon refining gourd, even ordinary Undying realm cultivators would have to avoid him. Once he reached the 5th step, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Geniuses who manifested more than 6 reincarnation bridges were basically considered as reserves for the 5th step. They were already qualified to step into the 5th step. Chapter 3677. Are you sure it's him? The apocalyptic demon Venerable frowned. Chen Haiyang was truly moved by Ning Qi's talent. Seeing that Ning Qi had conjured so many reincarnation bridges, if he brought them back to the mountain sect would have another prodigy who was qualified to enter the sacred mountain. Perhaps his hope of breaking through to the eternal realm rested on Ning Qi. However, Chen Haiyang said that Ning Qi had killed the people from the mountain sect. In that case, he could only give up on his previous plan and kill Ning Qi to prevent any future troubles. Yes, they saw it too. Chen Haiyang nodded. He then pointed out all the cultivators in the Black Palace that day. The cultivators were shocked. They did not expect to be betrayed by Chen Haiyang. A vicious look flashed across Chen Haiyang's eyes. The person who spoke just now had used a special method. He did not know who it was, but there were only a few people who knew what Ning Qi had done in the Black Palace. The person who spoke must be one of them. If you push me out, you won't have it easy either. Chen Haiyang sneered in his heart. He's telling the truth. The apocalyptic demon Venerable cast a cold glance at the group of people whom Chen Haiyang had pointed out. After they nodded in confirmation, the apocalyptic demon Venerable looked at Ning Qi with an extremely cold gaze. Junior brother Ning, why aren't you leaving yet? A hint of anxiety flashed across Wei Yu's eyes. At that moment, another loud sound came from the void. The 8th reincarnation bridge appeared before everyone's eyes. 8 bridges. He should have completed his advancement, right? That's good too. Although he has such talent, he'll be killed immediately after completing his advancement. If it were me, I'd rather conjure only 1 reincarnation bridge than end up like this. Everyone looked in Ning Qi's direction with different moods. The jealousy in their eyes had almost disappeared and was replaced by schadenfreude. The world of cultivators was like a basket filled with crabs. Any crab that tried to climb out would eventually be pulled down by the other crabs. This was especially so for an outstanding crab like Ning Qi. If he climbed out of the basket, most of the cultivators present would be extremely displeased. As the crowd assumed that Ning Qi was about to complete his advancement, they realized that Ning Qi was still in the midst of his advancement. Even the apocalyptic demon, Reverend, was startled. Once he reached the rebirth stage, he would be able to manifest 9 reincarnation bridges, which meant that he would be able to reach the full circle of the rebirth stage. While other cultivators at the same level had to consider how to advance to the mid-rebirth stage, Ning Qi could already make arrangements to advance to the undead stage. This was something that many Heavenly Mandate Realm cultivators didn't even dare to dream of. Interesting. This kid was at least at the imperishable realm in his previous life, right? When I reached the reincarnation realm, I only managed to form 5 reincarnation bridges. Haha, no wonder the ancient star pavilion valued me so much when I was only at the fate realm and even gave me a treasure like the demon refining gourd. Killing such an existence isn't considered bullying the weak. A hint of a smile appeared on demon Venerable Ling Shi's face as he muttered to himself. 8th grade demon refining gourd? Does he really have such a weapon? No wonder he thought it was Jiang Tianshu. I didn't expect the ancient star pavilion to have 2 demon refining gourds. Did the Star Emperor clear out the nest of the demon clan? Impossible. The demon clan is a top-tier race. No matter how strong the ancient star pavilion is, it's still like an ant compared to the demon clan. How could it clear out the nest of the demon clan? I've long heard rumors that Jiang Tianshu obtained the demon refining gourd from a demon clan member in the absolute beginning land. That demon clan member's name is Triple X. Not long ago, her 2 disciples came to the ancient star pavilion to denounce Jiang Tianshu, but Jiang Tianshu planned to silence them. Later, an elder of the ancient star pavilion found out so the matter was dropped. Is that so? How do you know so much about it? Before coming here, I met a disciple of the ancient star pavilion in a small world. According to him, he was also there that day. He was forced to escape to a small world by Jiang Tianshu. I see. Everyone's expressions became slightly strange. The leader of the wild dragon triad and the others could not help but feel a trace of relief. If it wasn't for demon Venerable Ling Shi's arrival, they would not have been able to leave the ruins of reincarnation once Ning Qi completed his breakthrough and took out the demon refining gourd. Good, good. The leader of the wild dragon triad touched his neck and felt cold sweat. 10 minutes had passed, but demon Venerable Ling Shi did not seem to have any intention of making a move. This made the leader of the wild dragon triad and the others a little worried. They guessed that demon Venerable Ling Shi planned to wait for Ning Qi to complete his breakthrough before making a move. However, they were praying that demon Venerable Ling Shi would deal with Ning Qi as soon as possible. Once he dealt with Ning Qi, demon Venerable Ling Shi would leave the central capital city and return to normal. I've already reached the rank 10 ancient star body, but the star giant still doesn't seem to want to let me go. Do I have to break through to rank 11? What's the limit of the ancient star body? In the void, Ning Qi could not help but stand rooted to the ground, allowing the power of the stars to flow into his body and refine it. Normally, he would want to maintain this state. After all, it was increasing his strength. However, just now he sensed a trace of danger. At his current level of cultivation, his premonitions were extremely accurate. If he felt danger, it meant that a cultivator that could threaten him had arrived in the central capital city. There should be a way to stop this cultivation. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of thought. Hold the sun and moon in my hand and pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. If this was the true chant of the ancient star body, then there might be an ending chant. Ning Qi instantly flipped through all the books and cultivation methods related to the ancient star body. Finally, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted at the star giant, "Bright moonlight in front of the bed! It seems to be frost on the ground." No, the power of the stars was still surging. The Big Dipper drinks fine wine and persuades the dragons to drink. The Big Dipper is vertical and horizontal. The Big Dipper is horizontal and straight. The Big Dipper is high. The Big Dipper is high at night. Ning Qi recited dozens of verses related to the Big Dipper, but to no avail. When he felt full again, the head of the star giant began to move again and return to its original appearance. His divine thoughts were also expelled out of the void and returned to his body. At this moment, Ning Qi's ancient star body had reached the peak of the rank 10. At the same time, another reincarnation bridge appeared above his head. When the 9 bridges were connected together, it made people jealous and envious. Boom! There seemed to be a loud sound in his mind. Then, the 9 reincarnation bridges seemed to come to life and entered Ning Qi's forehead. Ning Qi's aura was completely different from before. An aura that belonged to a cultivator at the peak of the rebirth realm slowly spread out. Chapter 3678. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the rebirth realm. Ding! Since the host has reached the peak of the 4th step and has tempered 10% of his golden body in advance, the system will give the host a chance to draw the infinite world of reincarnation. A chance to draw the infinite world of reincarnation? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. It had been a long, long time since he had played the lottery. After all, Ning Qi was not interested in anything that could be drawn from the system's spinwheel. However, after the system had been updated, the Infinite World Reincarnation Lottery had appeared. Based on the name, this lottery might have something to do with the Infinite World Reincarnation. For some reason, Ning Qi felt that it was a little superior. Can I draw it later? Ning Qi asked in his heart. You can draw at any time within 24 hours. If you exceed this time, the host will automatically give up and lose the chance to draw. The system notification sounded. He has successfully advanced. This aura, he is definitely at the rebirth realm. I didn't expect our central capital to have such a genius. He has manifested 9 reincarnation bridges and is at the rebirth realm at the rebirth realm. I don't even know when I will find the mark of my previous life. What a pity. He had such a bright future. But now he has been targeted by a sempiternal realm expert. The day he advances will also be the day he dies. Someone chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Ningqi took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze first fell on the leader of the Raging Dragon gang. The leader felt a chill down his spine when he saw Ningqi looking at him. However, he quickly reacted and looked at Ningqi gloatingly. He could not even protect himself, so he was not afraid of Ningqi attacking him. You guys seem to have a good time beating me up just now. Ningqi smiled and reached out to grab the item in his hand. He sneered and said, "Whose spiritual treasure is this? Who the hell used a foot binding cloth as a spiritual treasure and threw it at me?" Everyone's expression became a bit strange. One of the female cultivators' cheeks turned red. She wanted to take back the foot binding cloth, but it was tightly held in Ningqi's hand. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't take it back. The female cultivator had planned to let the spiritual treasure lie dormant and attack Ningqi when he was not paying attention. However, the sudden appearance of the reincarnation demon Venerable diverted her attention, and she had forgotten about it. If not for Ningqi's reminder, she might have only remembered it after a long time. Not talking? Then I'll tear it. Ningqi sneered. Wait, the female cultivator cried out in alarm. In the next moment, there was a tearing sound. The primordial spiritual treasure, which was at least of the 5th grade, was torn to pieces by Ningqi. The female cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood essence and looked at Ningqi with an extremely pale face. "Don't be so arrogant." The leader of the Raging Dragon Association immediately let out a furious roar. He stepped forward to support the female cultivator and stared at Ningqi. This female cultivator was none other than his Tao companion. Seeing his Tao companion's connate numinous treasure being torn apart by Ningqi in front of everyone, the leader of the Raging Dragon Society was enraged. If not for the fact that Ningqi's aura was too strong with his temper, he would have personally taken action. "Junior Brother Ning, you should leave the ruins of reincarnation immediately. The world demon Venerable of the Mountain sect wants to kill you. His cultivation is at least at the sempiternal realm." Wei Yu's voice rang in Ningqi's ears. In the next moment, the world demon Venerable sneered at the same time. "Do you really think you're at the 5th step by sending a voice transmission in front of me?" Wei Yu's expression changed slightly, and she felt a little scared. It seemed like the world demon Venerable had heard her voice transmission to Ningqi at the beginning. "Senior World Demon Venerable, this is the person who killed the fellow cultivator from the mountain sect. Please kill him quickly." The leader of the Raging Dragon Society turned around and cupped his hands at the World Demon Venerable. "What does it have to do with you whether I kill him or not? You're just a heavenly mandate realm cultivator, and you want to use me as a tool." The World Demon Venerable glanced at the leader of the Raging Dragon Society coldly. The leader of the Raging Dragon Society felt something sweet in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes as he took a few steps back. "I was rude. Please forgive me, Senior." "Humph." The World Demon Venerable snorted and ignored the leader of the Raging Dragon Society. He looked at Ningqi indifferently. Previously, a group of elites from the mountain sect found the palace ruins left behind by ancestral Master Qin. In the end, they were almost killed by you, right? That seems to be the case. Ningqi smiled and nodded. The gazes of the crowd became even weirder. So what if Ningqi had broken through to the rebirth state? The other party's cultivation was at least at the sempiternal realm. It would be too easy for him to crush a rebirth state cultivator. The world demon Venerable's gaze gradually turned cold. You have an 8th grade innate spiritual treasure, the demon refining gourd? Yes. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Give it to me and I'll spare your life, the world demon Venerable said indifferently. However, Ningqi could see a hint of undisguised killing intent in the depths of the world demon Venerable's eyes. You should at least show some sincerity if you want to scam something from me. Even a blind person wouldn't believe that you'll spare my life. Ningqi smiled. This guy is too daring. The crowd could not help but feel shocked when they saw Ningqi talking and laughing while facing the demon Venerable Nantian. It was as if he was not afraid that the demon Venerable Nantian would kill him. Many cultivators looked at Ningqi with a hint of admiration in their eyes. What kind of medicine does junior apprentice Brother Ning have in mind? Wei Yu frowned slightly. For some reason, she had calmed down. The more nonchalant Ningqi appeared, the more she suspected that Ningqi might have a trump card that could fight against a sempiternal realm cultivator. However, what exactly was that trump card? Even if it was a 9th grade innate spiritual treasure, a rebirth state cultivator would not be able to fight against a sempiternal realm cultivator, right? Sincerity? Do you think you're qualified? The world demon Venerable sneered. Since you're unwilling to accept a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll take it myself. Roar. The 2 crimson dragons suddenly roared into the sky. Their blood-red eyes immediately emitted 2 rays of red light as they shot toward Ningqi. How dare you bully my husband with your measly strength? A cold snort suddenly sounded in the crowd's ears. Following that, a white light flashed. By the time they reacted, the 2 crimson dragons had already disappeared. Only a lonely carriage was left in the sky, and the world demon Venerable, who was standing in front of the carriage with a slightly shocked expression. Imperishable realm? The world demon Venerable stared at Wang Shui with his mouth agape. A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Where did she come from? Could she have been hiding beside this kid from the very beginning? But why would an imperishable realm cultivator become the partner of a rebirth state cultivator? This question did not just come from the bottom of the world demon Venerable's heart. Even the crowd present were shocked and confused by this scene. The aura on Wang Shui was much stronger than the world demon Venerable's, and she addressed Ningqi as her husband. Chapter 3679. Who exactly are you? The Lan Shi demon Venerable looked at Wang Shui in fear. At the same time, he began to think of a way out. It was easy for him to leave the ruins of reincarnation, but the process would take a few breaths of time. During this time, he would not be able to attack anyone, nor would he be able to defend himself. If Wang Shui took the opportunity to kill him, the Lan Shi demon Venerable would not even be able to resist. Therefore, he rejected this option as soon as it appeared in his mind. He could only find a chance to escape from the central capital and enter the fog. Once inside the fog, even an imperishable stage cultivator would not be able to catch up to an imperishable stage cultivator in a short period of time. The person who will kill you. Wang Shui smiled. Wei Yu felt that Ningqi had already exceeded her expectations, yet the scene before her eyes caused her gaze to become slightly sluggish. Never had she imagined that an eternal realm cultivator had actually been hiding by Ningqi's side all along. Moreover, this eternal realm cultivator was Ningqi's dual cultivation, Tao companion. How exactly did she follow us into the ruins of reincarnation under the noses of the elders? Could she have arrived at the central capital beforehand and been waiting for Junior Brother Ning? But, although Junior Brother Ning is good-looking and talented, how could an imperishable stage cultivator become a dual cultivation partner with a rebirth stage cultivator? No, Junior Brother Ning was only a heavenly mandate stage cultivator previously, so it's very likely that he and she, Wei Yu suddenly felt that she could not understand the world anymore. An imperishable stage cultivator becoming a dual cultivation partner with a heavenly mandate stage cultivator was rarely seen in ancient books. Even if it was an imaginary story, no one would dare to write it. It was like a princess in the mortal world suddenly telling others that the husband she had chosen was an ordinary beggar on the street. It was shocking. Are you his senior? I'm Yen Shur, an elder of the mountain faction in the primordial land. Our faction has some misunderstandings with him, but we can have a good talk to resolve the misunderstanding. There's no need to fight. A fifth step cultivator will cause a huge commotion when he fights. It's very possible that he'll destroy the city. The Lan Shur demon, Venerable, said slowly after a few breaths of silence. The cultivators in the central capital immediately recovered from the shock of Wang Shue's appearance. They seemed to be worried about their current situation. Unknowingly, they had become a wall sandwiched between two fifth-step cultivators and were in danger of being smashed into pieces at any time. How could I be his elder? What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Shue was a little annoyed. Then who are you to him? It's impossible for him to be your dual cultivation partner, Demon Venerable Lan Shur said with a frown. Cough! Ning Qi cleared his throat, smiled at Demon Venerable Nanshur, and said, I'm sorry, but my wife is indeed an imperishable realm cultivator. Are you bragging? Husband, should we kill or keep this person? Wang Shue smiled at Ning Qi. Kill him. I still have a debt to settle with the others. Ning Qi laughed. When the leader of the Raging Dragon Association and the others heard this, they felt a chill rush out from the soles of their feet. It followed their small feet, thighs, chased their necks, and went straight to the top of their heads. Damn it, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. The cultivators who attacked Ning Qi were extremely regretful. They looked at the leader of the Raging Dragon Association with intense killing intent and hatred. They could not wait to tear the leader of the Raging Dragon Association into pieces. At the same time, Demon Venerable Nanshur immediately hid in the chariot after Ning Qi spoke. Then the chariot turned into a black stream of light and flew out of the central capital. The two red dragons were probably just decorations used to show off. The chariot was the real innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, the black stream of light it turned into had a camouflage effect. Once the chariot left the central capital and became one with the mist, it would be extremely difficult to find any trace of Demon Venerable Nanshur. Trying to escape? Dream on. Husband, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Wang Shue smiled at Ning Qi. Then she turned into a white light and chased after Demon Venerable Nanshur. Soon the two fifth-step cultivators left the central capital one after another. However, the atmosphere in the central capital did not lighten up. Instead, it became even heavier. Senior, we were forced to do this. Before Ning Qi could speak, dozens of cultivators had already knelt down. They knew that it was useless to quibble, so they might as well beg for mercy. That way, they would have a chance of survival. You guys, the leaders of the major forces, looked at their subordinates with terrible expressions. Eventually, their eyes fell on the leader of the Raging Dragon Association. Mad Dragon, you were the one who made that insane suggestion. I was confused by you and committed such a mistake. You have to bear the responsibility. That's right. Senior, it was Mad Dragon who used some kind of spell to confuse us. He should be killed. We are willing to apologize. No matter what request Senior has, we will satisfy it if we can. If we can't, we will report it to the sect and ask the elders to compensate us. We hope that Senior can spare our lives on account of the fact that we haven't made a serious mistake. You guys are really shameless. Since everyone did this together, do you think he'll let you off just because I'm the one who took the blame? Mad Dragon could not help but roar. Without waiting for a reply, he glared at Ning Qi. I was the one who attacked you. So what? I'm also a prodigy, and will break through to the rebirth state sooner or later. I won't be much weaker than you. Even if I'm not your match today, I'll fight you and see how strong you are." With that, the dual cultivation path in his arms suddenly shot out and flew toward Ningqi. Everyone was in disbelief when they saw this. Mad Dragon dared to say such harsh words to Ningqi in this situation? What surprised them even more was that Kuang Long's Dao companion actually had the guts to take the initiative to attack Ningqi. Too many things had happened today that had exceeded their expectations. Wait. Wei Yu suddenly felt that something was wrong. The next second, "Mad Dragon, you're shameless." Kuang Long's cultivation companion let out an extremely shrill and miserable howl. She hadn't flown towards Ningqi of her own accord, but had instead been tossed out by Kuang Long. At the same time, Kuang Long's figure was already fading away, and he was about to leave the ruins of Samsara and return to the outside world. In this way, it would be extremely difficult for Ningqi to kill him. "You already know that I have the 8th grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the demon refining gourd. Do you think you can run away?" Ningqi sneered and immediately took out the demon refining gourd. Mad Dragon's dissipating figure trembled violently before he was engulfed by the black mist spewing out of the demon refining gourd. Thump! The female cultivator fell to the ground beside Ningqi in a sorry state, looking at Ningqi with a look of horror. Chapter 3680. "Don't kill me!" Seeing that her cultivation partner had been taken into the demon purification gourd by Ningqi, the female cultivator immediately begged for mercy. She wasn't sad at all about the fate of the leader of the Wild Dragon Union. Instead, she was overjoyed. Just a moment ago, her most trusted cultivation partner had thrown her to Ningqi and wanted to use her to leave the ruins of reincarnation. This was a blatant betrayal. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong person. Ningqi glanced at her indifferently without any pity in his heart. With a wave of his hand, not only was the female cultivator taken away by the demon purification pot, but all the cultivators who had attacked Ningqi were also taken away by the demon purification pot. Seeing this, the other cultivators broke out in a cold sweat and secretly felt lucky that they didn't suppress Ningqi and escaped with their lives. Many cultivators hurriedly controlled the expressions on their faces when they saw their fellow disciples being sucked into the demon refining gourd. They didn't dare to show the slightest bit of emotion, for fear that Ningqi would find out and kill them. "Congratulations on reaching the peak of the reincarnation realm, junior brother Ning." Wei Yu stepped forward and clasped her hands. When the others heard this, they immediately reacted and congratulated Ningqi. The other cultivators from the ancient star system pavilion had complicated expressions. They felt envy and jealousy in their hearts. They wondered why Ningqi's luck was so strong. Not only did he have 9 reincarnation bridges, but he also had an imperishable realm cultivator as his Dao partner. They didn't even dare to think about this, but it had happened to Ningqi at the same time. There's also the grade 8 demon purification gourd. Even a sempiternal realm cultivator would covet such a treasure. Jiang Tianshu only obtained the grade 8 demon purification gourd after reaching the imperishable realm, but Ningqi was able to take out such a powerful weapon when he was only at the heavens mandate realm. What kind of background did he have before he entered the sect? The cultivators of the ancient star pavilion looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. "You're welcome." Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands towards Wei Yu, then swept his gaze across the crowd. When he looked at the group of core disciples from the various major star palaces, none of them dared to look Ningqi in the eye. They all lowered their heads guiltily, because when the leader of the Raging Dragon Society and the others attacked Ningqi, none of them chose to help. Just at this moment, a ray of white light came from outside the central capital and landed next to Ningqi. "Shui, did you catch up to him?" Ningqi laughed. "Wang." Shui looked at Ningqi mischievously. "You guess." "I'm guessing that you didn't manage to catch up to him. After all, the Zhongdu city is shrouded in mist, and the other party is a sempiternal realm cultivator. You're looking down on me. Wang Shui snorted with dissatisfaction and threw an item to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it and had a look. It was the head of the world demon Venerable, who had died with his eyes wide open. When Wei Yu and the others took a closer look, they gasped in shock. Their gazes that were directed at Wang Shui were filled with respect. A sempiternal realm expert was a terrifying existence that had tempered his aureate body to at least 30%, and Wang Shui had not even taken more than 20 breaths to chase after him. To think that she would be able to bring back the head of the world-wrecking demon monarch just like that in the myriad worlds of reincarnation. It didn't matter if one was a 5th-step cultivator, a 4th-step cultivator, or even a 6th-step cultivator. After all, the immortal palace was like a cheat. It wouldn't work in the myriad worlds of reincarnation. Therefore, when everyone saw an immortal realm cultivator die in front of them, a strange feeling arose in their hearts. Life seemed to be very fragile. Even the immortal realm couldn't be truly immortal. Ning Qi smiled and rubbed his hand. The head of the world-wrecking demon monarch turned into ashes. The aureate body of the world-wrecking demon monarch had yet to be tempered to the head. Otherwise, with Ning Qi's strength, he wouldn't be able to destroy the head even if he used all his strength. "Husband, who is this?" Wang Shui's gaze suddenly fell on Wei Yu. She glanced at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Wei Yu was slightly stunned. Before Ning Qi could speak, she immediately cupped her hands and said, "Senior, I'm a cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion. I'm from the same sect as Junior Brother Ning. Apart from that, we have no other relationship." "I didn't say anything. Why are you so guilty and anxious to clear your name?" Wang Shui smiled. Wei Yu's expression changed slightly. What kind of joke was this? It wasn't like she hadn't seen jealousy between women before. If she didn't clear things up immediately, she wouldn't even know when she would be killed by Wang Shui. Even within House Wei, there were only 3 imperishable realm experts. Wei Yu didn't think that her identity would cause the other party to have any misgivings. Even the world-wrecking demon monarch, an elder of the mountain faction in the primordial land, was killed by the other party. She was just a disciple of a great emperor's clan. If the other party really wanted to kill her, the Wei clan might not even stand up for her. Don't scare Wei Yu." Ning Qi smiled. "There's no need to stay here anymore. Let's go take a look at other places." "All right." Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Before Wei Yu could speak, Ning Qi and Wang Shui had already turned into 2 streams of light and left the central capital. Seeing this, Wei Yu let out a long sigh of relief. However, for some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. Protect me. I need to do something. You don't have to worry about the mountain faction for now. Their great emperor probably won't dare to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation. After all, death means death here. I reckon that cultivators above the 5th step won't enter the infinite realm's reincarnation unless it's absolutely necessary. You just need to pay attention to the evil spirits in the fog. Not far from the central capital, Ning Qi found a place where the fog was thinner. After informing Wang Shui, he sat down cross-legged. "Don't worry. However, for safety's sake, do you want Sister Lin Mei to come out and protect me?" Wang Shui didn't know what Ning Qi was planning to do. A trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She's just an undead realm cultivator. If there's really an evil spirit that even you can't resist, she'll only be a burden. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Shui felt that he was right, so she didn't force Lin Mei to come out. After Ning Qi closed his eyes, she sat opposite Ning Qi and slowly circulated her divine sense. As long as there was any danger, she would be able to detect it immediately. "System, I want to use the Infinite Realms Reincarnation Lottery," Ning Qi said in his heart. In the next second, Ning Qi's divine sense had already arrived at the Dragon Slayer Mall. At the main entrance of the mall, there was a huge bronze wheel with 7 words written on it. Infinite Realms Reincarnation Grand Wheel. It's this kind of wheel again. However, what's the prize on it? Why is it covered with fog? After Ning Qi went forward and observed for a while, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Does the host confirm to use the Infinite Realms Reincarnation Lottery? Confirm. Ning Qi nodded lightly with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He wanted to see what he would get from this lottery. Chapter 3681. The bronze wheel slowly spun. In the past, Ning Qi had been very excited every time he had drawn a prize like this. However, this time, Ning Qi was rather calm. After a dozen breaths, the bronze wheel came to a stop. The needle pointed at a grid, and the mist that shrouded the grid gradually dissipated. Invitation Voucher of Myriad Realms Reincarnation. What's this? Ning Qi looked at the words on the grid and felt a little baffled. Then, a golden voucher appeared in front of Ning Qi. The voucher looked like a talisman with exquisite patterns on it. If one were to look closely, they would be sucked into these patterns if they were not careful. System. What's the function of this voucher? To invite me to a place full of opportunities? Ning Qi asked with the voucher in his hand. Host, please check the property panel. The system beep sounded. Upon seeing this, Ning Qi glanced at the attribute pane. In the item pane, he saw the attribute introduction of the 10,000 Realms of Samsara Invitation Voucher. Invitation Voucher of Myriad Realms Reincarnation can invite a cultivator below rank 2 Emperor Realm to enter Myriad Realms Reincarnation for reincarnation. Ning Qi's face gradually became astonished as he pondered over this sentence carefully. He gasped inwardly. If he was right, the function of this invitation voucher of infinite worlds of samsara might be more terrifying than any 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure. System. What price do I have to pay to understand the details of this invitation voucher? Ning Qi asked with a solemn face. The system didn't respond for a long time. Ning Qi couldn't help but murmur to himself. Inviting cultivators below 2nd Revolution Emperor Realm to enter the myriad worlds of reincarnation to reincarnate. If I take it literally, then I can send a myriad worlds of reincarnation cultivator to reincarnate as long as I use the myriad worlds of reincarnation invitation voucher on an Emperor Realm cultivator? It's equivalent to killing a great emperor, but might not be effective on all great emperors. Rank 2 should be a title of a realm. It seems that the ranks of great emperors are very strict. I don't know if rank 2 is high or low. I should look into this when I have the time. Ning Qi carefully put away the invitation ticket. He was afraid that he might accidentally use it on himself. With this ticket, he might be able to test out the power of the invitation ticket if he was chased by a great emperor in the future. Leaving the dragon-slaying mall, Ning Qi opened his eyes. Wang Shui saw it and asked a few questions. Ning Qi smiled mysteriously and didn't tell Wang Shui about this invitation ticket. He was afraid that there were some unknown existences in the myriad world reincarnation that were paying attention to him. Ning Qi had to keep this invitation ticket a secret. At the critical moment, it might save his life. We can't stay here for long in the myriad realms of reincarnation. In the outside world, we can still use the Immortal Palace as a last resort. If we die here, we will really die. Let's go to the nearest big city and leave this place. Ning Qi had already asked Wei Yu about it. According to the different realms, the big cities that would appear in the ruins of reincarnation would be different. If they left the central capital city, they would return to the original place where they entered the ruins of reincarnation, which was the ancient Star Pavilion. If they left from another big city, they would appear in a random state. Originally, he planned to return to the archaic Star Pavilion and find an opportunity to kill Jiang Tianshu. However, after he found out that he might have been a great emperor of the archaic Star Pavilion in his previous life, he gave up on the idea. If he killed Jiang Tianshu in front of Grand Elder Duan and the others, even if he had his own reasons, he would completely break off his relationship with the archaic Star Pavilion. Ning Qi didn't want things to escalate to this point. He had many questions that could only be answered in the archaic star pavilion. Husband, you are now at the peak of the rebirth realm. You are only one step away from the 5th step of the undead realm. I think the most important thing now is to find an opportunity to break through. Wang Shui suggested. A bitter smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. The undead realm isn't that simple. I'll let nature take its course. After the system update, he had advanced to the rebirth realm. The system didn't give him an advancement mission, so he obviously had to rely on himself to break through the bottleneck. In this case, he could either choose to return to the Dark Parliament headquarters or find another way to avoid the Holy Parliament. Only then would he have a chance to break through. In a mountain range surrounded by clouds, buildings constantly appeared on the peaks of the major mountains. The buildings here were very dense, and at the same time there were countless cultivators moving between the buildings. It looked very lively. This was the mountain gate of the mountain sect in the primordial land. Although the Intermountain sect wasn't a top-notch sect in the primordial land and wasn't even a first-rate sect, the Intermountain sect had 2 great emperors, so its strength couldn't be underestimated among the second-rate sections. In the life token hall of the mountain sect, not long after dozens of tokens were broken, a golden token in the depths of the hall suddenly shattered. When the cultivator in charge of the life token hall saw this, he gasped in shock. When he saw the name on the life token hall clearly, he exclaimed, "You're a 5th step cultivator!" Uncle Master C. Shir's life token has shattered. Uncle Master C. Shir is dead. That cultivator was an expert at the rebirth state, and his master was the senior sister of the world-breaking demon Venerable. Therefore, he had a thorough understanding of the world-breaking demon Venerable's cultivation. He never thought that the world-breaking demon Venerable would go to the ruins of reincarnation just to avenge the death of dozens of Fate State disciples of the Mountain Faction, only to end up getting himself killed. A sempiternal realm cultivator was nothing to the Mountain sect. However, if the sempiternal realm cultivator was the direct descendant of one of the great emperors of the Mountain sect, then things would get out of hand. The cultivator in charge of the life token hall immediately soared into the sky and stumbled toward a hall in the distance. He kept sending messages as he flew. When he arrived at the entrance of the sect master's hall, a dark light flashed. A female cultivator with dark purple lips and an extremely cold expression appeared in front of him. "Little Four, is the message you sent just now real? C. Shir's life token really shattered?" The female cultivator asked coldly. "Master, it's absolutely true. Uncle Master C. Shir's life token really shattered. I wouldn't dare to act recklessly with such news." The rebirth realm cultivator called Little Four hurriedly said respectfully. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was a serious matter. If his master didn't step in, he was afraid that he would be implicated. Although the demon Venerable C. Shir's death had nothing to do with him, it was not the first time that a sect like the Mountain sect, which was both righteous and evil, had their bodies destroyed because of anger, go back to the life token hall. "I'll report this to my master." The female cultivator waved her hand calmly. After her disciple left, she walked into the hall. The cultivators in charge of the hall cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Uncle Master Daji." Chapter 3682, Wulin Chinese Network. The latest chapter of the strongest dragon slaying system. Rise. Daji nodded slightly. When she entered the hall, the scene in front of her changed. This hall was different from what ordinary people imagined. In the depths of the hall, there were 2 dry wells and nothing else. Martial Ancestor Chin, Junior Brother Bashi's life tablet, is broken. Daji looked at one of the dry wells and bowed slightly. This dry well was covered in moss, and a trace of blood could be vaguely seen moving between the cracks of the stone walls, as if the blood was alive. The second one was more ordinary, no different from an ordinary dry well, but when Daji occasionally looked at it, there was a hint of deep fear in her eyes. A few seconds later, An arm suddenly appeared on the edge of the dry well, and then a middle-aged man in a black robe climbed out. He stood on the edge of the dry well and looked at Daji indifferently. "You're just a mere sempiternal realm elder. So what if you're dead? Why did you have to disturb my seclusion? Can't you immortal realm hall masters deal with these things?" Martial Ancestor Chin frowned and looked at Daji. Daji said with a strange expression, "Junior Brother Bashi is a direct descendant of Martial Ancestor Chin. So I was wondering if I should tell Martial Ancestor Chin my direct descendant? What's his name?" Martial Ancestor Chin was slightly startled. "Junior Brother Bashi's name is Chun Tien." Daji whispered, "Chun Tien. Seems to be my direct descendant. How did he die? Tell me everything from the beginning." Martial Ancestor Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of thought. Daji nodded and roughly explained what had happened. After a while, Martial Ancestor Chen smiled. "So, after he went to find the chief head disciple of the ancient Star Pavilion, his life tablet was broken?" "Yes." Daji nodded. "Interesting, in the land of Tai Li, there's a saying, 1 pavilion for families and 13 caves. The ancient Star Pavilion is that pavilion, and the Star Emperor is very powerful. This generation's Star Emperor should be a rank 4 Great Emperor, and the 4 families are the 4 Great Emperors of the human race. Emperor aristocratic families, Jiangfeng, Weiyu, each have a Great Emperor. As for the 13 caves, you don't have to worry about them. They are just some small characters with rank 1 or 2 Great Emperors." Martial Ancestor Qin did not seem to be angry at Ning Qi for killing the World Demon Lord. Instead, he seemed to be reminiscing the past, and his lips curled into a smile. A long, long time ago, Ancestral Master Qin seemed to have come from the land of Tai Li. He used to be a human. Daji thought for a moment and whispered, "If the Star Emperor of the ancient Star Pavilion is only a rank 4 Grand Emperor, he's much weaker than us. Even you are a rank 5 Grand Emperor." "Weak? The ancient Star Pavilion's foundation isn't weak. This sect has produced 2 Great Emperors, both at the peak of the 9th cycle. They have even reached the beginning of that step." Martial Ancestor Chun smiled. "Hiss!" Daji gasped and looked at Ancestral Master Chun in disbelief. "You are also surprised that a place like the land of Tai Li can produce such a person, right? Out of the 10 lands of the Primordial Era, 9 of them guarded the Primordial Era, and there weren't many people like him in the Primordial Era. The ancient Star Pavilion has produced 2. Ancestral Master Chin smiled. "Then why is the ancient Star Pavilion still unknown?" There was a profound look in Grandmaster Chen's eyes. "Because someone was unwilling to see such a thing happen. In the end, the 2 Great Emperors died a violent death. The first Great Star Emperor died suddenly when he was discussing with the sect leader of the ancient Azura sect. The second Star Emperor suddenly died while fighting a rank 7 Grand Emperor. This time, since Chun Tien died to the cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion, I have enough reason to go to the ancient Star Pavilion. Even the Holy Parliament can't interfere." Ancestor Qin let out a strange laugh before turning into a gust of wind and disappearing before Daji. When Daji saw this, she was still immersed in the story of the 2 emperors who were about to reach that step. After a few breaths of time, she felt a bit scared. She looked at the other well with fear before turning around and leaving the hall. Ancient Star Pavilion. Jiang Tianshu, Ouyang Xinyue, Jiang Wankong, Wu Ma, Francisco Qingyang, and the other chief disciples of the 7 star palaces were still sitting on the altar. On the day of advancement, it wasn't as simple as sending people into the ruins of reincarnation. During this period, the 7 chief disciples had to shoulder their own responsibilities. If a disciple ran out of the ruins of reincarnation with serious injuries, they had to treat their injuries immediately. However, some people would stay in the ruins of reincarnation for thousands of years, so this rule had a time limit of 100 years. As long as the 7 of them guarded the ruins of reincarnation for 100 years, they could leave at will. The other cultivators had already left after Ning Qi's group entered the ruins of reincarnation, so only Jiang Tianshu's group of 7 remained on the altar. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by, but they would only glance at Jiang Tianshu's group of 7 before leaving. Jiang Tianshu, how do you plan to deal with Ning Qi? If he breaks through to the reincarnation state and we suppress him without telling the elders the truth, it will inevitably cause some criticism, Jiang Wankong suddenly said. Jiang Wankong suddenly said, "What's there to criticize? We suppressed him the moment he appeared. Even the pavilion master might not be able to detect him. Even if he did, how could a mere reincarnation stage cultivator compare to us? The various elders and palace masters will only stand on our side. The only thing we need to do is to the only person we need to pay attention to is Grand Elder Duan." Jiang Tianshu's face was gloomy. I don't know why, but he seems to be related to Grand Elder Duan. Grand Elder Duan, they looked at each other, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. The other disciples did not know Grand Elder Duan's background, but they had been the chief disciples for a long time, so they had naturally heard of him. Grand Elder Duan was the daughter of one of the Star Emperors of the ancient Star Pavilion. That Star Emperor's strength was extraordinary, and he was extremely powerful even among the great emperors. No matter what, if we can obtain a passage to the creation's sacred realm, it's worth paying a price. When the time comes, I will suppress this kid first. Francisco, Qingyang sneered. Don't you guys feel that the weather is getting colder? Wuma Xingxing suddenly asked. Everyone was startled. Then their expressions changed drastically. They were already undead realm cultivators who had refined at least 10% of their golden bodies. How could they still feel the 4 seasons? The only reason they felt that the weather was getting colder was because of some other phenomenon. Your divine sense isn't bad. A strange laugh echoed in everyone's ears. Who is it? Jiang Tianshu's group of 7 stood up and looked around in shock. Then they saw a black-robed man looking at them with a faint smile. Chapter 3683. Wulin Chinese Network. The latest chapter of the strongest dragon-slaying system. Sir, who are you? Jiang Tianshu looked at Ancestor Chun with fear in his eyes. Although they couldn't see through this person's background, it proved that this person was at least stronger than the 7 of them. You guys aren't qualified to know who I am. It's rare for me to come here, but your pavilion master doesn't seem to be here? Ancestor Chen smiled. The pavilion master isn't here. Everyone was even more shocked. Could this person be a great emperor like the pavilion master? Otherwise, how could he know that the pavilion master wasn't here? Why would a great emperor come to this place without a sound? Even if a great emperor didn't make a big move, they would at least notify the great emperors of other places. Coming here like this meant that they didn't have good intentions. Back then, the ancient star system pavilion was so powerful. I remember that year, I spent a lot of effort to get the opportunity to join the ancient star system pavilion. Unfortunately, people said my personality wasn't good, so I was rejected. That year, my enemies were all looking for me, and you guys were all, can you imagine how I felt back then? Ancestor Chen sighed. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. The meaning behind Ancestor Chen's words was very obvious. This person had been rejected by the ancient star pavilion and had quietly come back to cause trouble. Let's join forces and stop him. In a few breaths of time, the pavilion master and the others will arrive. With Jiang Tianshu's order, the other 6 wanted to attack, but they found that a terrifying aura had shrouded them. Then they found that they couldn't use any of the power in their bodies and were directly imprisoned by this person. Who the hell is senior? Francisco Qingyang stared at Martial Ancestor Chun in fear. To be able to easily imprison them, even an imperishable realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do this. The answer was obvious. Which one of you is Jiang Tianshu? Ancestor Qin didn't answer Francisco Qingyang's question. Swish, swish, swish. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone turned to look at Jiang Tianshu with peculiar gazes. Could it be that Jiang Tianshu wasn't here to exact vengeance on them, but was he here to exact revenge? Junior is Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu's expression was a bit ugly. Wu Ma Zhuxing and the rest all looked at him. He had no choice but to admit it. His mind raced. Jiang Tianshu couldn't figure out when he had offended the existence of a great emperor. Even the grade 8 demon refining gourd was swindled from the hands of an eternal realm cultivator. It had nothing to do with the great emperor. Could it be someone invited by my enemy? That's impossible. I've been very careful, and I've never offended an enemy that could summon a great emperor. Jiang Tianshu quickly denied his own guess. You're Jiang Tianshu? Oh, early stage undead realm, with such a cultivation. How could you kill my great-grandson? Ancestor Chen revealed a grin. Could it be that the ancient star pavilion broke the rules and allowed fifth-step cultivators to enter the reincarnation ruins as escorts? Senior, what exactly happened? When did I kill your great-grandson? Jiang Tianshu was baffled by this. Wu Ma and company also noticed that something was wrong. Could it be that the other party was planning to use this as an excuse to deal with the ancient star system pavilion? However, an Emperor Realm cultivator could just attack directly. Why would he need an excuse? As for what Ancestor Chen had said about breaking the rules, they didn't know that there was such a rule in the reincarnation ruins. Could it be that the sect didn't send fifth-step cultivators into the reincarnation ruins with Heaven's mandate realm cultivators? Wasn't it because it was too dangerous, but because of the so-called rules? You didn't kill him. A mere early-stage undead realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill my immortal realm great-grandson. However, this time in the reincarnation ruins, a disciple of the mountain sect said that someone called himself Jiang Tianshu and had a grade 8 demon refining gourd. What do you think about this? Ancestor Chen smiled. Grade 8 demon refining gourd. Everyone's expression changed. Ouyang Xingyue suddenly looked at Jiang Tianshu. Did you lend out your demon refining gourd? No, Jiang Tianshu said without hesitation. How could he lend out his grade 8 demon refining gourd? Then why did someone in the reincarnation ruins say that it was you who had a grade 8 demon refining gourd? Wu Ma Zhuxing said calmly. Ancestor Chen was a great emperor, so there was no reason for him to lie to them. Therefore, they were more inclined to believe that Jiang Tianshu had arranged for someone to secretly suppress Ning Qi in the reincarnation ruins. If that was the case, it was also possible that he had lent out the grade 8 demon refining gourd. If you don't have it, take it out and let me have a look. Ancestor Chen said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianshu felt that the force that had imprisoned him had disappeared. However, he didn't dare to escape, nor did he dare to attack Ancestor Chen. Why haven't the pavilion elder and the others noticed the abnormality here? Jiang Tianshu cursed in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, and the grade 8 demon refining gourd flew out from his sea of consciousness and appeared above everyone's heads. Ancestor Chen reached out, and the grade 8 demon refining gourd landed in his hand. Jiang Tianshu's expression changed greatly, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ancestor Chen in shock. Senior, the connection between him and the demon refining gourd had been easily cut off. It is indeed the grade 8 demon refining gourd. It seems that the ancient star pavilion has 2 of them. The extra one will be the interest for killing my great-grandson. Ancestor Chen smiled and put away the demon refining gourd. Jiang Tianshu's face was extremely pale. His ultimate weapon had been stolen, just like that, and in the ancient star pavilion at that. Senior, Jiang Tianshu planned to reveal his identity as a boundless cultivator of the Supreme Saint Council to see if Ancestor Chen would be afraid. However, before he could finish, he found that he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. This Jiang Tianshu stared at Ancestor Chen, dumbfounded. Seeing the smile on Ancestor Chen's face, he suddenly had the urge to swear. If I become a great emperor one day, I'll definitely kill this old dog. Since your pavilion master isn't here, I'll take you back to the mountain sect and ask your pavilion master to come and get you. Ancestor Chen smiled. He gently waved his hand, and Jiang Tianshu's group of 7 flew into the air. Just at this moment, an aura came from the direction of the Ancient Star Pavilion's main branch. The sky suddenly became dark, and countless silver stars filled the sky. There seemed to be some kind of connection between these stars, which eventually condensed into a terrifying aura that shrouded Ancestor Chen's body. Heavenly Cycle Devil Slaughtering Formation? If your pavilion master isn't here, who can activate the Sect Protection Formation? The smile on Ancestor Chen's face suddenly disappeared, and he gave up on capturing Jiang Tianshu's group of 7. He turned into a ray of light and charged out of the Ancient Star Pavilion. However, shortly after, a ray of starlight descended from the sky and chased after Ancestor Chen like a meteor. Jiang Tianshu's group of 7 couldn't see it clearly, but they could hear Ancestor Chen's angry roar coming from far away. Chapter 3684. Boom, boom, boom. The commotion lasted for a dozen breaths before Jiang Tianshu and the others realized that the sky had become clear again. It was as if the sky had turned dark and the stars had been an illusion. Is it over? Francisco Qingyang looked at the others with lingering fear. The Heavenly Cycle Star Demon Slaughtering Formation. I've never activated it in all my years in the sect. I didn't expect this formation to be able to scare away a Grand Emperor. Wu Ma was astonished. She had been in the sect for the longest time among the 7 present. The only one who had been around the same time as her was Fei Xuanzi. Unfortunately, Fei Xuanzi's position as chief disciple had been taken by Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Wankong looked at each other, then at the other 2 chief disciples from the Wei and Yu families. The shock in their hearts lingered for a long time. None of the 4 Grand Emperor clans had a formation that could deter a Grand Emperor. This showed that there was still a gap between the Grand Emperor clans and the archaic Star Pavilion. Damn it, my 8th grade demon refining gourd. Jiang Tianshu's heart ached and his expression became extremely gloomy. Although Ancestor Chen had been scared away by the formation and was even slightly injured, his 8th grade demon refining gourd had also been taken away. This was Jiang Tianshu's only trump card. His other trump cards were nothing compared to it. The 8th grade demon refining gourd could not only be used against enemies, but it could also help Jiang Tianshu cultivate the sacred body tempering technique of the demon race. The Demon Emperor Nirvana Scripture. The Demon Emperor Nirvana Scripture had a total of 9 transformations. For Jiang Tianshu, it was of a higher grade than the archaic star body. This was because when the Demon Emperor Nirvana Scripture was perfected, one's body was comparable to a cultivator who had just entered the imperishable realm. The demons that had mastered this technique had maintained their status in the primordial land. This showed how powerful the Demon Emperor Nirvana Scripture was. However, this technique had to be cultivated with the demon refining gourd. Otherwise, the cultivation speed would be too slow. Jiang Tianshu's Demon Emperor Nirvana Scripture had only just entered the 7th transformation. Without the 8th grade demon refining gourd, it would be impossible to cultivate it to the 9th transformation. Who impersonated me and offended the mountain sect in the reincarnation ruins? Why does he have the 8th grade demon refining gourd? Jiang Tianshu clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. That's right, I didn't expect a great emperor to come to our ancient star system pavilion while the pavilion master is away. The 7 of them are unscathed and didn't suffer any losses. If they are captured, our ancient star system will become the laughingstock of the 10 lands. Jiang Tianshu and the others looked up and saw that Grand Elder Duan and the others had appeared in the sky above them. "Thank you for your help, Pavilion Elder." Everyone hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The heavenly cycle demon slaughtering array had clearly been activated by the few of them. If they hadn't activated the heavenly cycle demon slaughtering array, the fate of the 7 of them would have been terrifying. "There's no need to be so polite. If there's nothing else, don't stay here. Go back to the main vein. That old man might come back. Although he's injured this time, no one can guess the temperament of the great emperor. He might not be able to take this lying down and come back to settle the score with you." Grand Secretary Duan said calmly. "Yes." Wu Ma and the others immediately nodded. As for staying here to guard Ning Qi, they felt that there was no need to gamble with their lives. As long as the news didn't leak out, they still had a chance to get what they wanted from Ning Qi. Jiang Tianshu hesitated for a bit and whispered, "Grand Secretary Duan, my demon purification gourd was stolen by this person." "Your demon purification gourd?" "Hee, what is yours, and what isn't will never be yours. It originally belonged to the Sparrow Celestial, so it's good that this person took it. The demon clan won't come looking for you again." Grand Elder Duan smiled faintly and then vanished into thin air. Wu Ma and the others looked at Jiang Tianshu with a hint of schadenfreude before heading back to the main vein with the other Grand Secretaries. Jiang Tianshu stood there and pondered for a few breaths. Then he suddenly punched the altar, turning it into powder. "Ning Qi, if it weren't for you, my demon purification gourd wouldn't have been stolen. That Ningai is always so despicable." Jiang Tianshu muttered with some resentment. "That guy's reincarnation. Calculating the time, it should be about time for him to come to the god Luo world. However, I am already an undead cultivator. Even without the demon refining gourd, I can easily suppress such a character. Just you wait, after you come. I will give you a surprise." 10 minutes later, a figure appeared beside the altar that had been reduced to ruins. Oh, he ran pretty fast. That demon slaughtering Heaven Star Array is really terrifying. If I didn't escape in time, a 4th Revolution Great Emperor like me might really die here. It's indeed a formation set up by a peak 9th Revolution Great Emperor. Martial Ancestor Chen muttered to himself and then looked at the main vein in the distance. His figure faded away with slight reluctance. In the ruins of reincarnation, Ningqi and Wang Shui walked for a full 3 years. Finally, they vaguely saw a city gate through the fog. There were a few big bright red words carved on the city gate, Tianmen City. The two concealed their auras and walked into the city. This place was almost the same as the central capital city, but according to the 3 years' journey, they would probably be very far away from the immemorial Star Pavilion. "Shui, or shall we leave from here?" Ningqi smiled. Wang Shui nodded. There were many opportunities in the ruins of reincarnation. Not only would cultivators who needed to advance to the Fate realm come here, but even 5th and 6th step cultivators could also find the opportunities they were looking for. However, it was too dangerous, and Wang Shui didn't need the opportunities here. She could go to the divine realm of creation. The opportunities there might not be worse than the infinite realm's reincarnation. At least, they were safer than the infinite realm's reincarnation. The two of them ignored the shock in the eyes of others. After entering Tianmen City, their figures faded away and they left the infinite realm's reincarnation. When they reappeared, they were already in a square. Countless shocked gazes fell on Ningqi and Wang Shui. "Who are you?" A 2-meter-tall old man with a head full of white hair looked down at Ningqi and Wang Shui. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. Why would these two humans appear in the territory of the barbarians? Ningqi glanced around and found that the people there were all very strong, like giants. He checked their attributes, and his expression suddenly became slightly strange. Southern border barbarians. He remembered that he had killed an existence in the immortal realm when he was in Ty Lee. That existence was the barbarian ancestor of the southern border. After Ning Chi destroyed his physical body, he didn't know if he had reformed it. However, Ning Chi could see that the barbarian ancestor's condition at the time was not good enough to reform his physical body. Chapter 3685. We came from Skygate City and passed by here. Don't worry about us. Everyone do what you need to do. Ning Chi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Wang Shui and was about to leave. However, a barbarian cultivator suddenly shouted coldly, "If you enter the Myriad Realm's reincarnation from here, you will only arrive at North Spirit City. You came out from Skygate City, so why would you appear here? Ancestor, these two people are very suspicious. We can't let them go so easily." Yes. More than a dozen barbarians slowly surrounded Ning Chi. Their cultivation levels were not high, only around the rebirth realm, but the white-haired barbarian was an undead realm expert. Ning Chi suddenly felt a trace of doubt. There was only one barbarian ancestor in the immortal realm, and he had destroyed his body. How did he open the infinite world reincarnation? Thinking back, the ancient Star Pavilion wanted to open the infinite world reincarnation to send heaven's mandate realm cultivators in. There were 4 undead realm cultivators, including Grand Elder Duan, who was at the peak of the undead realm. With this trace of doubt, Ning Chi was no longer in a hurry to leave. He calmly glanced at the group of barbarian cultivators surrounding him, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. The white-haired barbarian old man looked coldly at Ning Chi and Wang Shui. "You are spies sent by the Deer clan? How do we look like deer?" Ning Chi smiled. "Whether you are spies of the Deer clan or not, don't leave." The white-haired barbarian old man sneered and gently waved his hand. A surge of power shot out from his body, condensed into a large net, and fell towards the two. Wang Shui chuckled, and the large net immediately shattered. Then the white-haired barbarian old man spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief and suddenly took a few steps back. Ancestor. The barbarian cultivators present were shocked. They didn't know what happened. Why did their undead ancestor suddenly spit out blood? Immortal realm. No, you are an undead realm cultivator? The white-haired barbarian old man looked at Wang Shui dumbfoundedly, and a trace of fear surged in the depths of his eyes. The strongest barbarian was only at the immortal realm, and that barbarian was seriously injured some time ago. His body was destroyed, and he was in the process of reforming it. If he encountered an undead realm cultivator, it was very likely that his clan would be exterminated. Kneel and talk. Wang Shui smiled faintly. When the white-haired old berserker saw this, a hint of humiliation flashed in his eyes, but he still knelt down in front of all the juniors. If he did not kneel, he might not even have the right to speak. Forefather? When the group of barbarians saw this scene, their faces suddenly became extremely pale. When Wang Shui's gaze fell on them, they unconsciously knelt down. There was no other way. It was too terrifying. When Wang Shui looked at them, she revealed a trace of the aura that belonged to an undead stage cultivator. This wisp of aura was like a continuous mountain range that heavily pressed down on them. Are all the barbarian chiefs so tall and strong? Even if you're kneeling, you're still so tall. Why don't you lie down and talk? Ning Chi glanced at the white-haired barbarian old man and said with a faint smile, it wasn't that he didn't respect the old and love the young. In fact, the other party's age might really be younger than him. In addition, if it weren't for him and Wang Shui being strong enough today, it was highly likely that they would have died here. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. This had always been Ning Chi's way of doing things. Lie down and talk. You've gone too far. The white-haired barbarian old man's cheeks flushed, but he still obediently lay down. I've seen an forefather of your barbarian race. He was in the sempiternal realm. He looked similar to a human, but not as tall as you. Why is that? Ning Chi, smiled faintly. You've seen our forefather? Sempiternal realm? The white-haired barbarian old man was startled, then said in a somewhat respectful tone, Where did you see him, senior? The land of Tai Li, the Misty Forest? I think it's called the Misty Forest. At that time, he looked like he was about to die. I remember it clearly. Ning Chi smiled and said, I wonder if he's here now? If he is, ask him to come out and talk about the old days. Just say that an old friend has arrived. So you're a good friend of our forefather. The white-haired barbarian old man's eyes immediately showed a trace of joy, but soon a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. Our forefather's physical body was destroyed by someone, and he has yet to reform. Oh, I know that. Back then, I was the one who destroyed his physical body. It turned out that he had yet to reform it, so I wanted to destroy it again to see if he would reincarnate. Ning Chi said with a slightly regretful tone. The atmosphere immediately became extremely quiet. All the barbarian cultivators' eyes first showed a trace of shock, then anger, and then fear. Some of the less courageous ones even began to tremble. It's over. The heavens want to destroy our barbarian race. The white-haired barbarian old man almost vomited a mouthful of blood. The other party was not a spy of the deer tribe, but the terrifying existence of Tai Li. He had heard that many sempiternal realm experts had their physical bodies destroyed. I'm very curious. How did you open the passage to the myriad worlds reincarnation? As far as I know, it requires at least 4 imperishable realm experts to open it, right? Ning Chi said with a chuckle. In the Shenlua world, as long as some races declined and couldn't gather 4 imperishable realm cultivators, they would become more and more miserable. This was because heavenly mandate realm cultivators couldn't enter the myriad worlds reincarnation, so they could only go to other sects and spend a lot of money to hire people to send them in. As a result, the cultivation resources of others would decrease, and some sects that couldn't afford the price would be even more miserable, entering an endless cycle. But now the barbarian race clearly didn't want their disciples to go to other sects to borrow the passage. In that case, did the barbarian race have some special spiritual treasure that could open the passage to the myriad worlds reincarnation? This was what Ning Chi was really curious about. He also needed such a spiritual treasure at the moment, so that when he needed to enter the myriad worlds reincarnation in the future, he could find someone to open the passage. When the white-haired barbarian old man heard Ning Chi's words, he immediately forced a smile. Senior, we asked 4 imperishable realm experts to open the passage for us. You asked for imperishable realm experts? In your current situation, the strongest expert is only at the sempiternal realm. How could you ask for imperishable realm experts to come all the way here to open the passage? You offered 4 grade, 8 innate spiritual treasures, and grade, 9 innate spiritual treasures? Ning Chi smiled. If you don't be honest, I'll annihilate your barbarian race today. Senior, it's true Shua. Or let's kill a wave first. Ning Chi smiled. All right. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. She gently raised her palm, and everyone immediately felt the aura that was suppressing them become more solid and heavy. When Wang Shui's palm landed, there would probably be countless casualties. Wait, I'll speak. Seeing this, the white-haired barbarian old man roared in despair. Chapter 3686. Go ahead. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Wang Shui's movements also stopped, but everyone could still feel the terrifying aura that could fall on their heads at any time and tear them into pieces. We can open the passage to the infinite world reincarnation because of our tribe's sacred weapon. The white-haired barbarian elder's face revealed a trace of despair. He knew that if the barbarian tribe lost this sacred weapon, they would completely decline. If they wanted to rise again in the future, who knew how many years they would have to wait? Continue. Ning Chi smiled. This sacred vessel was created from the bones of a berserker's progenitor who had stepped into Emperor realm after he died. That progenitor knew that his time was up, so he went to the reincarnations of 10,000 worlds. When he died, his corpse was tainted with the presence of 10,000 worlds reincarnations, and it turned into a material that could be used to create the sacred vessel of reincarnation. Later on, the progenitor's direct descendant, a powerful warrior in imperishable realm, brought it back, and after going through incredibly harsh conditions, he managed to successfully refine it. The white-haired barbarian elder said slowly. When the barbarian cultivators heard this, they could not help but have a trace of horror in their eyes. Ning-Chi saw this and smiled. It seemed that these barbarian cultivators did not know that their tribe's sacred weapon was refined from the bones of their ancestor. However, what was the sacred weapon of reincarnation? He had been in Shenlua world for so many years, but he had never heard anyone mention it. Could it be that this was a magic weapon that only great emperors would use? Where's your tribe's sacred weapon? Take it out and let me see. Ning-Chi said faintly. The white-haired barbarian elder seemed to feel that there was no hope of resistance, so he obediently took out an item from between his eyebrows. As soon as the item appeared, it was grabbed by Wang Shui. There's no danger. Wang Shui threw it to Ning-Chi. Its power is not even comparable to a first-grade primordial spiritual treasure. At most, it's similar to a supreme-grade Dao weapon in the celestial world. The item was round and had a skull, but it was completely golden. The aura it emitted was similar to what Wang Shui had said. Even the small gourd could defeat such a magic weapon. This is the sacred weapon of reincarnation that you said was refined from the bones of an emperor. A martial emperor is someone who has completely tempered his golden body. Even a finger bone is much more powerful than a first-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Are you lying to me? Ning-Chi played with the head for a while and looked at the old man with a faint smile. I wouldn't dare. The white-haired old barbarian gave the two a strange look and explained. The sacred artifact of samsara is different from a primordial spiritual treasure. Even a 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure will be suppressed by the sacred artifact of samsara in the infinite realms. Because of the wrong way of refining our sacred artifact, its power isn't great. It can only open the passage to the infinite realms, and in the infinite realms, its power should be similar to a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure. Tell me more about the sacred artifact of samsara. Ning-Chi smiled. If the old man was not lying, the sacred artifact of samsara he mentioned might be something unique to the infinite world of samsara. It was a dharma treasure that belonged to a different world from Khanate numinous treasures. However, when he used the demon refining gourd in the infinite realms, he didn't see any signs of the demon refining gourd being suppressed. Could it be because he didn't encounter the sacred artifact of samsara? This was highly possible. In this way, those Emperor Realm existences might really have the sacred artifact of samsara. After all, in the infinite world of samsara, if the other party took out a sacred artifact of samsara that could suppress Khanate spiritual treasures, but they didn't, they would be at a disadvantage even if they were at the same level. In the infinite world of samsara, the disadvantage was already very terrifying. I don't know much about the sacred artifact of samsara. I only know that most great emperors have a sacred artifact of samsara, and the refining materials for the sacred artifact of samsara can only be obtained through the infinite world of samsara, the white-haired old barbarian said in a low voice. As expected, Ning-Chi nodded lightly. After glancing at the golden skull in his hand, he suddenly threw it back to the old man. Let me see if you can open the passage with it. Senior, our sacred artifact can only be used once. Next time, we will have to wait at least 100 years before we can barely open the passage. But 100 years will also damage our sacred artifact. Only after 1,000 years can we safely open the passage. The white-haired old barbarian smiled bitterly. What will happen if it's damaged? Ning-Chi smiled. What will happen? The white-haired old barbarian was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have never considered this problem before. After thinking about it, he hesitantly said, "Probably it will collapse." "It doesn't matter. You can open it again now. If it breaks, so be it." Ning-Chi smiled. Although Ning-Chi said it casually, the barbarian cultivators hated it to the bone. This was the sacred weapon of the barbarian race. With it, the barbarian race could have their own passage to the reincarnation of the infinite worlds without relying on others. All right. The white-haired old barbarian sighed and looked at the golden skull with a complicated expression. He whispered, "Ancestor, I am unfilial. Please don't blame me." After saying that, he stood up and threw the golden skull into the air. Then he made a few hand seals in succession. Streams of immortal force immediately poured into the golden skull. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the golden skull. The white-haired old barbarian revealed a hint of heartache, but his hand seals didn't stop. After Ning-Chi saw him make a total of 49 hand seals, the golden skull suddenly opened its mouth and bit down. A crack appeared in the void, and various sounds came from inside. There were Buddhist sounds, Tao sounds, celestial sounds, devilish sounds, and so on. It was exactly the same as when Ning-Chi was in the ancient Star Pavilion. Many barbarian cultivators' eyes were filled with confusion. They seemed to be affected by the aura of the infinite world of samsara and began to hallucinate their previous lives. However, compared to the time in the ancient Star Pavilion, this crack was small and could only accommodate a few people. The disturbing sounds were also not as strong. "Senior, this is the passage to the infinite world of samsara." The white-haired old barbarian took a deep breath, and the blood on his face gradually calmed down. "It looks like you're still planning to lie to me." Ning-Chi smiled faintly. The old man's expression suddenly stiffened. "If I didn't let you use the hand seals just now, you wouldn't have told me, right? As a result, even if I take this golden skull away, it will become useless." Ning-Chi said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Senior, I just didn't have time to tell you. Please don't blame me." The white-haired barbarian hurriedly clasped his hands. "I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, I'll send you to reincarnation." Ning-Chi let out a cold snort. He grabbed the golden skull that already had a crack on it and left with Wang Shui. The golden skull had been opened twice in a short period of time and was indeed a little damaged. However, Ning-Chi found that it had the ability to recover by itself. After a period of time, the crack would disappear. If it was opened at this rate, it would probably break after a few times. However, for Ning-Chi, a few chances to go to the infinite world of samsara was enough. Chapter 3687. Seeing that Ning-Chi and Wang Shui should have really left, the humility on the face of the white-haired barbarian old man suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by endless anger and resentment. The other barbarian cultivators felt the anger of the old man and did not dare to make a sound. After a few breaths, the old man suddenly shouted, "The second passage can still allow 3 people to enter." Although Ning-Chi had taken away the barbarian's holy treasure, he had opened a passage before he left. Such an opportunity couldn't be wasted. After all, it was unknown if they could send fate-state barbarians into the ruins of reincarnation. It would have been fine if the Deer clan hadn't invaded the southern border. But under the Deer clan's oppression, the barbarians could only struggle at death's door. They couldn't take out any extra cultivation resources to borrow passages from other sects. After the old man shouted, some cultivators at the peak of the fate state finally reacted. They flew into the air and squeezed into the passage. In the blink of an eye, 3 people had entered. Then the passage was closed. Compared to the ancient Star Pavilion, which had dozens of people enter at every turn, the passage opened by the golden skull was too small. The dozen barbarian cultivators who were a step too slow stood in the air with ashen faces. Then they could only unwillingly land on the ground. They did not grasp such a rare opportunity. They could not blame others for being too fast. They could only blame themselves for being too slow. There is no need for all of you to stay here. Leave behind the tribe's secret mark and leave with me tomorrow. We can no longer stay in this place. Those two bandits might leak our hiding place. If we are surrounded by the deer tribe cultivators, our brute tribe will be completely annihilated. The white-haired old man said coldly. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly nodded, turned around, and flew towards their respective abodes. Before leaving, they had to pack up their belongings. Ancestor, our tribe's holy treasure has been taken. Ancestor, what should the barbarians do next? After everyone left, the white-haired old man suddenly bowed respectfully in one direction. Several breaths of time passed. In that originally empty place, there was suddenly a slight fluctuation in the air. Then, an extremely old voice came from within. I've seen the entire process. That fellow's methods are far too strange. We won't be able to take revenge in a short period of time. Bring your clansmen to the demon sealing region. Perhaps the hope of our berserkers lies within. Demon sealing region? The white-haired old barbarian shuddered and said with a terrified expression, Ancestor, that is the forbidden land of our tribe. Since the first generation ancestor died in battle in the demon sealing region, our barbarian tribe hasn't returned to that place for many years. Several great emperors once joined hands to enter that place, but none of them came out. I don't believe that the first generation progenitor really died. Even if you brought your people in and didn't come out, the berserkers wouldn't have been completely wiped out. They would have been scattered, and that would be more suitable for our current situation. If they didn't die in there, then it would be a holy land for us berserkers to rest and recuperate. Many terrifying existences died in battle, so there would definitely be treasures left behind. The demon sealing realm? From what you've said, it's similar to the absolute beginning land's burial ruins. Could it be that your first-generation ancestor was a seventh-step cultivator? Ning Chi asked curiously. The white-haired old berserker's body instantly froze. He turned around in disbelief and saw that Ning Chi and Wang Shui, who had left a long time ago, had returned at some unknown point of time, and they were even standing beside him. The white-haired barbarian old man didn't know what he was feeling at the moment. He only knew that if he had the chance to kill Ning Chi, he would be willing to give up his life. What? I just want to see if you have anything else to hide from us after we leave. It seems that there is. Ning Chi smiled, and his gaze fell on the air not far away. Southern border progenitor, come out. There was no movement in the air at all. It was as if nothing had happened just now, and the white-haired barbarian old man was talking to himself. He has already left. Wang Shui smiled faintly. He hid in the immortal palace and escaped into the void. Only the great emperor can catch him with such a method. He ran away just like that? He doesn't have the guts at all. I don't know who was the one who was the first to condense something like the immortal palace. The loophole that can't be used in the reincarnation of 10,000 realms is indeed correct. Ning Chi sighed. I don't believe that you haven't benefited from it before. The white-haired barbarian old man looked at Ning Chi and cursed in his heart. Where is the demon sealing realm? Ning Chi looked at the barbarian old man and smiled. That is a forbidden area. With your cultivation, I'm afraid that your lives will be in danger if you go there. The white-haired barbarian old man didn't answer Ning Chi's question. Instead, he persuaded, It's none of your business whether we go or not. If we don't say it, we will die. Ning Chi smiled faintly. After a while, after getting the exact location of the demon sealing realm, Ning Chi and Wang Shui left together. Together with the burial site, Ning Chi already knew 2 forbidden areas where a 7th-step cultivator might have fallen. This kind of place could be explored if there was a chance in the future. There might be a lot of good things hidden inside. This kid is too shameless. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have broken the immortal palace. At that time, I would have really turned into ashes. I wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate in the reincarnation of 10,000 realms. There was a trace of fluctuation in the air again. The tone of the southern border progenitor had a trace of joy and a trace of anger for Ning Chi's return. "Hey, southern border progenitor, you didn't leave." Ning Chi appeared beside the white-haired barbarian old man and waved at the air. The air became silent again. He escaped again. Wang Shui shook her head. "I almost caught him. What a pity." Ning Chi sighed and then smiled at the white-haired barbarian old man who was dumbfounded. "We are really leaving this time. Don't look at us with this kind of fear in your eyes." After that, Ning Chi and Wang Shui disappeared in front of the white-haired barbarian old man again. This time he waited for a long time, but the southern border progenitor didn't show up. He knew that the progenitor might have been scared out of his wits by Ning Chi and Wang Shui and didn't dare to come out again. "You've learned to be smart. Forget it, let's go." Ning Chi, who was hiding in the void, saw that the southern border progenitor didn't show up. He smiled and called Wang Shui to leave. "Where are we going?" Wang Shui asked curiously. "The primordial land? I heard that there are many geniuses there, and there are many opportunities. We have to go to the primordial land, but since we are now in Tai Li, let's go to Tianmu's sect first. There is an old friend there that I want to meet." Ning Chi smiled. The dead face of Gong Sun Wufua appeared in front of him. At that time, his physical body was destroyed by Wang Shui. It should be reformed now. If it hadn't been reformed, he would kill Gong Sun Lu. The only time Ning Chi's physical body was destroyed was by Gong Sun Wufua. He had to take revenge. Chapter 3688. Tiangra Gate. No Regrets Mountain. Ever since Ning Chi left, no one was left in Mount without regret. All the cultivators went to other mountain ranges to cultivate under Gong Suanlu's tyranny. They no longer stayed in Mount without regret. Otherwise, they would be opposing Gong Suanlu. However, after the news that Gong Sun Wufua's physical body had been destroyed, Gong Sun Lu's status in the clan of Heavenly Grandmother dropped significantly. He seemed to have realized that he was no longer as confident in facing Han Buwei and the others. This was because he was afraid that Gong Sun Wufua's cultivation would drop to the undead realm after he reformed his physical body. In that case, provoking Han Buwei and the others would be something only a fool would do. Not long after, many cultivators returned from Mount Unrepentant. This time, Dong Chuan was in charge of Mount Unrepentant. The cultivators who had left Mount Unrepentant observed for a period of time before returning one after another. The main reason was that the small circles in the other mountain ranges were already fixed. Cultivators like them who were exiled from Mount without regret were not only unable to integrate into those small circles, but because of their relationship with Gong Suanlu, they would also be suppressed by those small circles. Therefore, it was better for them to return to Mount without regret. After all, this was their home after entering Heavenly Grandmother sect. Elder Han, if you have the time in the future, you must come to Mount No Regret to inspect. Dong Chuan walked Han Buwei to the door with tears in his eyes. He was not willing to guard Mount No Regret at all, but he could not withstand the pressure from Han Buwei. Now he could only hope that Han Buwei would come to Mount No Regret more often, lest Gong Sun Wufua and his granddaughter come back to settle the score. He was just a deacon, and Gong Sun Lu was already unable to deal with him, not to mention the great deity Gong Sun Wufua behind him. Lightly patting Dong Chuan's shoulder, Han Buwei smiled faintly and said, "Do a good job. I will support you if anything happens." Elder Han's tone is quite big. This no-regret mountain has such a guy. It is already an ominous place. If something really happens, can you bear the responsibility? An enigmatic voice rang out. Han Buwei's eyes moved slightly, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. He looked into the distance and was slightly startled. Gong Sun Lu? Wasn't this guy very well behaved recently, bowing respectfully every time they met? Why did he become so savage again? When Dong Chuan saw Gong Sun Lu, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Han Buwei wasn't afraid, but he couldn't. If he was targeted by Gong Sun Lu, Dong Chuan felt that the right thing to do was to resign from his position in the Heavenly Mama sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to be on guard against Gong Sun Lu's dirty tricks day and night, and he wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Gong Sun Lu, what do you want to say? Han Buwei said lightly. Many cultivators on No Regret Mountain saw that Gong Sun Lu had come again, and their expressions changed, and they looked over worriedly. Gong Sun Lu landed in front of Han Buwei and Dong Chuan. She first cupped her hands and bowed to Han Buwei, then glanced at Dong Chuan with a faint smile. After being killed twice by Ning Qi, Gong Sun Lu's foundation was in a mess. Her cultivation had yet to recover to the rebirth state, and she was still a Heaven's Mandate state cultivator. Elder Han, this place was once ruled by a dark cultivator. It's inevitable that he left behind a contingency plan. I feel that if we don't thoroughly investigate the No Regret Mountain and directly let the sect disciples cultivate here, I'm afraid that this No Regret Mountain will become the hall of the dark cultivators. Gong Sun Lu smiled. A hall of dark cultivators? Han Buwei's eyes darkened. Gong Sun Lu, what are you trying to say? Elder Han, don't you suspect that that guy will leave some spies in the No Regret Mountain? For example, Dong Chuan, who entered the sect with him? Gong Sun Lu looked at Dong Chuan, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Deacon Gong Sun, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How did I become a dark cultivator? Although I have a good relationship with Brother Ning, I didn't know that he was a dark cultivator. If I knew, I would. Dong Chuan's soul almost left his body, and he hurriedly tried to explain. You would what? Gong Sun Lu sneered. I don't have any way. After all, I can't beat Brother Ning. Dong Chuan sighed and said helplessly, Elder Han, he is really suspicious. I suggest that we suppress him immediately. After we find out the truth and confirm that he is not a dark cultivator, we can let him go, or we can directly hand him over to the boundless cultivators. Gong Sun Lu smiled. Han Buwei's expression turned a little ugly. Dong Chuan was recruited by him, and just like Ning Qi, he was trained as a trusted subordinate. Gong Sun Lu wanted him to suppress Dong Chuan, which was a slap to his face. Gong Sun Lu, you don't have to intervene in this level of things. Why don't you go back and cultivate in seclusion, and see if you can reach the rebirth state in your lifetime? Han Buwei said indifferently. Are you looking down on my junior by saying that? With me around, he can't even reach the rebirth state? A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. Immediately following that, everyone felt a gust of wind sweep past them. Next to Gong Sun Lu, another broad figure appeared. Gong Sun Wufua. Gong Sun Lu greets the old ancestor. Gong Sun Lu bowed, respectfully, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Seeing this, the cultivators of the No Regret Mountain felt a chill in their hearts. No wonder Gong Sun Lu dared to behave atrociously in the No Regret Mountain. It turned out that Gong Sun Wufua had already reformed his physical body, and judging from his aura, Gong Sun Wufua's cultivation did not fall to the undying state, but maintained the cultivation of the immortal state. So it's Elder Wufua. I apologize for not going out to greet you. Han Buwei was slightly stunned, and then he smiled faintly and cupped his hands. Dong Chuan was so scared that his neck almost shrank into his chest, and he stood behind Han Buwei with a pale face. He vaguely felt that he had inadvertently been involved in a battle between the higher-ups. Did I not go out to greet you? I don't think so. During this period of time, the one who wants me to reform my physical body the most is probably you, Brother Han. Gong Sun Wufua said with a fake smile. Elder Wufua must be joking. Han Buwei smiled and did not explain further. In the sect, Gong Sun Wufua did not have the guts to do anything to him. As for Gong Sun Lu's words just now, I think Elder Han should do as she says. This little fellow entered the sect with that dark cultivator surnamed Ning, so his background might not necessarily be clean. If Elder Han isn't willing to do anything, then how about I do it for you? Gong Sun Wufwa smiled. Dong Chuan was so scared that his face was pale, and he could only look at Han Buwei for help. Elder Wufwa, I think this matter should be discussed again. I know Dong Chuan's background very well, so the two of you don't have to suspect that he is a dark cultivator. Han Buwei smiled. In short, the no-regret mountain will be sealed again. All the cultivators should go to other mountains. As for his background, you can look for me after you have investigated it. Gong Sun Wufwa smiled faintly. Sealing the no-regret mountain was a way for him to re-establish his prestige after his physical body was destroyed. Brother Ning? Dong Chuan, who was so scared that his face was pale, suddenly looked behind the crowd. Brother Ning? What Brother Ning? Could it be Gong Sun Wufwa and Gong Sun? Lu only felt a chill in their hearts and quickly turned to look. Chapter 3689. Enemy Attack. When Gong Sun Wufwa saw Ning Qi's smiling face and Wang Shui's figure, he immediately let out a loud roar. Other than that, he did not do anything else. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He still remembered how his physical body was easily destroyed by Wang Shui back then. Such an existence was definitely an imperishable realm expert, and he was just an imperishable realm expert with a damaged source. It was almost impossible for him to escape at such a close distance. Therefore, he could only hope that Taoist priestess Tiangrani would hear his call for help and rush over in time. The sect master is also at the imperishable realm. He will definitely be able to suppress this woman. As for this man, if I capture him alive, not only will I be able to exchange credit with the Supreme Saint Council, but I can also find the door to the creation's celestial realm from him. After a brief moment of panic, Gong Sun Wufwa calmed down immediately. He even looked at Ning Qi with a hint of greed in his eyes. Back then, he died too early and did not see Ning Qi's methods with his own eyes. Later on, he heard that even Sakya Shinkong, the #1 person of the younger generation in the Tily land, was defeated by Ning Qi. Gong Sun Wufwa was shocked, but also suspicious. However, everyone who was present at that time had died. Those who did not die had their physical bodies destroyed, so he had no one to ask. Just now, he sensed the aura of the rebirth state on Ning Qi. Although he was a little surprised that Ning Qi had broken through to the rebirth state in such a short time, compared to the methods rumored to suppress Sakya Shinkong, the rebirth state was not enough. Patriarch! Gong Sun Lu hid behind Gong Sun Wufwa. She was agitated and pointed at Ning Qi while shouting, "He is that dark cultivator!" Why is he back again? A trace of deep doubt flashed in Han Buwei's eyes. At the same time, he was a little surprised. He realized that Gong Sun Wufwa's emotions seemed to be extremely afraid. He could not help but think of the rumors that had been circulating among the cultivators some time ago. It's her? Han Buwei looked at Wang Shui with a trace of shock in his eyes. According to the rumors, Ning Qi had a cultivation companion who could fight countless rounds with Senior Shingang from the Supreme Saint Council. At that time, everyone was guessing the origins of this female cultivator. Now, Han Buwei felt that it was very likely that he would meet her in person. It really is Brother Ning. Dong Chuan's eyes widened. After confirming that the person was Ning Qi, he inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Ning Qi was a dark cultivator or not, he and Ning Qi were fellow disciples. Ning Qi would never harm him. Gong Sun Wufwa's shout of an enemy attack immediately attracted all the cultivators of No Regret Mountain. When they saw Ning Qi's figure, some cultivators couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, "Revered Elder Ning!" Sure, he's no longer a consecrator of the Tianmu school. He's a dark cultivator. Don't let Elder Gong Sun and the others misunderstand. Why did he still dare to return to Heavenly Grandma sect? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with shock and doubt in their eyes. However, apart from these two emotions, many cultivators had a flash of inspiration. Didn't Ning Qi and Gong Sun Wufwa have enmity? If Ning Qi returned to the Tianmu Gate this time because of Gongsun Wufua, wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't have to be bullied by Gongsun in the future? There were quite a number of cultivators who had such thoughts. Their gazes gradually turned strange. They had all heard about the incident where Gongsun Wufua's physical body was destroyed. Enemy attack? It's a joy to have friends from afar. Don't you understand the saying? Ning Qi looked at Gongsun Wufua and said with a faint smile. Gongsun Wufua's face turned green. Friends? Who's friends with you? He glanced at Wang Shui and didn't blurt out these words directly. Instead, he tried to calm himself down and said slowly, You guys are too bold. The Holy Saint Council has been searching for you all this time. Also, the sects behind those cultivators who died in your hands have already spread the word that the whole realm will be rounded up. Why did you guys appear in the Tianmu Gate today? Why? Aren't you asking the obvious? Ning Qi smiled and said, I originally planned to attack Gongsun Lu since you haven't reformed your physical body. I didn't expect you to reform your physical body so quickly. That's even better. I'll attack both of you. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lu's expression changed again. He immediately felt fortunate that Gongsun Wufua had come out of seclusion. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Ning Qi for the third time. As for Gongsun Wufua, he suddenly regretted in his heart. Why did he choose to come out of seclusion today? If he hadn't come out today, he wouldn't have met Ning Qi and his cultivation companion. Gongsun Wufua looked at Wang Shui with an obvious trace of fear. This fear couldn't be concealed because his state of mind was no longer calm the moment Wang Shui appeared. He's really here for Gongsun Wufua. Upon seeing this, Han Buwei took a step back without batting an eyelid. Dong Chuan's reaction was extremely fast. He retreated almost at the same time as Han Buwei. Using me as an example, my heavenly grandmother's sect also has an imperishable realm expert. Aren't your thoughts too simple? Gongsun Wufua forced a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from a mountain in the distance. Upon seeing this, Gongsun Wufua's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Who dares to cause trouble in my Tianmu Gate? A voice exploded above everyone's heads. Immediately after, a figure appeared above everyone's heads. She was dressed in a Taoist robe, had a bald head, held a horsetail whisk in her hand, and had a cold expression. If not for the fact that she had no hair, Ning Qi felt that her dressing was 70 to 80% similar to Li Macho's. Shui. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Leave it to me. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Then she leaped into the air and slammed her palm towards Taoist Priestess Tianmu. Today, I'm here to cause trouble in your Tianmu Gate. Upon seeing this, Taoist Priestess Tianmu's expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became extremely solemn. After a few loud bangs, she and Wang Shui had already fought further and further away. Both of them were afraid that the aftermath would affect others. I bet that in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, your gate master will be almost done. Ning Qi smiled at Gongsun Wufua. Gongsun Wufua was stunned for a moment. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. His mouth gradually let out a laugh that went from low to high. Ha! You don't have an eternal realm cultivator by your side to protect you. I only need to move a finger, and you'll be doomed eternally. Is that so? Emperor Lu, it's your turn. Ning Qi smiled. With a slight movement of his mind, a giant willow appeared in midair. The aura of the great perfection of the eternal realm instantly enveloped the entire Mount No Regret. Without waiting for the sinister smile on Gongsun Wufua's face to fade, dozens of willow branches had already attacked him. In the blink of an eye, Gongsun Wufua was tightly wrapped by the willow branches, and only his head was exposed. Ning Qi flew forward and slapped Gongsun Wufua's old face. It's a pleasure to have a friend from afar, do you know? Gongsun Wufua looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Don't know? I'm going to kill you. Ning Qi gave him another backhand slap. This time, Gong Sun Wufua finally woke up. His eyes widened, and he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Without waiting for him to speak, another slap landed on his face. Chapter 3690. As your friend, I came from afar. Instead of welcoming you properly, you talk to me like this. Do you deserve to be beaten? Pa. As someone from the same sect, why don't you kneel down when you see me? Instead, you smile at me. You, Pa. Pa. Ning Qi waved his arms faster and faster. His palms landed on Gong Sun Wufua's old face from different angles. Then he gave a backhand slap from bottom to top. His movements were smooth and smooth. Gong Sun Wufua, on the other hand, was trapped in midair by Emperor Liu. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. His golden body had yet to be tempered to his skull, so his face was as red as a monkey's, but it was unknown whether it was because he was beaten up by Ning Qi or because of the humiliation. The crowd below watched this scene in a daze. They felt a chill run down their spines. Gong Sun Wufua, a sempiternal realm expert, was reduced to such a state. When they thought of the woman who was fighting with Taoist priestess Tian Lao, they vaguely felt that Gong Sun Wufua's fate today would be extremely miserable. Han Bui's eyes suddenly moved. Suddenly, a breath swept out from his body, suppressing a figure who was trying to leave the place quietly. Elder Han? Gong Sun Lu looked at Han Bui dumbfounded. He only wanted to leave this place quietly. He did not expect that before Ning Qi could make a move, Han Bui had already stopped him. He made it very clear that he came to find you today. If you leave, how will our heavenly grandmother's sect face his anger? You don't want to see our heavenly grandmother's sect destroyed by him, do you? Han Bui looked at Gong Sun Lu coldly. Elder Han, I have offended you previously. But please, Elder Han, forgive me this time on account that we are from the same sect. Gong Sun Lu said with a pale face. Whether I forgive you or not depends on whether the sect master can defeat that senior today. Han Bui said lightly. Boom! A loud sound came from the horizon. All the cultivators of Heavenly Mother sect had gathered around Mount No Regret. When they heard this loud noise, they raised their heads and looked over. Their expressions were uncertain. After a few breaths, Wang Shui's figure appeared again. However, in her hand, she was carrying Taoist priestess Tian Lao, whose eyes were closed and seemed to have fainted. When the cultivators from the Tianmu clan saw this, their faces turned extremely pale. Gong Sun Wufua, who still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, saw this, and his face turned green. Husband, I can't kill her, but she's no match for me either. Wang Shui threw Heavenly Priestess to the ground and smiled at Ning Qi. That's enough. Ning Qi glanced at Taoist nun Tian Lao and suddenly smiled. Sect Master, stand up if you're awake. The floor is a little cold, the ground was a little cold. But since Ning Qi had seen through her, she no longer pretended to be unconscious. She stood up, tidied her clothes, and looked at Ning Qi. How did you find out? I didn't find anything. I guessed. Ning Qi laughed. Taoist priestess Tian Lao's expression changed slightly. Then, she said with a gloomy expression, You are here today for Gong Sun Wufua, right? Obviously. Ning Qi smiled and gave Gong Sun Wufua another slap. He destroyed my physical body. I'm a person who bears grudges, so I came all the way to Tai Li as soon as I broke through the rebirth realm. You. Gong Sun Wufua looked at Ning Qi with extreme humiliation. The Supreme Saint Council will not let you go. You can't escape from Tai Li. Slap. Ning Qi gave him another backhand slap. I don't know if the Supreme Saint Council will let me go. I only know that you can't escape today. Ha 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 ha. I have the immortal palace. So what if I'm in the imperishable realm? At most, I'll destroy my physical body again. You want to kill me? Dream on. Gong Sun Wufua laughed maniacally. Taoist priestess Tian Lao, was no match for Wang Shui. She could not save him today, but he did not have to admit defeat in front of Ning Qi. At most, he would lose a physical body. He could afford it. "Did I say that I'm going to destroy your physical body?" Ning Qi asked with a strange expression. "Not destroy my physical body? Then you're thinking of—" Gongsun Wufua's eyes widened. He seemed to have guessed Ning Qi's plan. A trace of fear could not help but show in the depths of his eyes. "Not bad, you've guessed correctly." Ning Qi laughed out loud and said to Emperor Lu, "Just put in more effort and let him hang." "Okay." Emperor Lu waved the willow branch and wrote a word on the ground. The next moment, Emperor Lu and Gongsun Wufua disappeared. "Where is this place?" Gongsun Wufua looked around blankly. He saw a house not far away. He was secretly shocked. Could this be someone else's cave abode? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Gongsun Wufua heard the movement and quickly looked over. He saw a few big words written on the ground by the willow branch. When Gongsun Wufua saw these words, his expression became extremely dull. "Creation Celestial Realm? This is the Creation Celestial Realm?" Gongsun Wufua's eyes were dull. Then he suddenly remembered the strange phenomenon that happened to Ning Qi in the mist forest. He gasped in disbelief. He really integrated the passage to the Creation Celestial Realm into his body. Gongsun Wufua's body trembled. "Isn't this too terrifying?" A moving passage that could send people into the Creation Celestial Realm at any time. Moreover, he was brought here by Emperor Lu without paying any price. Otherwise, with his immortal realm cultivation, the price to enter the Creation Celestial Realm would be extremely high. When he figured this out, Gongsun Wufua's face turned extremely pale. Just this method alone could probably invite existences in the great emperor realm to help him. After all, which great emperor did not have a large group of disciples? Gongsun Wufua thought that he had guessed the reason why Ning Qi would have an immortal realm cultivator by his side. "Senior Emperor Lu, please spare my life. I can give you all my belongings, all of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth." Gongsun Wufua's eyes were filled with greed. As long as Emperor Lu let him go, he would get a chance to enter the Creation Celestial Realm for free. Sha sha sha. Dream on? No. Senior Emperor Lu, listen to me. Gongsun Wufua saw Emperor Lu's immediate rejection and did not intend to give up. He felt that star demons were not very intelligent. After Emperor Lu and Gongsun Wufua disappeared together, everyone's face suddenly changed, including Taoist priestess Tianlao. She did not know how the two disappeared. Gongsun Lu looked hopeless and hurriedly looked at Taoist priestess Tianlao. He knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "Sect Master, save me." Taoist priestess Tianlao glanced at him indifferently, then turned her head to look elsewhere. Seeing this, everyone knew that Taoist priestess Tianlao had given up on Gongsun Lu. Many people even looked relieved. Although Gongsun Lu was a deacon of the Tianlao sect, he had used Gongsun Wufua's power and influence to act like a tyrant. He had long incurred the wrath of the heavens and the people. Chapter 3691. Looks like no one will be your backer today. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards Gongsun Lu. Gongsun Lu shuddered and hurriedly crawled up from the ground, running towards Han Buwei's direction. In his heart, there was only one last hope, hoping that Han Buwei would plead for him on account that they were from the same sect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Han Buwei grabbed Dong Chuan and retreated hundreds of feet away from Gongsun Lu along with the rest of the people around him. Numerous cold eyes fell on Gongsun Lu. Gongsun Lu looked around and finally let out a desperate roar. "All of you will die a horrible death! I have worked hard for the sect. Even if I don't have any merit, I have worked hard. How dare you ignore me?" Elder Gongsun, you relied on Elder Wufua as your backer to secretly murder a few deacons and consecrators of my unrepentant mountain. making us unable to stay on unrepentant mountain to cultivate. Is this your hard work? A cultivator of Mount No Regret said with a cold face. With him taking the lead, the rest of the cultivators of Mount No Regret also reprimanded Gongsun Lu for the good things he had done all these years. Everyone spoke one after another until Gongsun Lu's face turned green. Taoist priestess, Heavenly Grandma, frowned slightly. She didn't know that Gongsun Lu bullied Mount No Regret before, and no one would report such a trivial matter to her. Today, seeing the cultivators of Mount No Regret denouncing her, she vaguely realized that Gongsun Lu had lost the support of the people of sect of Heavenly Grandma. Good. You are all very good. As long as there is a chance, I will kill you all one by one. Gongsun Lu suddenly burst out with a roar and pointed at the cultivators of Mount No Regret and cursed with hatred. These cultivators were stunned for a moment, and then a trace of horror appeared on their faces. If Gongsun Lu didn't die today and sneaked back in the future, they would probably be killed by Gongsun Lu one by one. How dare you! Taoist priestess, Heavenly Grandma, snorted coldly. Just as she was about to make a move, Wang Shui had already slapped Gongsun Lu's head. Gongsun Lu's body instantly turned into minced meat. Wang Shui didn't stop there. She struck out another divine power into the void. After a few breaths, a miserable howl came from the void, and then the world returned to peace. Brother Ning, is Gongsun Lu dead? Has the immortal palace been destroyed? Dong Chuan gathered his courage and asked. The cultivators of Mount No Regret also looked at Ning Qi, their eyes revealing a trace of expectation. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. With Er's help, how could he have the chance to reform his physical body? He is completely dead and has entered the reincarnation cycle of the infinite worlds. I hope he has accumulated enough good karma in this life. Otherwise, he may only be a dog in his next life. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Since this matter is over, we will take our leave first. Ning Qi nodded to everyone with a smile and left with Wang Shui. After a while, only then did Taoist nun Heavenly Grandma glance at Han Buwei. I'm seriously injured, so I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. You'll be in charge of receiving the people from the Holy Assembly. Yes, Sovereign. Han Buwei was slightly startled, but he quickly nodded. He found that Taoist priestess Tian Lao's figure seemed to be staggering as she left. It seemed that the battle between her and Wang Shui wasn't as simple as it seemed. She was probably seriously injured. Not long after leaving Heavenly Grandma sect, Wang Shui's face suddenly turned red, and then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Ning Qi's expression immediately became extremely grave. Shui, are you injured? I didn't expect that Taoist priestess Tian Lao's strength to be even stronger than perfected Lord Qinggong that we met in the Mist Forest. Also, she may have a 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure, but it seems that she hasn't completely refined it, so she doesn't dare to overuse it. Wang Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled. A 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure. Ning Qi was silent for a few breaths. I have a 7th grade flying sword. When I go to the Creation Dominion next time, I'll find some spiritual materials and forge it to see if it can become a 9th grade primordial spiritual treasure. It's okay. Even without a primordial spiritual treasure, she's still not my match. Wang Shui smiled, a faint trace of pride in her eyes. Are your injuries serious? Ning Qi smiled. I might need to rest for a year or 2. Wang Shui said. Then let's go to the Creation Dominion. It just so happens that our whereabouts have been exposed on this trip to Heavenly Grandma sect. We can hide from the Holy Assembly. Ning Qi smiled. At the same time, he had a plan in mind. After the system update, there would be a function called Worlds in the Heavens. Using this function, he could flexibly go to worlds that were lower in status than Shenluo Realm, and it wouldn't cost a lot of merit points. He could use this opportunity to go to Shinluo Mystic Realm to check on Sacred Concubine Cold Sky and the others. It was time for Wang Shui and Fang Lingming to meet. Soon, Ningqi and Wang Shui disappeared on the spot. Not long after the two disappeared, a few auras came from the direction of Heavenly Grandma Sect. One of them was Shen Gongpao. He rode on a black leopard with a solemn expression. Beside him, there were a few existences hidden in the void, and each of them was at the great perfection of the imperishable realm. Their auras stopped here. The black leopard looked around and said, At this moment, an old monk walked out of the void. He had a kind face and wore a large red robe. He glanced around indifferently and chanted, The two benefactors' auras have indeed stopped here. Master Jisheng, is there no way to invite the abbot of your Wanfo temple? With him around, those two guys definitely have nowhere to run. This time, Sakya Shinkong's physical body was destroyed by them, causing his state of mind to collapse. I heard that he couldn't even keep his immortal realm, cultivation. He's about to turn into a demon, right? A voice came from the void, and it sounded like a female cultivator. Amit Ba, Shinkong's matter has its own destiny. There's no need for female benefactor to worry about it. The old monk put his palms together and smiled. Then forget it. This time, everyone has made a wasted trip. Go back, wash up, and sleep. That voice sounded again, and then there was obviously one less aura in the void. Seeing this, Shin Gongpao looked at the old monk with a solemn expression, and then left with the black leopard. Creation, celestial realm. On the willow tree, outside the courtyard, Gongsun Wufua was still talking to Emperor Lu about the pros and cons. At first, Emperor Lu was still replying to him, but suddenly he stopped moving. Gongsun Wufua seemed to have sensed something and looked down. He saw Wang Shui holding Ning Qi's arm, standing under the willow tree and looking at him with a faint smile. Gongsun Wufua's expression changed suddenly, and then he slowly closed his eyes and stopped talking. Why aren't you talking? Do you really think that Emperor Lu is so stupid to let you go? Let me tell you, if you don't die in this life, just hang here. But later, I might send some friends to accompany you, so you won't be too lonely. Ning Qi smiled. When Gongsun Wufua heard this, his face twitched a few times. Chapter 3692. After returning to the house, Ning Qi found the god Luo Mystic Realm from the function of the Myriad Worlds. It was at the very bottom of the Myriad Worlds list, which showed that the god Luo Mystic Realm wasn't very powerful. Only 50,000 merit points per person, that's cheap. Ning Qi took a look at the price of the god Luo Mystic Realm and decided to bring Lin Mei along. After all, she was Wang Shui's servant, and she could do some chores with her. Shui, I'll bring you to a place. Ning Qi smiled at the two girls. Lin Mei was slightly stunned and looked at Wang Shui subconsciously. Wang Shui seemed to have sensed it and said with anticipation, Husband, are we going back to the central mainland? Sort of. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. It's very convenient to go to the celestial world from the god Luo Mystic Realm, and the central mainland is in a corner of the celestial world. However, the direct descendants of the Wang family have all arrived at the god Luo Mystic Realm. If you want to go back and take a look, I'll accompany you. God Luo Mystic Realm. Wang Shui's expression changed slightly, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. Back then, she was in the state of a ghost and didn't have any consciousness. However, after recovering her memory, she remembered everything that she experienced in those years. When Lin Mei heard the words God Luo Mystic Realm, she was a little confused. However, she guessed that this should be a small world under the God Luo world. However, Ning Qi actually had the coordinates of these small worlds. In the Shenluo world, not everyone could head to the small worlds, because the coordinates of the various small worlds were basically in the hands of the top forces. The stronger the force, the more coordinates they had. For example, the Holy Saint Parliament might very well have the coordinates of all the small worlds. Hence, The War of the 10,000 Races could only start after the Holy Saint Parliament agreed. This time, Ning Qi had a plan when he returned. Since the myriad worlds were restricted by the rules and couldn't bring people to a higher level world, couldn't he just send people directly to the creation god realm? Even if he could only bring a few people at a time, the entire war god temple only had over 30 people. If he brought them to the creation god realm in batches, then he would slowly send people to the creation god realm. In this way, he would probably be the first existence in the god Luo world to establish a sect in the creation god realm. Even the top forces in the immemorial land could only send a batch of disciples after a period of time when the channel was at its weakest. However, Ning Qi didn't have this restriction. Emperor Willow was the perfect candidate to be the sect's guardian beast. An existence at the imperishable realm, one that had lived for countless years and had an incomparably deep foundation, was an existence at the imperishable realm. Unless a great emperor came personally, who else could be a match for Emperor Lu? The more Ning Qi thought about it, the more he felt that his plan was good and could be implemented. Hold me back. Ning Qi smiled. When Wang Shui saw it, she quickly grabbed Ning Qi's arm. Lin Mei was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Wang Shui. She hesitantly grabbed Ning Qi's other arm. When she saw that Wang Shui didn't show any displeasure, she was secretly relieved. God Luo Mystic Realm. The ruins of the Dragon Clan's sacred land. Ever since the Dragon Clan was defeated by the Great Wilderness King, even the physical body of the Dragon Lord of the North Een was destroyed. The Dragon Clan's sacred ground only existed in name. There were very few traces of the Dragon Clan here. Instead, it had been raided by cultivators from other clans several times. Anything that was slightly better was already gone. However, later on, some cultivators discovered that the Dragon Clan might have descended from the god Luo world once. This was because all the cultivators who raided the Dragon Clan's sacred ground were annihilated. Only some traces of a tragic death were left behind. Everyone deduced from these traces. Since then, very few cultivators dared to come here to rob them. On the altar in the depths of the Dragon Clan's sacred ground, a few beams of divine light suddenly flashed. Immediately after, figures in purple robes walked out from it. There were 4 of them. Each of these 4 people had a pair of dragon horns on their head. Their auras were around the Karma realm. Their expressions were indifferent. Only when they saw the ruins around them would there be some fluctuations in their eyes. They were angry, furious. Not long after the 4 of them appeared, the gazes of 3 of them landed on the figure with the strongest aura. Great Dragon Qianjun. All the Dragon Clan here are your direct descendants. Although you've spent a lot of money to hire the 3 of us to help, if it's really as your grandson said, that a Qilin has come to the god Luo secret ground and annihilated your descendants here, we won't help you. After all, our Great Blue Dragon sect is much weaker than the Qilin clan. Great Dragon Qianjun glanced at the other 3 Dragon Clan members and said faintly, if it's really the Qilin clan, why would they come to a small place like the god Luo secret ground? This place is incomparable to the myriad worlds. I suspect that it's the bloodline of the Qilin clan that has wandered outside. Moreover, its cultivation might not have reached the limit of breaking through the realm here. The bloodline of the Qilin clan that has wandered outside. The other 3 members of the dragon race from the Great Blue Dragon sect exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered with an inexplicable greed. If the Great Dragon Army was not mistaken, wouldn't it mean that they could devour the Qilin without the Qilin clan knowing? Although the bloodline of the Qilin clan might not be stronger than the bloodline of the Dragon clan, the bloodline of the Great Blue Dragon clan couldn't be compared to the authentic Dragon clan in the primordial land. If they could devour the bloodline of the Qilin clan, they might be able to reach the level of the authentic Dragon clan. In that case, let alone the Destiny realm, they might even be able to reach the Rebirth realm. What's the limit of breaking through the realm here? The Tao Querying Realm. Great Dragon Qianjun said faintly, "Only the Tao querying realm? That's nothing to worry about. However, this world doesn't seem small. How are we going to find the other party? You should know that the flow of time in the god Luo's secret ground is different from here. If we stay here for more than 10 days, hundreds of years might have passed in the god Luo world. We can only stay here for 3 days at most. We won't even need 3 days." Great Dragon Qianjun smiled faintly. He then took out a blood-red jade and inserted some karma energy into it. Instantly, an immortal palace was pulled out of the void in front of the 4 of them. If Ning Qi was here, he would definitely recognize that this immortal palace belonged to the North Een Dragon Lord. What kind of demon is this? A furious roar came from within the immortal palace. It was as if he was shocked and enraged that his immortal palace had been forcefully pulled out of the void by someone. Your elder ancestor, Great Dragon Qianjun, snorted coldly. The immortal palace instantly fell silent. After a few breaths, an embarrassed voice was heard. "You said that it's my elder ancestor. Do you have any proof? Your descendants' guts have been beaten out of him. No wonder he could mess up your arrangements here." The other 3 members of the Great Blue Dragon clan were instantly amused. Great Dragon Qianjun's expression was ugly as he sent a stream of blood energy into the immortal palace. After a long while, a figure with a slightly damaged body walked out of the immortal palace with a fearful expression. He looked at the Great Dragon Qianjun and the others timidly. Chapter 3693. When the Dragon Lord of the North saw the appearances of the Great Dragon Army and the other 3, the fear in his heart abruptly dissipated. This was because he could sense a familiar aura from the 4 of them, especially the Dragon Lord of the North Een. He looked exactly the same as the portrait of his ancestor. "Ancestor, is it really you?" The Dragon Lord of the North Een looked at the Dragon Lord of the North Een fearfully and bowed in shock. "I don't know which generation you are, but you destroyed my foundation in the god Luo mystic realm. You must take responsibility for this," the Dragon Lord of the North Een said coldly. The Dragon Lord of the North Een said coldly. When the Dragon Lord of the North heard this, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He knew that the Shenluo world would definitely send someone to question him, but he did not expect that the patriarch of his bloodline would come personally. After thinking for a while, the Dragon Lord of the North said in a low voice, "Patriarch, I am willing to bear all the responsibility. However, I hope that Patriarch can help us take revenge for the dragon, sacred ground. We'll talk about your matter later. The reason why I've come here is for this matter. Tell me, exactly who is it that destroyed your physical body?" The Dragon Lord of the North Een said calmly. The Dragon Lord of the North first glanced at the other 3 great azure dragons. He discovered that their auras were only slightly weaker than his ancestors. They were clearly at the 4th step as well. He immediately felt confident. He gritted his teeth and said, "The one who destroyed my body was the human race's Great Desolation King's mount. She was a fire Qilin." Following that, the Dragon Lord of the North spent almost an hour explaining everything that had happened. The other 3 members of the Great Blue Dragon tribe became more and more excited as they listened. A Tao querying realm fire Qilin. Ha ha ha! To think that there would be a Qilin bloodline left in a small world like this. We're lucky this time. One of the Great Blue Dragons said gleefully. Great Dragon 1,000 soldiers glanced at him indifferently. "I'm in charge of this matter, so I want 2/5 of her blood essence. You can divide the remaining 3/5 equally. As for the cultivation resources you took from me, you have to return them to me." The expressions of the 3 great azure dragons changed slightly. They looked at each other, and one of them laughed dryly. "Great Dragon Army, that's not very kind of you. We can return the cultivation resources to you and help you for free. However, if we manage to suppress the fire Qilin, The blood essence will be split evenly between the four of us. No bargaining. Otherwise, you can go back now." The great dragon of the 1,000 armies laughed coldly. The aura of the great circle of karma instantly swept out. The dragon lord of the North's physical body had not been completely condensed, so it was shaken by the great dragon of the 1,000 armies aura and almost collapsed on the spot. It was the great dragon of the 1,000 armies who had noticed this and used the power of karma to protect the dragon lord of the North, saving him from the pain of having his physical body destroyed a second time. A fourth step cultivator is so powerful. I can't bear the leakage of your aura. There was hope for revenge this time. Great, desolate king of the human race, just you wait. Ha ha ha. After the dragon lord of the North recovered from his shock, he was overjoyed. He didn't know that Ning Qi had ascended to the Shenluo world a long time ago, and because the flow of time between the Shenluo world and the Shenluo mystic realm was different, not much time had passed in the Shenluo mystic realm, but hundreds of years had passed in the Shenluo mystic realm. In these hundreds of years, Ning Qi no longer needed to borrow the might of the fire Qilin to suppress him. "Forget it, we'll do as you say." Seeing that the great dragon army refused to budge, the other 3 great blue dragons had a hint of fear in their eyes. In the end, they could only agree to the great dragon army's proposal. They were only in the late karma realm, compared to the mighty dragon army. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they might not be able to last 100 moves against the mighty dragon army. However, the 4 of them did not have a high position in the great blue dragon sect. If they could devour some of the Qilin clan's bloodline, they would definitely be able to obtain a seat in the great blue dragon sect in the future. Do you know where the great wilderness king is? The mighty dragon army turned to look at the dragon lord of the North. Understood. Ancestor, this junior will lead the way for you. The dragon lord of the North nodded hurriedly. Not long after, the 5 people led by the mighty dragon army turned into streaks of flowing light. They had no intention of hiding their tracks at all, and they shot through the air towards the territory of the human race. In the process, the tribes, cities, and sects that they passed by were all shocked by the aura of the 5 people. After they left, some experts who were cultivating in seclusion walked out of their cave abodes in shock. That's the dragon lord of the North. I didn't expect his physical body to have recovered so much in such a short time. The 4 figures beside him are also from the dragon race, and their auras are extremely terrifying. I can't even see through their realms. 4th step cultivators. They must be 4th step cultivators. Looks like a powerful senior from the Shenluo world has personally descended. The Golden Crow clan. In a volcano that was spewing lava, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the lava. The person bathing in the lava was the Golden Crow clan lord. 4th step cultivators. This aura means that someone from the dragon race has come. Judging from their aura, they're probably here to take revenge for the destruction of the dragon race's sacred land. Unfortunately, the great wilderness king seems to have undergone his tribulation, and I don't know if he has successfully ascended. He hasn't shown himself during this period of time. If he's not suppressing the human race, given the dragon race's personality, I'm afraid that the human race will be wiped out in the Shenluo mystic realm. The Golden Crow clan lord sighed, and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. After a while, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the great wilderness. Regardless of whether he could help or not, he planned to go and see how the dragon race planned to deal with the human race. On the other side, in the Three-Eyed clan, which was once one of the 3 sacred clans, the Three-Eyed Master God also walked out of seclusion. He looked at the sky with a bewildered expression. Just now, a few terrifying auras passed through the sky, and the auras felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on one's heart. Even an existence like him, who had already formed an immortal palace, found it difficult to breathe. 4th step cultivators from the dragon race. There's even the aura of the dragon lord of Bane. It seems like the dragon race's revenge is coming. Great wilderness king, I wonder if you can withstand a fourth-step cultivator? With that fire chillin of yours, I'm afraid you're still lacking." The three-eyed master god laughed coldly. His figure moved slightly, and he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the great wilderness. Countless Tao querying cultivators from various clans and forces sensed the auras of Shuo, Long Qianjun, and the others at almost the same time. They were shocked and panicked, but they had a tacit understanding of one thing: the dragon race's revenge was about to fall on the human race. In a corner of the Shenluo mystic realm, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and 3 figures walked out. Is this the Shenluo mystic realm? Wang Shui looked at Ningqi. Ningqi looked around, smiled, and nodded. This is indeed the Shenluo mystic realm. Back then, I underwent my tribulation here and ascended to the Shenluo realm. There were traces and auras left behind by his tribulation in the surroundings. Chapter 3694. Young Master, is this God Luo mystic realm a mystic realm in the God Luo world? An existence similar to the creation divine realm? Lin Mei looked at Ning Qi expectantly. She had obtained a fortuitous opportunity in the creation god realm and swallowed the phoenix reincarnation fruit. In a short period of time, she had become a 5th-step undead expert from a low-level cultivator. With such cultivation, even in the God Luo world, an undead expert could be considered a powerhouse, let alone a small world under the God Luo world. If the God Luo mystic realm was similar to the creation god realm, she might be able to obtain some fortuitous opportunities by following Ningqi. If she could reach the great perfection of the indestructible realm like Wang Shui, she might even be able to reach the 6th step. Sister Lin Mei, you're thinking too much. This God Luo mystic realm is just a small world. The strongest expert is only at the great perfection of the Tao querying realm. Wang Shui smiled. Hearing this, Lin Mei's face stiffened. Then she sighed in disappointment. Sister, and the rest are here, right? Wang Shui looked at Ningqi with a faint smile. Yes, in the great wilderness. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Then let's hurry over. Wang Shui smiled. Saint Virtue Dynasty. Everyone was attending morning court. Just as they were about to leave, the Marquis of Courage God, Wang Chao, the Duke of England, and the rest looked up into the sky, including the Emperor. A while later, everyone retracted their gazes and looked at each other. What a terrifying aura! The Duke of England's expression turned ugly. It's the Dragon Lord of North Een. The Emperor said plainly. He looked in the direction of the great wilderness. Other than the aura of the Dragon Lord of North Een, there are 4 other auras that are much stronger than him. They might be 4th-step cultivators. If I'm not wrong, the backer of the Dragon Lord of North Een has come down from the God Luo world and is heading towards the great wilderness. Wang Chao was stunned. Then anxiety flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, the great wilderness king, doesn't seem to be in the God Luo mystic realm. If they want to take revenge, I'm afraid the great wilderness won't be able to stop them. Not just the great wilderness. Even the human race might be implicated. The Emperor's side stood up and said, when the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. Everyone, follow me to the great wilderness and see if there is any chance to turn the situation around. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Some nodded in agreement, while some had a strange expression in the depths of their eyes. Obviously, they had their own plans. Sigh, if not for the great, desolate king's youthful vigor that destroyed the dragon tribe's sacred land, our human tribe would not be in such a precarious situation. It was unknown who complained, but Wang Chao immediately glared at that person with a murderous gaze. The person who spoke immediately lowered his head and followed the ministers out of the hall. Luo, the higher-ups of the war god shrine, were basically all in the void immortal hall. However, after Ningqi went to cross his tribulation, the disciples needed to gain experience. Therefore, after Fang Lingming and Dongfang Haojie had a discussion, they decided to establish a branch of the war god shrine in the Great Wasteland. Usually, there would occasionally be one or two higher-ups of the war god shrine holding down the fort. As long as the rest of the disciples weren't in seclusion, they would basically leave the void immortal shrine and wander around the god Luo mystic realm in search of their own fortuitous encounters. The disciples of the war god temple were mixed with the disciples of the blood puppet tribe and the Wong family, so their numbers had reached more than 500,000. Apart from the several thousand who lived in the hollow immortal temple all year round, the rest were in the outside world. Therefore, cultivators from the war god temple could be seen everywhere in the great wilderness. As the other forces knew that they were cultivators under the great wilderness king and didn't know that Ning Qi had ascended to the Shenluo world, no one dared to provoke the war god temple. Basically, they would take a detour when they saw the disciples of the war god temple. Ha ha ha, our war god temple is truly flourishing. I don't know if Boss has successfully passed the tribulation. It's been a month and there's still no news. Duan Yingjun placed his hands on his hips as he stood at the entrance of the War God Hall's branch hall. He looked at the War God Hall disciples coming and going with a smile in his eyes. He could be considered a veteran of the War God Temple, and he could be considered to have watched the War God Temple slowly grow from a small and weak force to its current state. Disregarding Ning Qi, the War God Temple's strength was considered mediocre in the god Luo mystic realm. However, from a force with only Do Wang and Do Zong, it gradually grew into a scene where immortals were everywhere. In a very short period of time, the War God Temple was already comparable to a first-rate sect in the celestial world. After all, it was rare to see an immortal lord in the celestial world. But in the War God Temple, the number of immortal lords could not be counted with 2 hands. Master has naturally passed the tribulation successfully. Niu Dezhuang stood beside Duan Yingjun and said in a muffled voice. The two of them were not the upper echelons of the War God Temple who were in charge of the branch hall this time, although their positions were rather high. Their cultivation was nothing compared to the green-robed old man. However, the green-robed old man had already gone to another place to cultivate in seclusion, and Dipankara was not in the great wilderness. The War God Temple branch hall was guarded by the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, Ink Guards, Bloodthorn, and Mighty Miracle Generals that Ning Qi had left behind. A large group of puppets that were comparable to Dao querying realm cultivators were here. Even a force like the Three-Eyed Race would have to think twice if they wanted to attack. Niu Dezhuang and Duan Yingjun only patrolled and handled some miscellaneous matters before returning to the Void Immortal Hall. At that time, someone else would come and take turns. Nonsense. I know that Boss has definitely passed the tribulation successfully. If I had to ask you, who knows when Boss will return after leaving like this? Sigh. Duan Yingjun sighed. When Master returns, his cultivation level will definitely be as shocking as a heavenly being. Niu Dezhuang's eyes revealed a trace of admiration. Ning Qi was the person he respected the most in his life. If not for Ning Qi back then, he might have already become a cup of soil. He would not have had the chance to pursue the immortal Tao. Roar! While the two were chatting, a dragon roar suddenly came from the depths of the divine battle hall. Following this, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, the leader of the Ink Guards, the Mighty Miracle General, the ordinary Ink Guards, and Bloodthorn all soared into the sky and looked into the distance with solemn expressions. Such a situation had never happened before. Regardless of what the disciples were doing, they all soared into the sky and looked into the distance in shock. Dezhuang, what's going on? What happened to the puppets that Boss left behind? Duan Yingjun looked behind him and in front of him. However, his cultivation was too low, so he could not sense anything. Niu Dezhuang said in a daze, "Could it be that Master has returned, so they came out to welcome him?" Duan Yingjun was stunned when he heard this. He then patted Niu Dezhuang's shoulder and said with a smile, "You're really something. You look silly, but I didn't expect you to be so smart." After a pause, Duan Ingjuan's expression changed slightly. If boss has returned, doesn't that mean that he has failed the tribulation? That's not a good thing. For a moment, the two felt troubled. They stood on the spot and looked into the distance. Chapter 3695. Deguzi and Duan Ingjun waited for about 10 breaths of time. They realized that the auras of the Dubhi god armament dragon and the other puppets seemed to be getting more and more violent. If Ning Qi had returned, there was no reason for them to react so strongly. Vaguely, the two of them felt that something was amiss. Without another word, Duan Ingjun used his communication technique to send the commotion back to the Hall of Void Immortals. Just as Duan Ingjun finished sending the message, 5 figures appeared in the air above the Hall of War. They looked coldly at the Dubhi god armament dragon and the other puppets. Dao Querying Realm puppets. Interesting. In the Great Blue Land, there seems to be a sect famous for puppets. Could the master of this place be a cultivator from that sect? A member of the Great Blue Dragon tribe looked at the puppets and smiled casually. Although the cultivation level of the Dragon Lord of North Een was much higher than that of the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon and the other puppets, the aura of dozens of Dao Querying Realm puppets gathered together was still very terrifying. Given his current state, where his physical body had yet to fully condense, he probably would not be able to defeat so many Dao Querying Realm cultivators alone. Luckily, the Patriarch is here. There are also 3 other 4th-step cultivators like the Patriarch. They can easily suppress these puppets with a flick of their fingers. Great Wilderness King, he. Whether it's you or that Fire Qilin, you are no different from these puppets. You are no match for my Dragon Patriarch. The Dragon Lord of North Een laughed sinisterly in his heart. Although he did not know how many cultivation realms there were for 4th-step cultivators, the difference between the 3rd and 4th steps was like the difference between the 1st and 3rd steps. There was a huge difference. The weakest 4th-step cultivator could not possibly be suppressed by a 3rd-step cultivator. This was the Dragon Lord of North Yin's understanding of the difference between the 3rd and 4th steps. He did not know that Ning Qi had once suppressed a 4th-step cultivator when he was at the 3rd step. He also did not know that some of the geniuses of the Shenluo realm could fight across cultivation realms. One's imagination would always be limited by one's scope. The Dragon Lord of North Yin's imagination had not reached that level. There is no Fire Qilin's aura here, nor is there the human that North Een mentioned. The great dragon army frowned slightly. Other than the Dao Querying Realm puppets in front of him, he did not sense any other Dao Querying Realm auras. Maybe not, but there are quite a lot of people in this sect, and most of them are humans. Oh, there are also some small snakes. This should be a sect that mainly consists of humans. Great Dragon Army, you can think about it. Have you offended any human sect that would come all the way to the god Luo Mystic Realm to suppress your descendants? A member of the Great Blue Dragon race said gloatingly, I can't even remember the number of humans I've killed. Great Dragon Thousand armies glanced at him indifferently. When Duan Ingjun and Niu Dezhuan heard this, their expressions turned extremely ugly. When they saw the Dragon Lord of the North, they knew that he was a cultivator from the Dragon Clan who had come for revenge. The other cultivators of the War God Temple's branch had grave expressions as they stared fixedly at Shua Long Qianjun and the others. However, their cultivation levels were not high. They were only 2nd-step cultivators, so they could not sense how strong Shua Long Qianjun and the others were. Therefore, they were not afraid. They only thought that the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon and the other Dao Querying Realm puppets should be able to deal with them. North Een, I'll leave the rest to you. Great Dragon Thousand armies said indifferently. Yes, Patriarch. North Een nodded respectfully. Patriarch? The Patriarch of the North Een Dragon Lord? Are these dragons not from the god Luo Mystic Realm? Are they from the god Luo Realm? Duan Ingjun was slightly shocked. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. If a cultivator from the god Luo realm had really come to the god Luo mystic realm, his cultivation level would probably be above the third step. A fourth step cultivator, Boss has only undergone the tribulation for slightly more than a month. Even if he becomes a fourth step cultivator, he might not be a match for these fellows, Duan Ingjun thought to himself. Lowly human cultivators, I am the Dragon Lord of the North Een of the god Luo mystic realm. Hurry up and tell your great wilderness king to come out and accept his death. Otherwise, I will definitely flatten this place today and exterminate the human race. I will make sure that not a single human can be seen in the god Luo mystic realm. The Dragon Lord of the North Een said coldly to Duan Ingjun and the others with a gloomy expression. His voice did not seem loud, but it spread in all directions. When the human cultivators who were rushing to the great wilderness heard the Dragon Lord of the North En's words, their expressions changed slightly and they hastened their pace. Some of the mutated clan members were secretly delighted that they had guessed correctly. The Dragon Clan had indeed come to take revenge. In the eyes of these mutated clan cultivators, the god Luo mystic realm's 3 sacred clans had existed for many years. The Dragon Clan, the Three-Eyed Clan, and the Demon Clan. Now that the human race had rashly appeared and defeated the Dragon Clan, becoming one of the sacred clans, many people felt that the human race did not live up to its name. They hoped that the god Luo mystic realm could maintain its original state. Most importantly, no one could tolerate a clan that they had once looked down on suddenly standing on their heads and peeing on them without any resistance. Not long after, the human race cultivators of the Saint Virtue dynasty rushed to the great wilderness almost immediately. Following closely behind them were the other human forces, followed by the various mutated clan members. This time, most of the cultivators who rushed over were Dao-seeking cultivators. There were very few second-step cultivators, and the few that did were only hiding in the distance, not daring to approach Shua Long Qianjun and the others. My boss isn't here. If you have something to talk to him about, please come again next time. Duan Ingjun mustered up his courage and tried his best to look calm as he spoke slowly. He's not here. When the great wilderness king destroyed the Dragon Clan's sacred land, he was not as timid as he is now. If you don't see the great wilderness king and his mount today, the human race is doomed. The Dragon Lord of the North laughed coldly. He had thought that he would not be able to take revenge for the Dragon Clan's sacred land in a short period of time. He did not expect that not long after he would be able to destroy the human race with his own hands. If Shua Long Qianjun and the others were not present, he could not help but roar to the sky, Dragon Lord of the North Een, let me lend you a hand. A long roar came from afar, and a figure suddenly appeared beside the Dragon Lord of the North Een. When the cultivators of the Saint Virtue dynasty saw this figure, their expressions became extremely ugly. The great sage, Celestial Bull, has also reformed his physical body? These old monsters always have so many trump cards up their sleeves. The Duke of England could not help but curse. The person who had come was the great sage of the Celestial Bull tribe. Back then, he had joined forces with the Dragon Lord of the North, but his physical body had been destroyed by Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin. Everyone thought that the great sage, Celestial Bull, would not show himself for the next 10,000 years. They did not expect that he had already reformed his physical body in such a short time. If the Dragon Lord of the North Een had not appeared this time, the great sage Celestial Bull would probably still be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Celestial Bull, there's nothing for you to do today. The Dragon Lord of the North Een frowned. The great sage Celestial Bull was about to speak, but when he saw the cold, emotionless eyes of Shua Long Qianjun and the others, he immediately swallowed his words and distanced himself from them in bewilderment. Chapter 3696. In reality, the great sage Heavenly Bull had long known that the Dragon Lord of the North was not here to take revenge alone. However, He did not expect to feel the aura of the great dragon army and the others at such a close distance. The great sage, Heavenly Bull, suddenly felt the urge to kneel and submit. This was what he feared the most. But that's good too. With such a powerful backer, the Dragon Lord of the North will definitely be able to take revenge this time, and the Sky Bull tribe will rise again. Ha ha ha! I was right to choose the side back then. The great sage of the sky, Bull, laughed in his heart. Then his gaze fell on the Dubhi divine armament dragon in the distance. His eyes were filled with disdain. As for ants like Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dezhuang, the great sage of the sky bull did not care about them at all. They were merely second-step cultivators. He could easily crush them to death. Looking at the great sage of the sky bull, the Dragon Lord of the North decided that after today's matter, he would give this fellow who had been following him through his troubles some benefits. I'll give him the human territory. After making his decision, the Dragon Lord of the North cast a mocking glance at the humans in the distance. Then, he looked at Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dezhuang. If the great wilderness king does not appear, I will kill one person every 10 breaths of time. I have no time to waste. Kill 1,000 people every 10 breaths of time. The great dragon army said calmly. Yes, Elder. The Dragon Lord of the North nodded hurriedly. Then he repeated the great dragon army's words to Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dezhuang. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and appeared before Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dezhuang. Senior Qingfeng, Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dezhuang heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the green-robed elder arrive. All along, the green-robed elder had given them an extremely powerful feeling. Although he might not be a match for these dragons who were suspected to be fourth-step cultivators, he still made them feel at ease. Return to the Hall of Void Immortals quickly. The green-robed elder sent a voice transmission, then looked at the great dragon army with a solemn expression. As for the Dragon Lord of the North, his talent was not bad to begin with. Back then, he had only been stationed on the ancestral planet because of a promise. Now he had obtained many cultivation resources in the Shenluo mystic realm and had broken through the locked palace gate in an extremely short period of time. He had reached the perfected Tao querying realm, so he was not afraid of the Dragon Lord of the North. However, the aura that great Dragon Chenjun and the others emitted sent a chill down his spine. A fourth-step cultivator. That's the feeling Master gave me back then. However, compared to these people, Master's cultivation seems to be a bit stronger. It's a pity that there isn't enough time. If Master was given enough time, he would definitely be able to recover his previous life's cultivation. The green-robed old man thought to himself, it seems that the enemy this time is indeed very strong. We should first return to the Void Immortal Hall and tell sister-in-law and the others not to show themselves. After communicating with Nyo Dezhuang, Duan Ingjun planned to use the token of the Void Immortal Hall to leave this place. However, they realized that no matter how hard they tried to activate the token, it did not move. This place has already been sealed by me, and even the teleportation formation can't be used. It's no different from the ravings of a fool if all of you intend to use this to leave. So long as your great wilderness king and his mount show themselves, then I won't kill the innocent and can let all of you leave. Otherwise, I'll kill 1,000 people in 10 breaths of time. I'm a man of my word. The great dragon army said calmly. Although his tone was casual, the murderous intent in his words caused the surrounding Tao querying cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. We can't return to the Void Immortal Hall. It seems like there's going to be a huge battle this time. The cultivators of the God of War Hall can only die on their knees, not on their feet. What a pity. I just got married the day before yesterday. If any of you survive this, tell my wife to find someone else to marry. But don't look for any of you. Why are you saying all this at a time like this? Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight. Soon, the voices gathered together and spread out from the War God Hall's branch hall like rolling waves. Not a single one of the 100,000 or so War God Hall cultivators present showed any signs of fear. Instead, they looked at Shua Long Qianjun and the other members of the dragon race with great battle intent. These men aren't afraid of death, so I'm afraid your threat is useless. The green-robed old man looked at the great dragon army and smiled. When the cultivators of the Saint Virtue dynasty saw this, they exchanged glances. Then the Marquis of Divine Courage Wang Chao, the Duke of England, and a dozen other officials of the Saint Virtue dynasty followed the emperor and arrived next to Duan Ingjun and the others. They stared at the great dragon army and the others. When the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. Since the cultivators of the god of War Hall weren't afraid of death, what did they have to be afraid of? If they died standing today, at least they could leave behind a good reputation. The rest of the human forces hesitated. In the end, only 1 or 2 out of 10 joined the god of War Hall. The rest remained where they were, waiting to see how the situation would develop. They didn't have the slightest bit of courage to face the great dragon army and the others, who were suspected to be at the 4th step. The humans are quite courageous. If it were us, the Tao querying cultivators of the various foreign tribes looked in the direction of the god of War Hall with complicated expressions. They saw the low-level cultivators of the 2nd step facing the great dragon army and the other members of the dragon tribe without fear. Instead, they wanted to take the initiative to fight. Such courage made the Tao querying cultivators of the foreign tribes feel a sense of respect. Be indifferent to life and death. Fight if you're not happy. This was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. The longer a cultivator lived, the more timid he became. The Tao querying cultivators might be many times more determined to live than mortals. How could they risk themselves so easily? Whoosh whoosh! Another 2 cultivators at the great perfection Tao querying realm arrived. The Golden Crow demonic lord is here, and the 3-eyed master. I don't know which side they will stand on. They definitely won't stand on the side of the humans. Even if the Golden Crow demonic lord is on good terms with the great wilderness king, it doesn't make sense for the demons to fall into such danger. That's true. Everyone looked at the Golden Crow demonic lord and the 3-eyed master and whispered to each other. Just as they had guessed, the 2 of them didn't speak after arriving. They just stood quietly at the side. The great dragon army ignored the 2 of them. In his eyes, Tao querying cultivators were like ants. He wasn't afraid, no matter how many of them came. Fine. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill 999 of them. I'll use 1,000 heads to hang at your mountain gate. That'll be the interest for your extermination of my dragon clan. The great dragon army smiled faintly. Just as he was about to attack, a Buddhist proclamation came from afar. Immediately after, a white-robed monk flew through the air and landed beside the green-robed old man. Amitabha, revenge breeds revenge. Benefactor, why don't you put down your weapon and turn back? Dipankara placed his palms together and smiled at the great dragon army. Dipankara, ancient Buddha, Duan Ingjun and Nyo Dazhuang were overjoyed. Dipankara and the green-robed old man were the strongest people in the combat god hall after Ningqi left. Today, both of them had arrived in time. The combat god hall had a higher chance of winning. Chapter 3697. Another Tao querying perfected realm cultivator. If that's all you have, don't come here to die. A member of the great blue dragon tribe couldn't help but mock. Dipong wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled at him. Death isn't scary. The scariest thing is not being able to remember your past life after you die. Ha ha ha. You make it sound like you can still remember your past life after reincarnating into the infinite worlds. The member of the great blue dragon tribe laughed, even louder. The green-robed old man glanced at Dipong with an odd expression. Apart from Ningqi, He was the only one who knew that Dipong had reincarnated 9 times. Looking at his condition, he seemed to have all the memories of his past life. In that case, Dipong was probably the one who wasn't afraid of death. What was there to fear about death? He could just reincarnate and start all over again. Benefactor, you are right. From your appearance and attire, you should be a cultivator from the Great Blue Dragon sect in Shenluo world, right? In my 3rd life, I visited the Great Blue Dragon sect. The person who discussed Buddhism with me was an old senior with a deep foundation in Buddhism. His name was Shualong Disheng. Dipong smiled. As soon as he said this, the Great Dragon Army and the others were shocked. They looked at each other in bewilderment. There was indeed a 5th step expert in the Great Blue Dragon sect called the Great Dragon Emperor Sheng. However, he had been dead for a long time. If they were to really talk about it, the bloodline of the Great Dragon Army's ancestor was related to the Great Dragon Emperor Sheng. If they hadn't been to the Great Blue Dragon sect personally, how would the cultivators in the Shenluo mystic realm know of this name? After all, even the low-level cultivators of the Great Blue Dragon sect might not know of Shualong Disheng's existence. Acting mysterious, I don't know where you got the name of a senior from my tribe. How dare you show off here? I'll suppress you first. A member of the Great Blue Dragon tribe suddenly sneered and slapped at Dipong. With this slap, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was almost sucked dry. It condensed into a huge dragon claw that slashed at Dipong's head. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will be saved. Dipong put his palms together and lowered his head. The next moment, his body shone with golden light. The dragon claw that was condensed by the spirit chi of heaven and earth was shattered into pieces the moment it came into contact with the golden light. The various foreign races asked. Seeing this, their eyes flashed with astonishment. There's actually such an existence under the great desolate king's command that can actually contend against a 4th step cultivator. The Tao-seeking cultivators gasped in astonishment. The eyes of the dragon lord of North Een were filled with disbelief. He had thought that the dragon tribe's sacred ground had been destroyed by Ning Qi and the Fire Qilin. He had not expected Ning Qi to have such an expert behind him. Was he really at the Tao querying realm? The ancient Buddha is mighty. The cultivators of the War God Temple's branch hall roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with joy. From the looks of it, they might be able to defeat the Dragon Lord of the North and the others today. Dipong's performance had given them a glimmer of hope. You're quite strong. The green-robed old man glanced at Randang. Seeing this, Wang Chao and the others were shocked. Suddenly, they felt that today might not be the end of the human race. Ancestor, the Dragon Lord of the North, was shocked. Right now, he was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. Previously, he had been beaten by Ning Qi, and if he were to fail again this time, there would probably be no place for him to hide in the Shenluo mystic realm. Golden Body, the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers, frowned slightly. As for the Great Blue Dragon, whose technique had been nullified by Dipong, he looked at Dipong in shock and anger. When he heard the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers' words, his eyes were filled with disbelief. What did you say? The golden body of a 5th step cultivator? That's impossible. How could a mere Tao querying realm cultivator have a golden body? I'm afraid that what he cultivates is really a reincarnation technique. This golden body should have been cultivated from his previous lifetimes and not from this one. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers said plainly, previous lifetimes. In this life, besides having a golden body, his techniques are still similar to those of a Tao querying realm cultivator. As long as the 2 of us join forces, we will definitely be able to suppress him. When the other 3 great blue dragons heard this, they were no longer as fearful. Instead, when they looked at Dipong, their eyes were filled with passion. Although reincarnation techniques weren't rare, they weren't common either. At least in a place like Tai Chu and Tai Li, It was extremely difficult to find a slightly stronger and more stable reincarnation technique. There were only a few in the primordial lands. If they could suppress Dipong today and obtain this technique, it wouldn't be a wasted trip, even if they didn't obtain the Chilant's bloodline. I didn't expect that a small world like this would have so many good things. Great Dragon Army, you really did have foresight when you set up this place back then. In that case, when I return to the sect, I'll have to learn some of your methods as well. One of the great blue dragons laughed loudly. Don't laugh too early. Both of you suppress him first. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers said plainly. Easy. The two great blue dragons exchanged glances. In the next moment, they attacked Dipong directly. Dipong lowered his head and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Golden light shone from his body continuously as he fought against the two great blue dragons. However, everyone realized that the golden light on Dipong's body seemed to be repulsed by the other party. Great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers, leave this old thing to me. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm taking benefits without doing anything. The other great blue dragon of the 1,000 soldiers smiled and looked at the green-robed old man. What a joke! The green-robed old man suddenly burst into laughter and swung his sword. The sword light was like a waterfall that rained down from the 9 heavens. It seemed to have sliced the sky in half as it landed heavily on the great blue dragon of the 1,000 soldiers. Before he could react, his head fell to the ground. The headless body was completely lifeless, and it fell straight to the ground. Everyone gasped when they saw this. This was even more shocking than when Dipong had blocked the attack of a 4th-step cultivator, Tao Querying Realm, karma severing with a single strike. After unleashing this strike, the green-robed old man suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground. Duan Ingjun and the rest hurried forward when they saw this. Instantly, they realized that the green-robed old man was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths of time, the green-robed old man was only left with a sliver of vitality. He could barely keep his eyelids open. As expected, you still have a trump card. However, after this strike, even standing is a problem. Moreover, this monk is being held back by them. If your great wilderness queen doesn't appear, who else can stop me? The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers did not seem surprised at all as he smiled calmly at the green-robed old man. As for the dragon lord of North Een, great sage Sky Bull, Marquis Divine, Courage Wang Chao, and the cultivators of the War God Hall Branch Hall, they were all stunned by the green-robed old man's strike. The dragon lord of North Een and great sage Sky Bull gasped continuously. If they were the ones who had come today, they would have been long dead. Chapter 3698. The green-robed old man smiled weakly. If my master was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to return to Shenlua World. Senior Ching Feng, let's not talk nonsense with him. Take care of your body. Just watch us from now on. Duan Ingjun hurriedly took a step forward and persuaded softly. The green-robed old man only said one sentence before his vitality became even weaker. It was as though he was only exhaling but not inhaling. One could imagine that the previous strike had probably depleted his lifespan completely. Your master? Who's your master? The great dragon army frowned. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. The other party was at the perfected Tao Querying Realm, and his master was likely at the Karma Realm. If the other party had such a sword technique, even he might not be able to withstand it. The green-robed old man closed his eyes slowly and did not reply to the great dragon army. At this moment, there was no vitality in his body, and he looked like a mummy sitting on the ground. He should be dead. Even his essence spirit might have been annihilated. That sword strike just now cost him everything. However, it's really terrifying to be able to kill a 4th-step cultivator with one strike. To think that the great wilderness king has such an expert under him, the various races present asked and looked at the green-robed old man with complicated expressions. If they had not come today, they would not have known that the strength of the great Wilderness King was so strong. Even the combined strength of the three-eyed race and the demon race would not be a match for the great Wilderness King, let alone the sacred ground of the dragon race at its peak. Previously, they had thought that the great Wilderness King had only managed to achieve what it had today because he was the mount of the great Wilderness King. The great dragon army cast a mocking glance at the green-robed old man, although the other party did not say who his master was, as long as he returned to the great blue dragon sect after today's matter was settled. Would his master still come knocking on his door? With that thought, he suddenly struck a palm towards Dipong. At this moment, 3 Karma Realm cultivators joined forces, and Dipong could not hold on any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated to the side of the green-robed old man. His white monk robe was stained with red blood with a hint of gold. This old monk has some skills. The other 2 members of the great blue dragon race laughed embarrassedly. The 2 of them had joined forces for so long, but were still unable to defeat a perfected Tao querying realm cultivator like Dipong. Great Dragon Dongqi is dead! The 2 of them suddenly realized that a figure was missing from their side. When they saw the headless dragon corpse, their expressions became extremely strange. However, they weren't sorrowful in the slightest, and their eyes were instead filled with delight. One was dead, and only the 3 of them remained. If they were able to suppress that Qilin, then wouldn't they be able to obtain another bloodline? Although Dong Qi's physical body was dead, his primordial spirit was still in the immortal palace. He could completely reform his physical body, and they wouldn't be blamed by the sect. There is gold in your blood. In your previous life, you might have been a 5th-step cultivator who cultivated a golden body. However, in this life, you are still at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. With the 3 of us working together, you have no chance of survival. I will send you on your way first. When the time comes, I will send them to accompany you. The great dragon army looked at Randang indifferently. Just as he was about to make his move, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, and several figures instantly appeared in front of everyone. When Randang saw this, he could not help but smile bitterly. Grandpa Randang! When little fatty Ning Rulai saw Randang covered in blood, his little face instantly revealed a nervous expression. He pounced on him and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Randang's life was not in danger. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Qing Feng, who was like a dried corpse and had no signs of life at all. 2 drops of tears instantly hung in his eyes. Along with Ning Rulai, Saint Concubine Cold Sky, Li Xian Little Yu, Zuoling, Dongfeng Haojie, Deguzi Li Macho, Meng Qingling, and the other higher-ups of the War God Temple. Almost everyone was here. Master's wife, why are you guys here? When Niu Dezhuang saw this, his eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. Not only did Saint Concubine Cold Sky and the others come, but even Ning Rulai was brought out of the void immortal hull. Was the War God Temple going to be wiped out in one fell swoop? Ning Haotian was already missing. If Ning Rulai died in the hands of the dragon race, how is he going to explain it to Ning Qi? Your master is back. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled faintly. Master is back. Niu Dazhuang was slightly shocked. Then his heart sank. As expected, he failed the tribulation. As soon as he returned, he sent a message to me. I didn't expect the dragon race to come at this time, for revenge. Just nice. This battle can be used as a battle for the War God Temple to establish our might. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled. Li Xian smiled and said, After this battle, the god Luo Mystic Realm will only have one sacred race. Only one sacred race? Could the human race win this battle? All the Tao-seeking realm experts were confused. If the person that Saint Concubine Cold Sky was talking about was the Great Wilderness King, then even if the Great Wilderness King appeared in this situation, he couldn't possibly be a match for the dragon race, right? After all, The dragon race still had 3 fourth-step cultivators. Not only did the Tao-seeking realm experts think so, even the Marquis of Divine Courage, Wang Chao, and the others from the human race were also very worried. Old ancestor, the great wilderness king, is about to return. The dragon lord of North Een looked at the great dragon army excitedly. The great sage of Sky Bull also revealed a sinister smile. He couldn't wait to see Ning Chi kneel and beg for mercy. I heard it. The great dragon army glanced at the dragon lord of North Een. The excitement on the dragon lord of North Een's face instantly dissipated, and he closed his mouth respectfully. Your great wilderness king is finally willing to show up. The great dragon army looked at Saint Concubine Cold Sky and smiled faintly. He could tell that although Saint Concubine Cold Sky's cultivation level wasn't high, she seemed to be the leader of this group. From this, it could be seen that her relationship with the great wilderness king wasn't shallow. While looking at Saint Concubine Cold Sky, the great dragon army also sized up Ning Rulai. It was this glance that caused a strange look to flash across the depths of his eyes, but he didn't show it easily. Mother, Grandpa Ching Fong is about to die. Ning Rulai looked at Saint Concubine Cold Sky with a sorrowful expression. Don't worry, when your father returns, there should be a way to save him. Saint Concubine Cold Sky touched Ning Rulai's head and said softly. From start to finish, she didn't care about the great dragon army at all. Even if the great dragon army was a fourth-step cultivator, he was nothing in her eyes. Really? Ning Rulai looked at the green-robed old man with some pity. He was already in this state, and he could still be saved? He was already several years old, and he wasn't a child. He wouldn't be fooled so easily. Of course it's true. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled, but a trace of sorrow flashed across the depths of her eyes. She wasn't sure if Ning Chi had a way to save the green-robed old man, but that was all she could say. That's good. Ning Rulai was finally a little happier. He then suddenly looked at the great dragon army. Scoundrel, you hurt my Grandpa Qingfeng. I will definitely cut off your dog head. Cough, cough. Burning Lamp suddenly coughed twice. Seeing this, Ning Rulai's eyes turned, and he pointed at the great dragon army and said, The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will be saved. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Only then did Burning Lamp smile in satisfaction. Everyone was dumbfounded. A 3-year-old dared to threaten a fourth-step cultivator like this? Chapter 3699. Hee hee, interesting. Dragon Qianjun looked at Ning Rulai and smirked. Little kid, I see that you have a good aptitude. Do you want to join me? Huh. The other 2 great blue dragons were stunned and looked at Dragon Qianjun subconsciously. They realized that the way he looked at Ning Rulai was a little unusual. Dragon Lord of North Een was also stunned and frowned. He didn't know if Dragon Qianjun was serious or just teasing him, but he felt that a fourth-step cultivator wouldn't be so bored. Is there something unusual about this kid? Dragon Lord of North Een looked at Ning Rulai deeply. My father is much stronger than you. Why should I join you? If you don't repent, I'll chop off your head. Ning Rulai said to Dragon Qianjun without fear. Shua Long Qianjun's eyes turned cold, and he said with a faint smile, Your father is the great wilderness king, right? He is in existence at the Tao Querying Realm and is about the same cultivation level as this old monk and that old priest. Even they are not a match for me. Do you think your father will be a match for me? You're so young, but your mouth is already so vicious. Forget it. When your father returns, I'll kill him in front of you. Then you'll know who's stronger. Is that so? An indifferent voice suddenly echoed. Everyone only felt a blur in front of them, and there were already 3 figures by Ning Rulai's side. One of the figures carried Ning Rulai up and rubbed his head a few times with a doting expression. Father? Ning Rulai was surprised. Great wilderness king? All the foreign races asked. Seeing Ning Qi finally appear, there was a flash of shock in their eyes. The dragon race was so powerful, so there was no reason for Ning Qi not to know that they had several fourth-step cultivators. Was he really not afraid of death? Hall Master, Master, Brother Ning. The higher-ups of the War God Temple were delighted to see Ning Qi. They even suspected that Cold Sky Saint Concubine was just using Ning Qi's name to see if she could stall for time. They didn't expect Ning Qi to really appear. However, in practically an instant, Dongfang Haojie and the others thought of a problem. It hadn't even been half a year since Ning Qi went to overcome the tribulation. Yet Ning Qi had appeared in the divine net realm now. Didn't this mean that he'd already failed to overcome the tribulation? It doesn't matter. Don't be so disheartened. Even if Boss fails to transcend the tribulation, he can still kill these dragons. Don't forget that Boss still has many trump cards. Duan Ingjun hurriedly transmitted his voice when he saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces. However, he wasn't sure if Ning Qi would be a match for those dragons. Looks like he failed his tribulation. What a pity. The Golden Crow Demon Lord looked at Ning Qi and sighed in his heart. Today, the human race will face a great calamity. Great Wilderness Queen, you're finally willing to appear. Where's your mount? Ask it to come out and die together. The Dragon Lord of the North stared at Ning Qi. He could no longer control the resentment in his heart. Without waiting for Shua Long Qianjun to speak, he let out a long whistle and flashed a sinister smile at Ning Qi. The great sage of the Celestial Bull tribe also smiled. He smiled very happily. He did not expect that he would be able to get his revenge so quickly. Only the sacred concubine of Cold Sky and Li Exen were paying attention to Wang Shui and Lin Mei. The two women looked at each other and saw a strange look in each other's eyes. Are you the great Wilderness Queen? Where's that Qilin? Shua Long Qianjun looked at Ning Qi calmly. He did not attack immediately because the fire Qilin did not appear. He was afraid that if he killed Ning Qi directly, he would not be able to find the fire Qilin's whereabouts. This time, they came to the god Luo Mystic Realm because they heard that a fire Qilin had appeared in the god Luo Mystic Realm. Otherwise, Shua Long Qianjun would only send a few descendants of the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm to the god Luo Mystic Realm to help the Dragon Lord of the North. Shua, or is that you? Suddenly, an old man with white hair shot over and landed in front of Wang Shui. He looked very excited. The old man's cultivation was not very high. He was only at the heavenly immortal stage. Grandfather. Wang Shui's eyes were filled with excitement. After so many years, she could finally see her family again. The old man was Wang Hai, Wang Shui's grandfather. After so many years, his cultivation had also advanced from the first step to the second step. However, compared to Wang Shui, he was still very far away. However, Ning Qi and the other two had all concealed their auras. No one could see the depth of their cultivation. They also subconsciously thought that Wang Shui and Lin Mei were just ordinary cultivators, while Ning Qi was still at the great perfection of the Tao-seeking realm. Shui, it's really you. Wang Hai was so excited that tears flowed down his old face. His lips trembled and he could not speak. He did not expect that one day he would be able to see Wang Shui, who was suddenly killed when they were about to get married. Old man Wang, fortunately I did not disappoint you. Ning Qi smiled. Good, really good. Wang Hai looked at Ning Qi with relief. He did not know how Ning Qi had reborn Wang Shui. He only knew that the person in front of him was indeed his granddaughter. When Wang Hai appeared, everyone, including sacred concubine Cold Sky, had already guessed Wang Shui's identity. Their expressions all became somewhat emotional. As Wang Shui, who had almost married Ning Qi, was later killed by Lai Kong on the day of the wedding, everyone in the War God Temple knew about this. Later, Lai Kong's head was grafted onto a dog's body and placed in the Wang family to guard the door. This matter was deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, after so many years, Lai Kong, who had a human head and a dog body, had long died. At that time, the Wang family cultivators felt that they had let him off too easily. Now that they saw Wang Shui resurrected, that trace of hatred completely faded. "Grandpa, where are father and mother?" Wang Shui looked around and saw many familiar faces of the Wang family. However, she did not see her parents. Wang Hai smiled and said, "Your father and mother are both well. They are in the void, immortal hall. When this matter is over, I will bring you back to see them." Knowing that Wang Shan and Jianlan were still alive, the last trace of worry in Wang Shui's heart completely dissipated. Then, her gaze fell on sacred concubine Cold Sky. Before sacred concubine Cold Sky could speak, she had already taken a step forward and affectionately held sacred concubine Cold Sky's arm. "Sister." "Quite tactful," Li Exan muttered in her heart. "Good, very good. My husband told me about you a long time ago. I didn't expect you to come back from the dead. Today is a joyous day for the War God Temple. I heard that your wedding was ruined by someone. After this matter is over, I will personally arrange it for you." Sacred concubine Cold Sky smiled and patted the back of Wang Shui's hand. Great Dragon Army, who was originally questioning Ning Qi, saw that the other party had started to reminisce about the past. His expression immediately became extremely ugly. He suddenly shouted at Ning Rulai, "Watch how I suppress your father!" After saying that, he was about to make a move. Before Dragon Master of North Een and the others could even smile, Lin Mei, who had been standing beside Ning Qi without saying a word, suddenly frowned. An aura that belonged only to the undead realm spread out from her body. Great Dragon Army forcefully stopped his attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Mei in disbelief. Undead Realm. Chapter 3700. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers had never felt such fear before. He would not allow himself to be in danger. However, when an imperishable realm cultivator suddenly appeared among the group of people he thought he could easily kill, his mentality crumbled. Imperishable realm? The other 2 great blue dragons jumped in fright. As Lin Mei's aura had only targeted the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers, the 2 of them could not tell what her cultivation level was. However, the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers coughing up blood was clearly not an act. What's going on? Why is there an imperishable realm cultivator? Great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers, are you telling the truth? One of the great blue dragons asked hurriedly. It's true. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers nodded in horror. The dragon lord of the North Een and the great sage of the Sky Bull were dumbfounded. Didn't they have the upper hand? Why did the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers suddenly cough up blood? The Undying Realm. What realm was that? The scene of the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers coughing up blood shocked the nearby Tao-seeking cultivators. They did not know what was going on. Only the Golden Crow Demon Lord and the Three-Eyed Master God, who were at the Tao-seeking realm, could tell from the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers coughing up blood and the words imperishable realm that the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Moreover, this turn of events was extremely shocking. Big bad guy, didn't you want to suppress my father? Why are you coughing up blood? Ning Rulai looked at the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers doubtfully. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers' heart was bleeding. If not for the sudden appearance of an imperishable realm cultivator beside your father, would he have coughed up blood? Obviously not. I heard that you want to kill me in front of my son. Ningqi looked at the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers calmly. I'm afraid you have misunderstood. The great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers forced a laugh and ignored Ningqi. Instead, he looked at Lin Mei and said respectfully, Senior, I am the great blue dragon sect's great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers. If I have offended you in any way today, please forgive me." She made the great dragon of the 1,000 soldiers cough up blood. The dragon, Lord of the North, subconsciously looked at Lin Mei with a hint of fear in his eyes. Who exactly was this person who could make a fourth step cultivator vomit blood without batting an eyelid? Not only were the dragon, Lord of the North, and the great saint of the celestial bull demon shocked, but the Taoist cultivators of the various races were also looking at Lin Mei subconsciously. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment. How powerful was she to be addressed as a senior by a cultivator of the fourth step? Boss really called for reinforcements. Duaning Jun was overjoyed. The higher-ups of the War God Temple and the cultivators under their jurisdiction heaved a long sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Ning Qi was a match for those dragons or not, at least among the people Ning Qi brought back, there were seniors who could make those dragons lower their heads in reverence. The human race had kicked an iron plate again. The saint consort of Cold Sky and Li Xian looked at Lin Mei, then at Ning Qi, and finally looked at each other with strange expressions. Sister, could it be that this being was hooked up by him again? Li Xian secretly transmitted her voice. Saint Concubine Cold Sky shook her head without batting an eyelid. Once this matter is over, we'll naturally know. There's no need for the human race to be exterminated. The Tao-seeking experts of the Saint Virtue Dynasty and the other human forces were overjoyed. They did not expect that the fourth step dragon cultivator who had come to denounce them would actually lower his head in reverence to the people Ning Qi had brought with him. "Forgive me?" Lin Mei smiled and then cupped her hands respectfully toward Ning Qi. "Young master, should we kill him or capture him alive?" "Young master?" When everyone saw how respectful Lin Mei was towards Ning Qi, their faces sank. That included the cultivators from the War God Temple. Many of them grew curious. They wanted to know just what the relationship between Lin Mei and Ning Qi was. Why did she call him young master? Shua Long Qianjun was shocked. What cultivation level is the great wilderness monarch at? Even a fourth step cultivator is afraid of a senior who calls him young master? The various Tao-seeking experts were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. Capture him alive and send him to accompany Gong Sun Wufua of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Ning Qi smiled. Gong Sun Wufua. When Shua Long Qianjun and the others heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They had naturally heard of Gong Sun Wufua, a sempiternal realm cultivator. Did Ning Qi mean that he had also captured Gong Sun Wufua alive? That was in sempiternal realm cultivator. How was that possible? Understood. Lin Mei smiled and nodded. Then she stretched out her hand and made a grabbing motion. A majestic, undying power enveloped Shua Long Qianjun and the others, including the Dragon Lord of the North and Great Sage, Celestial Bull. She grabbed them from the air and pulled them down heavily. They landed in front of Ning Qi. When the dust settled, everyone saw Shua Long Qianjun and the others kneeling in front of Ning Qi. Their faces were pale, and there was a hint of panic. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Great Sage, Celestial Bull, muttered to himself. He still had not recovered from the previous scene. He did not want to believe that he had been captured alive. As for the backers of the Dragon Lord of the North, they were also kneeling on the ground, their knees sinking into the ground. "Senior, we are from the Great Blue Dragon sect." A member of the Great Blue Dragon tribe was terrified. He was about to use the might of his sect to see if he could intimidate the other party, but his throat was stuck and he could not make a sound. Let them kneel first. Ning Qi glanced at the Dragon Lord of the North and the others. Then his gaze fell on the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man still looked lifeless, but Ning Qi could see that there was still a very weak trace of life in him. "Father, Mother said that you can save Grandpa Qingfeng. Hurry up and save him," Ning Rulai said hurriedly. "What Grandpa Qingfeng? He is your father's disciple. You call him Grandpa, But what does your father call him? Ning Chi looked at Ning Rulai and smashed his head. But Ning Rulai looked aggrieved. No buts. Ning Chi smiled. Beixian, Qing Feng just killed a fourth step expert with a sword, and then he became like this. Can he still be saved? Sacred Concubine Cold Sky asked. Everyone looked at Ning Chi with anticipation. At the same time, many people looked at Lin Mei. Lin Mei was so strong, she should be able to save him, right? But they were all wrong. Although Lin Mei was at the undead realm, she only represented herself. Unless there was an elixir that could replenish one's lifespan, or a mystic sun level healing elixir, the green-robed old man would not be able to live past today. Tao querying great perfection, killing a fourth step cultivator. Are all Senior Ning's disciples so strong? Lin Mei looked at the green-robed old man in shock. If she had not swallowed the phoenix reincarnation fruit, the gap between her and the green-robed old man would probably be very long. Logically, he can be saved. Ning Chi nodded at Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, then walked to the green-robed old man. Looking at his skinny appearance, Ning Chi sighed softly, stretched out his palm, and placed it on the green-robed old man's head. God's grace! Chapter 37:01. A cool aura flowed out from Ning Chi's palm and entered the green-robed old man's head. Then, everyone saw that the green-robed old man's skin was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a dozen breaths, the green-robed old man had not only returned to his previous ruddy appearance, but also seemed to be becoming younger. What kind of divine ability is this? When Xue Long and Qianjun saw this, they gasped. Even a fifth-step cultivator wouldn't have such a heaven-defying technique, right? Damn it. This person is definitely not at the perfected Tao-querying realm. The mighty dragon army's gaze landed on the Dragon Lord of the North, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Why was Ning Chi's cultivation only at the Tao-querying great perfection realm? He was probably a few levels higher. Otherwise, why would an undying realm expert treat him so respectfully? On the other side, Lin Mei was also shocked by Ning Chi's means. She had initially thought that Ning Chi would at least need to take out a profound star-grade healing spiritual grass in order to save the life of the green-robed old man. She had never expected that Ning Chi would actually have such a healing method. From the looks of it, it was not only healing injuries, but also extending the lifespan of the green-robed old man. A few dozen breaths later, Ning Chi slowly raised his hand. The face of the old man in the green robe was very different from before. Not only had he recovered his original lifespan, but his appearance had also changed from an old man in his 70s to about 30 years old. He looked even younger than Duan Ingjun. As expected, the celestial race's divine ability will continue to strengthen along with my cultivation. If I break through to the 5th step or even the 6th step, I might be able to revive the dead with just a wave of my hand. Such a divine ability is probably rare even in the God Luo world, Ning Chi thought to himself. Qing Feng, this is a blessing in disguise for you. Randang walked slowly to Qing Feng and smiled. Qing Feng's eyelids moved slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he already knew what had happened to him. He knelt down in front of Ning Chi and said respectfully, "Thank you, Master, for giving me a new lease of life. Back then, you kept your promise and wasted most of your time on the ancestral star. You don't have to do this anymore in the future. Reach the 4th step as soon as possible. Only by reaching the 4th step can you barely protect yourself in the divine Luo world." Ning Chi smiled. Divine Luo world? Qing Feng was slightly stunned, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. "Yes, Master. Father, you're really amazing. You really cured Grandpa Qing Feng." Ning Rulai looked at Ning Chi with admiration. Hearing that, Qing Feng's face darkened. Then he looked at Ning Chi embarrassedly and winked at Ning Rulai. "Rulai, what did I tell you before? Just call me Senior Brother." "All right." Senior Brother looked too old before. Now, I'll just call you senior brother." Ning Rulai took a few glances at Qing Feng and finally nodded in agreement. "Bei Xian, what should we do with these people now?" The sacred concubine glanced at Great Dragon Qianjun and the others. "He's here." Upon seeing this, the people of the various clans revealed a look of anticipation. They really wanted to know if Ning Qi and the others could really kill fourth-step cultivators. Those at the perfected Tao-querying realm already had immortal palaces and were hard to kill. If they were at the fourth step, they should not die so easily, right? "Senior, we have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us." Great Dragon Qianjun hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and begging for mercy. "Let me ask you a question. Why would a few Karma Realm cultivators come together for a mere sacred land of the dragon race with only cultivators from the immortal palaces? Your purpose is not just to get back at me, right?" Ning Qi smiled. Dragon Lord of the North Een and Great Sage Heavenly Bull lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Ning Qi. However, Great Sage Heavenly Bull was puzzled when he heard Ning Qi's question. Indeed, a mere sacred land of the dragon race in the god Luo mystic realm was not worth 4 fourth-step cultivators coming together. When I heard that a junior was bullied, I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I asked a few friends to come here. I have no other purpose. Great Dragon Qianjun said in a low voice. "Boss, he kept saying that you and Senior Fire Qilin should appear together." Duan Yingjun suddenly shouted as if he had thought of something. Great Dragon Qianjun's expression suddenly changed. If it was just an ordinary revenge, the other party might really let them go. However, if their true purpose was known, they would probably die. If it were them, they would not let others spread the news that they had a Fire Qilin. "Oh, you know that my mount is a Fire Qilin." Ning Qi looked at Great Dragon Qianjun and the others with a faint smile. Silver Dragon had once said that the Qilin clan was extremely proud in the god Luo realm. If they knew that one of their clansmen had become a mount of a foreign race, they would definitely come looking for trouble. Such a clan probably had no lack of 6-step cultivators. "Senior, please rest assured that we will definitely keep this a secret. If you don't believe us, we can swear a heavenly Tao blood oath." Great Dragon Qianjun said in a low voice. "Forget it." Ning Qi smiled and moved his divine will slightly. A few willow branches suddenly extended from the void and trapped the 3 Karma Realm cultivators. With a whoosh, they disappeared in front of everyone. Hiss! The various clans turned pale when they saw this. They did not expect Ning Qi's divine ability to be so terrifying. 3 Karma Realm cultivators were suppressed just like that. Dragon Lord of North Een and Great Sage Heavenly Bull's faces turned deathly pale. They could feel Ning Qi's gaze on them. Even though Ning Qi's aura had yet to leak out, his ordinary gaze caused the two of them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, shivering all over. Dragon Lord of the North Een, Celestial Bull Great Saint, you should have learned your lesson after I destroyed your physical bodies. Who would have thought that you would fall into my hands again in such a short period of time? Do you think you can escape this time? Ning Qi smiled. Damn thing, the elder ancestor also has a backer. They will not let you go. Dragon Lord of North Een suddenly raised his head and cursed at Ning Qi. Then his body that had yet to fully condense exploded once again, self-destructing his physical body. Dragon Lord of North Een is decisive. Although self-destructing your body might cause you to fall from the immortal palace level, it's better than staying here and being humiliated. If you are captured alive, who knows what kind of torture you will have to endure? How can a lord of a land not have some tricks up his sleeve? The various clans were impressed by Dragon Lord of North Yin's decisiveness. Trying to escape, Wang Shui suddenly laughed coldly and casually struck out with her palm. A beam of indestructible power instantly sank into the void. Then Everyone saw a tragic howl coming from the void, not far away. Then, an immortal palace appeared in front of them. However, the immortal palace was torn to pieces as soon as it appeared. Dragon Lord of North Yin's primordial spirit, which was hidden inside, revealed a look of disbelief. In the next moment, it was destroyed along with the immortal palace. Great Sage Heavenly Bull, who was just about to imitate Dragon Lord of North Yin's self-destruction, saw this and stopped himself in his tracks.